In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Why don't you go to Dan's and pick up some hoagies for lunch?
You mean for Jack and Sarah?
Yeah, all of us. They're getting here around noon and they'll probably be hungry.
What should I get?
Just get the Italian. You're always talking about how amazing it is. I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to twist my arm to go to Dan's.
Why don't you go to Dan's and pick up some hoagies for lunch?
Why don't you go to Dan's? Let's start there. Why and Dan's. More stress. Why don't you go to Dan's?
Why don't you go to Dan's? Why don't you go to Dan's? Why don't you go to Dan's?
And in between, we have some interesting things going on. We have an ending T and the word you, which I'm combining to make a CH sound. This is a very common pronunciation. Why don't you? And then I would say I'm reducing the U vowel to the schwa in you. Why don't you go to? Why don't you go to? Why don't you go to Dan's? Don't you go to? So these four words, unstressed, flatter in pitch. Why don't you go to Dan's? And the word to, I'm connecting these two words with a flap T, and the vowel in to is reduced. Chigoda, chigoda. Why don't you go to Dan's?
Why don't you go to Dan's? Why don't you go to Dan's? Why don't you go to Dan's and pick up some hoagies for lunch?
And pick up some hoagies for lunch. The word and reduced and schwa and said quickly. And pick up some hoagies for lunch. Ho and lunch, the most stressed there.
And pick up some hoagies for lunch. And pick up some hoagies for lunch. And pick up some hoagies for lunch.
Pick up, pick up, pick up. Phrasal verb. Still not as stressed as hoagies or lunch. I would still say those two words along with some and are lower in pitch, flatter. And pick up some, and pick up some, and pick up some hoagies for lunch. For, reduced, for, and back down there in that flatter pitch, lower volume for lunch.
And pick up some hoagies for lunch. And pick up some hoagies for lunch. And pick up some hoagies for lunch.
You mean for Jack and Sarah?
Another U reduction, y, changes the vowel to the schwa. You mean for Jack and Sarah? You mean, a little bit of stress there, for Jack and Sarah. And the pitch goes up because this is a yes-no question. So between our three stressed words, mean, Jack, Sarah, we have three reduced words. You becomes y. For becomes fur. And becomes n. And these short, unstressed, reduced words link into the stressed words, so everything's really smooth. From lower in pitch up to the peak for the stressed word and back down. You mean for Jack and Sarah?
You mean for Jack and Sarah? You mean for Jack and Sarah? You mean for Jack and Sarah?
Yeah, all of us.
Yeah, all of us. Two separate thought groups there. Yeah, quick up-down shape. All of us. I would say all into the line of the voice descending. All of us. Nice and smooth. All of us.
Yeah, all of us. Yeah, all of us. Yeah, all of us.
I would write of with the schwa of the ending V linking into the vowel for us. All of us. All of us.
All of us. All of us. All of us. They're getting here around noon and they'll probably be hungry.
Talking pretty quickly here, one pretty big thought group. They're getting here around noon. That's the first word where I really feel like I stretch the length. They're getting here around noon. So that means they're getting here around are all said quickly and a little bit flatter in pitch. They're getting here around noon.
They're getting here around noon. They're getting here around noon. They're getting here around noon.
They're getting here around noon. So all of the energy is going up towards noon. They are there. becomes there. There. I would write that with a schwa, reduced. There. They're getting. Flap T, they're getting here around. They're getting here around noon. And I don't say the D. Common to drop the D and the T between two other consonants. Here, especially when it's the same consonant, I can just link with a single N, around noon.
They're getting here around noon. They're getting here around noon. They're getting here around noon and they'll probably be hungry.
And they'll. So after the stressed word noon, we have two more unstressed words, and they'll. And becomes n, schwa n, and they'll. They'll, they will. I would write that with a schwa. And they'll. And they'll
probably be hungry. And they'll probably be hungry. And they'll probably be hungry.
Then we have two stress words, pra and hung. Now, probably, it's a stressed word, but I'm not pronouncing it that clearly, am I? We often reduce probably. There are two ways to reduce it. One is probably. Probably. And the other way is the way I'm doing it here is probably, where you don't say any of the B's. Probably. Probably be hungry. So even though I'm stressing the stressed syllable, I'm reducing the rest of the word. Probably be hungry.
Probably be hungry. Probably be hungry. Probably be hungry.
What should I get?
What should I get? What should I get? What? Get. More stress. Both end in a stop T. Should I? Said quickly. I would maybe write that with a schwa. Should I? And then a flap D linking into the I diphthong, the flap sound. Should I? What should I get? Now, the word get has the e vowel. Some native speakers will sometimes make that sound more like an I vowel. I think that's what he's doing. He's saying something more like get than get, and that's okay.
What should I get? What should I get? What should I get?
Just get the Italian.
Just get the Italian. Just get the Italian. Tal, most stressed word in that thought group. Just get the leads up to the stressed syllable, and then the rest of the word falls away from it. Just get the Italian. The T is dropped in just because it comes between two consonants. We almost always drop the T in an ending ST cluster when the next word begins with a consonant. Just get. And I think I say the word quickly, but I don't think I'm really changing the vowel. I think it's more of an F for me.
Just get the Italian. Just get the Italian. Just get the Italian.
Just get the Italian. The, I pronounce this with the E as in she vowel because the next word begins with a vowel. That's the rule, though Americans don't always follow that rule too closely. Here I do. The Italian.
The Italian. The Italian. The Italian. You're always talking about how amazing it is.
Then a longer thought group. You're always talking about how amazing it is. You're always talking about how amazing it is. Our two most stressed syllables there.
You're always talking about how amazing it is. You're always talking about how amazing it is. You're always talking about how amazing it is.
Also a little stress there. The word your reduces. You're always talking. Always. I pronounce this word always without much of an L. Always. All. It's sort of a mix of the aw and the dark L. Definitely I'm not finishing with tongue tip up or anything like that. Always. Always.
You're always talking about how amazing it is. You're always talking about how amazing it is. You're always talking about how amazing it is.
You're always talking about how... So all the way from the ing ending to the schwa of amazing, all of that is flatter in pitch, little less clear, less stressed. Talking about how. We have a little stop T here because the next word begins with a consonant sound. talking about how amazing it is. Then for maze, we have the up-down shape of stress again.
You're always talking about how amazing it is. You're always talking about how amazing it is. You're always talking about how amazing it is.
Amazing it is. It is back to being, actually, from the zing, back to being flatter, unstressed, and these two words link with a flap T. It is. It is.
Amazing it is. Amazing it is. Amazing it is. I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here.
One longer thought group. What do you hear as being the longer syllables, the stressed, up-down feeling?
I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here. I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here. I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here.
I'm hearing fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here.
I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here. I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here. I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here.
I just think it would be fun. Just think. What do you hear happening to that T? It's dropped. Ending ST cluster. Next word begins with a consonant. Dropped T. Just think. I just think it would be fun. Little stop T here, not released. Think it. Linking consonant to beginning vowel. Everything really smoothly connected.
I just think it'd be fun. I just think it'd be fun. I just think it'd be fun.
I think you can write would, with a schwa, would be, because it's said quickly. I just think it would be fun.
I just think it'd be fun. I just think it'd be fun. I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here.
For them to have, so we have a reduction for them. I don't drop the TH there. It's still there. But I would write it with a schwa, said quickly. For them to. Then I do a true T and a schwa, for them to have some local specialties when they're here. For them to have some local, I would actually say has a little bit of length on it too. It doesn't have the up-down shape of stress the way local and spesh does, but it's a little bit longer than some, back to being said really quickly, have some local specialties with a true T. True T, it doesn't start a stressed syllable, but it doesn't come between two vowels, so it's not a flap T. It doesn't come after an R before a vowel, not a flap T. And it's not followed by a consonant, so it's not a stop T. So that's why it's a true T. Specialties.
Have some local specialties when they're here. Have some local specialties when they're here. Have some local specialties when they're here.
Specialties when they're here. So when they're here, all flatter in pitch, when they're here. I would probably write this with a schwa, they're, when they're here.
Okay, that's fine.
Two thought groups, two up-down shape of stress. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
And in that's fine, it's two words, but it's just the one shape, one up-down shape. That's fine. Fine happens as the voice falls down from the stressed syllable. That's fine.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to twist my arm to go to dance.
You don't have to. Some reductions there.
You don't have to twist my arm to go to dance. You don't have to twist my arm to go to dance. You don't have to twist my arm to go to dance.
I don't think it's reduced, but it's said so quickly. You. You don't have. I'm hearing the T is dropped and the H is dropped. Don't have. You don't have to.
You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to.
T, reduced. Schwa. It is a true T, but the schwa is reduced. So all four of these words said really quickly, lots of reductions in there. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to.
You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to twist my arm to go to dance.
Then we have some stressed words. Twist my arm to go to dance. So the other words, lower in pitch, flatter in pitch, unstressed. Twist my arm.
Twist my arm to go to dance. Twist my arm to go to dance. Twist my arm to go to dance.
And then we have two reductions. In both cases, it's a flap or a light D sound and a schwa. Arm to go to, go to. Twist my arm to go to dance.
Twist my arm to go to dance. Twist my arm to go to dance. Twist my arm to go to dance.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Why don't you go to Dan's and pick up some hoagies for lunch?
You mean for Jack and Sarah?
Yeah, all of us. They're getting here around noon and they'll probably be hungry.
What should I get?
Just get the Italian. You're always talking about how amazing it is. I just think it'd be fun for them to have some local specialties when they're here.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to twist my arm to go to dance.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
I finished work. You want to watch something?
Yeah, I'm ready to relax.
What are you in the mood for?
Maybe a documentary. Or I could be up for action-adventure, too.
Let me see what's on Netflix. Maybe they have some new options.
Oh boy, prepare to go down the rabbit hole.
I know. Searching for a movie can take longer than watching one.
You want to just play a game instead?
Let's do it. I finished work.
I finished work. A 3-word thought group. And we have 2 stressed syllables. I finished work. So the first syllable of finished, fin, and the word work. We have an SH ending consonant in the verb finish. And so that is unvoiced, sh. So the ED ending is also unvoiced, and that's a T. Sht, sht. Finished, finished. I finished work. And I do hear a really light release of that T, of that light true T. I finished work. All linked together. Work has that vowel, work, work. I finished work.
I finished work. I finished work. I finished work. You want to watch something?
Then another thought group, you want to watch something? We have some great reductions here. The word you, which would be written in IPA like this, is reduced. The vowel part of that is reduced, so it becomes y. Y. then want to becomes wanna. You want to watch. You want to watch something. And the stressed syllable of wanna, is stressed. You wanna watch something. So one and watch and some are both stressed a little bit longer than the other syllables, y and n. You want to watch something?
You want to watch something? You want to watch something? You want to watch something?
Thing, unstressed, pitch goes up, something, because it's a yes-no question. You want to watch something? Something, something, something. The TH here is unvoiced, something, but it's beginning an unstressed syllable. You don't need to try to spend a lot of time there worrying too much about the tongue position. Something, something, something. Just make sure it's very lightly coming through the teeth. Something, 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 something. Not a whole lot of the tongue comes out for that.
Something? Something? Something?
Yeah, I'm ready to relax.
Yeah, she holds that out pretty long. That's a stress word. Yeah, I'm ready to relax. I'm ready to relax. So we have two-syllable words. Ready stresses on the first syllable and relax stresses on the second syllable. Da-da, ready, relax, da-da.
Yeah, I'm ready to relax. Yeah, I'm ready to relax. Yeah, I'm ready to relax.
I'm, the contraction I am, is unstressed. It's a little flatter. I'm ready to. She says this with a true T. She wouldn't have to. It would be really common to make that a flap. Ready to. But she makes it to true T, and then the vowel does reduce to the schwa. I'm ready to. I'm ready to. I'm ready to relax.
I'm ready to relax. I'm ready to relax. I'm ready to relax.
What are you in the mood for?
Another thought group. What are you in the mood for? What are you in the mood for? What and mood. The most stressed words there. The rest unstressed. We have a flap T here linking the word what to the reduction of R. Water. Water. It's just like an ER unstressed ending sound. Water. What are you? Now here he doesn't reduce the word you. He gives it the full oo vowel, oo, but he wouldn't have to. He could say what are ya? He could have done that with the schwa. But he says what are you? What are you? Even though he doesn't reduce the vowel, it is unstressed. It is said really quickly. What are you?
What are you in the mood for? What are you in the mood for? What are you in the mood for?
In the mood for. So we have are you in the 4 unstressed words in a row. What are you in the mood for? Now the word for, why isn't this reduced? We generally don't reduce a word when it's the very last word in a sentence like this. So rather than being for with the schwa reduction, which is so common, this one is not reduced. It has the aw as in law vowel plus R, which is or. What are you in the mood for?
What are you in the mood for? What are you in the mood for? What are you in the mood for?
And this question goes down in pitch at the end. For, because it is not a yes-no question.
For.
Maybe a documentary.
Maybe a documentary. Okay, she's thinking, so there's some pauses here. Maybe a little lift after that. Maybe a documentary. Okay, so how is this word pronounced? It can be pronounced 2 different ways. Documentary. That's 5 syllables. But she says documentary. She makes that 4 syllables. So she drops the schwa, documenter. She drops the schwa part and makes this a TR cluster in the last syllable, tree. And that TR cluster does sound like a CHR. So this word can absolutely be pronounced this way. Documentary, it can be pronounced as 5 syllables, documentary with a dropped T because it comes after N, documentary. It can be pronounced as 5 syllables with a true T, documentary. Documentary. That's more clear and definitely less common. Or you can do what she's done here, which is reduce it to 4 syllables. Then you have a TR consonant cluster, and she has turned that in to CHR. Documentary. Documentary or documentary, the two most common pronunciations of that word. But in both cases, it's the men syllable that is stressed, the third syllable.
Maybe a documentary. Maybe a documentary. Maybe a documentary. Or I could be up for action adventure too.
Or is its own little thought group here as she thinks of what else she might like to watch. Or. It's said quickly, though she doesn't reduce the vowel. Or.
Or I could be up for action adventure too.
Here she stresses I. I could be up for action adventure too. So there are a couple different ways that she could have stressed this. That's common. There's often more than one way to stress a sentence. She could have said, or I could be up for action adventure, or I could, stressing could, but here she stresses I, or I could be up for action adventure too. He's asked her opinion, what she's in the mood for, so she's stressing I, what she is in the mood for, I could be up for action adventure too.
I could be up for action adventure too. I could be up for action adventure too. I could be up for action adventure too.
Now here the word for, not at the end of the thought group, not at the end of the sentence, it is reduced. For. Up for.
I could be up for.
Notice the P in up is not released. It's not up for. There's no escape of air before the F. It's just up for. Lips come together, stop the air. And then rather than opening to let the air escape, they open to go into the next sound. Up for.
I could be up for action adventure too.
Now the two stressed words describing the kind of movie action and adventure. Action. I just want to point out the T here is not making a T sound. So here in documentary, the T turns into a CH because it's part of a TR cluster. Here, action, the T is the sh sound. And here in adventure, it's the CH sound, ch. Now, that's not because we're changing something because of the way Americans pronounce things. In these two cases, those are actually how the T is pronounced. It is the proper actual pronunciation. Whereas here in documentary, if you look it up in a dictionary, it will say that this is a T sound. But it's changed because of the habits of Americans. In these two words, the T is actually pronounced not as a T, but as a sh or ch sound.
I could be up for action adventure too. I could be up for action adventure too. I could be up for action adventure too.
And the word to at the end, stressed, to. This word is never reduced. It's always true T and the oo vowel. This is different, of course, than this word to, which can be reduced.
For action adventure too. For action adventure too. For action adventure too.
Let me see what's on Netflix.
Let me see what's on Netflix. Let me see what's on Netflix. The two most stressed syllables there. What's happening with the words let and me? This can be pronounced lemmy, but I don't think he's quite doing that because I do feel like I hear a little bit of a stop here. Let me. So it's not quite lemmy with no T at all, but a little bit of a stop T before the M consonant. Let me see. The beginning L, it's there, but it's not very clear. Let me. It's like he's almost making it without his tongue tip in position. But just by having the middle part of the tongue closer to the roof of the mouth. Let me see. Let me see what's on Netflix.
Let me see what's on Netflix. Let me see what's on Netflix.
Let me see what's on. These two words, no reductions, but they're a little flatter in pitch, said a little bit more quickly than see and net, Netflix. We have a stop T there because the next the next sound is a consonant. Netflix.
Let me see what's on Netflix. Let me see what's on Netflix. Let me see what's on Netflix. Maybe they have some new options.
Now he's stressing they. That's sort of interesting. Maybe they have some new options. They isn't a word that would be stressed too often, but here it is. Maybe they, talking about Netflix, maybe they have some new options. What about reductions?
Maybe they have some new options. Maybe they have some new options. Maybe they have some new options.
The words have and some. I hear two reductions here. I hear the H being dropped. Maybe they have. Maybe they have. Still the A vowel, but the H, I don't hear it. Maybe they have some new. Maybe they have. They have. Maybe they have some new. They have some new. They have some new. What about some? It's not really some, but really it's the schwa rather than the as in butter vowel. Some. They have some. They have some. Maybe they have some new options.
Maybe they have some new options. Maybe they have some new options. Maybe they have some new options.
Oh boy, prepare to go down the rabbit hole.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is an expression that we use. How do we use it? It's sort of an interesting one. Oh boy. Boy is more stressed. I think it's often used when someone needs to prepare themselves for something, when something is more of something than expected. For example, when you're choosing a movie on Netflix, when it's more than one person, or even when it's just one person, it can take a long time when you sit down to decide what you're going to watch. Sometimes all of the time that you have to watch something gets taken up by trying to decide. So by saying, oh boy, it's like saying this could take longer than what we think. Seeing what's on Netflix could take a really long time.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, prepare to go down the rabbit hole.
Prepare. I actually don't really like the way she says this. She says it with the E vowel in the first syllable. Prepare. Her stress is right, but I think it's a lot more common to make that the schwa or the I vowel prepare. Prepare to go down. Now, again, she does a true T on her to reduction. She does reduce the vowel, and she could have made that a flap T. Prepare to go. But she makes it true T. That's okay. Prepare to. Except she says prepare to.
Prepare to go down the rabbit hole. Prepare to go down the rabbit hole. Prepare to go down the rabbit hole.
To go down the rabbit hole. This is an idiom that means to go on, you could say, a journey or an adventure, or to it's acknowledging that what you're about to do could definitely end up being more complex, more difficult, longer than what you think. Prepare to go down the rabbit hole is like get ready for something that's going to be a lot more complicated than it seems. Choosing a new movie to watch, more complicated than it seems.
Prepare to go down the rabbit hole. Prepare to go down the rabbit hole. Prepare to go down the rabbit hole.
So we have stress on down, and hole. And notice there is a stop T here because the next word begins with a consonant.
Rabbit hole. Prepare to go down the rabbit hole. Prepare to go down the rabbit hole.
I know.
Linked together, two-word thought group, I know. Stress on the second word, I know.
Searching for a movie can take longer than watching one.
Then we have a longer thought group here. Searching for a movie can take longer than watching one. Quite a few stressed syllables there, all linked together smoothly.
Searching for a movie can take longer than watching one. Searching for a movie can take longer than watching one. Searching for a movie can take longer than watching one.
What are our unstressed words here? Searching for a. These two words with a reduction For becomes fur, and the article is the schwa. They link together with the r for a. Searching for a. Searching for a.
Searching for a movie. Searching for a movie. Searching for a movie.
And of course, the second syllable of searching, the ing ending, is also unstressed. Ing for a. Searching for a. Then we have movie kin. Unstressed syllable and the can reduction can. Movie can. Movie can.
A movie can. A movie can. A movie can take longer than watching one.
Take longer than watching one. Take longer. So the stressed syllable of long is a little bit more stressed than that of take, but take is a stressed word. It's got a true T because it begins the stressed word. Take longer than, longer than. Then we have an unstressed syllable, just a light schwa R going right into a reduction, than. Voiced TH schwa N. Longer than, longer than.
Take longer than watching one. Take longer than watching one. Take longer than watching one.
Watching one. Watching one. So the first syllable is stressed, then we have another unstressed syllable, ing, and the word one, unstressed. Low in pitch at the end of the sentence, really losing vocal energy. Watching one. Listen to just the word one.
Watching one. Watching one. Watching one.
It's got that popcorn quality in the voice where there's not as much air in the voice.
Watching one.
You want to just play a game instead?
She separates the word instead into its own thought group. So this first thought group has a couple of reductions. The word you with the u diphthong gets changed to y with the schwa. Want to becomes wanna. So we have stress here on the first syllable of one. You wanna just play a game. The verb and the noun stressed. The word just. ST cluster, the T comes between two consonants. It's dropped. That's a really common way to pronounce that word. Just play, just play. The S linking right into the next word, just play. And then here, the article, again a schwa, links the two words together. Play a game, play a game.
You want to just play a game? You want to just play a game? You want to just play a game instead?
Instead, two-syllable word with stress on the second syllable goes up in pitch because it is a yes-no question.
Instead? Instead? Instead?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Three-word thought group, stress on the middle word. Let's do it. So the pitch of the voice rises up with let's to the peak of do and then falls down and then falls off towards the end. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it. All really smooth and linked together. Here we have a vowel to vowel link. It's the oo vowel into the I vowel. Do it. Do it. And it's would be really common to make this a stop T. I hear a little bit of what sounds like a light release of the T there. Let's do it. That's a way of agreeing. She's asked, do you want to do this? And he's saying, yes, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
I finished work. You want to watch something?
Yeah, I'm ready to relax.
What are you in the mood for?
Maybe a documentary. Or I could be up for action adventure too.
Let me see what's on Netflix. Maybe they have some new options.
Oh boy, prepare to go down the rabbit hole.
I know. Searching for a movie can take longer than watching one.
You want to just play a game instead?
Let's do it.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
What can I get for you?
Can I get a pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please?
Sure. How would you like it sliced?
Thin, please.
You got it. Anything else?
Yeah, I'd also like a half pound of the white cheddar.
Got it.
Thank you.
What can I get for you?
What can I get for you? What are the most stressed words there?
What can I get for you? What can I get for you? What can I get for you?
What can I get for you? What and get have that up-down shape. Other words have reductions. Can and I become can I, can I, can I, can. Said very quickly, linking into the I diphthong. Can I, can I. What can I?
What can I? What can I? What can I?
What? Stop T. What can I? What can I? What can I get? The pitch is now leading up to the stress word get for you. Another stop T. For reduces for. For you. What can I get for you?
What can I get for you? What can I get for you? What can I get for you?
The word get. This has the vowel, but I've noticed that some native speakers make it more of an I vowel, and I think he's doing sort of a mix between the two, so it's not a super clear vowel. What can I get for you? Get it. This is a question, but it goes down in pitch at the end because it's not a yes-no question.
What can I get for you? What can I get for you? What can I get for you?
Can I get a pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please?
Then she has a long thought group, and it starts with, can I get a, and I notice she doesn't reduce the word can. She could definitely say, can I get. I think that would be a little bit more common, but she doesn't. She keeps the a as in bat vowel followed by n. Can. It's still said quickly though, still unstressed. Can I get, ending n links into the I diphthong.
Can I get a pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please?
Can I get a pound? I do think her vowel is a little bit more clearly the Can I get a, and a flap T linking the two words together, the article A there is the schwa sound.
Can I get a pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please?
Pound, cracked, I think are the most stressed syllables there. Can I get a pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please?
Can I get a pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please? Can I get a pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please? Can I get a pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please?
So between the stressed word pound and cracked, we have two unstressed words. Listen to how they're pronounced.
Of your.
Flatter in pitch, pound of your cracked, of your. I would write that with the schwa. She does make a V sound. Sometimes we drop that, but not always. She chooses not to. Your. The word your reduced, your said quickly. So this is flatter in pitch than pound and cracked.
Pound of your cracked.
Everything is smooth and linked together. The stressed word smoothly links into the unstressed word. Pound of your, so the D links into the schwa. Pound of your cracked, and then the R sound goes right into the KR cluster. The ED in cracked is pronounced as a T. That's because the sound before is a K sound, and that's unvoiced. So ED is a T sound when it comes after an unvoiced sound.
Pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please. Pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please. Pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please.
Cracked pepper turkey, please. And she does do a really light true T release there. Cracked pepper. Cracked pepper.
Cracked pepper turkey, please.
cracked pepper turkey. Cracked pepper turkey. So pepper, definitely not reduced. It's just a little bit less stressed than cracked and tur. Cracked pepper turkey, please. All smooth, all connected. Please. Also, not a reduced word. Not really unstressed, but doesn't really have a whole lot of the up-down shape. It is the last word in the phrase. Cracked pepper turkey, please. Which means it probably won't feel stressed like the other stressed syllables that are earlier in the sentence.
Cracked pepper turkey, please. Cracked pepper turkey, please. Cracked pepper turkey, please.
Sure, how would you like it sliced?
Sure. Then he breaks it up into another thought group. Sure, sure. How does he pronounce that word?
Sure. Sure. Sure.
Sure. SH consonant, vowel, R sound, which combines into one sound. Sure, sure. This is how I pronounce it too, but there are a couple different ways to pronounce this word. You might hear sure or sure, but he says sure.
Sure. Sure. Sure, how would you like it sliced?
How would you like it sliced? How would you like it sliced? Most stressed words there. Would you like it? Less stressed, lower in pitch, flatter. But every word in this thought group is connected.
How would you like it sliced? How would you like it sliced? How would you like it sliced?
How would you like it sliced? Little stop T here and it sliced, it sliced. How would you like it sliced? Ending K releases right into the I vowel, linking those two words, like it, like it. And here we have an ED ending, and again, it is a T sound, a true T sound, sliced. And that's because the sound before sliced is the S consonant, an unvoiced sound. So the ED ending is a true T, sliced.
Sliced. Sliced. Sliced.
Thin, please.
Thin, please. Thin, please. So please is long. It's not super short or unstressed, unclear, but thin is the most important thing. She's giving him the information in the word thin. That definitely has that up-down shape of stress. Please is added on at the end to be polite. Thin, please. All connected, smooth.
Thin, please. Thin, please. Thin, please.
You got it.
You got it. You got it. 3-word thought group. What is the stressed word there?
You got it. You got it. You got it.
You got it. It's the middle word. You leads up to it. Ga. And then it falls away from it. You got it. You got it. All smooth and connected. Flap T here as the 2 words link together. You got it. And a stop T at the end because it's the end of a thought. The end of a thought group.
You got it. You got it. You got it. Anything else?
Anything else? Anything else? Now here, the question does go up at the end. Anything else? Because this is a yes-no question. You know what I realized? We didn't talk about the intonation on this question. Let's go back and listen to that.
How would you like it sliced? How would you like it sliced? How would you like it sliced?
How would you like it sliced? Pitch comes down. It's a question, but not a yes-no question. Here, anything else? Pitch goes up. It is a yes-no question.
Anything else? Anything else? Anything else?
Anything else? N and else, the most stress there. Anything else? And then the pitch goes up.
Anything else? Anything else? Anything else?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Higher intonation, up, down shape, that higher intonation to me seems very friendly. So if it was flatter in pitch and lower, yeah. Has less energy in the voice, you can see how that sounds less friendly than yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I'd also like a half pound of the white cheddar.
She holds this out a little bit as she thinks I'd also like a half pound of the white cheddar. I noticed she does something here on the word white that's not very usual. Do you hear how she pronounces that?
I'd also like a half pound of the white cheddar. I'd also like a half pound of the white cheddar. I'd also like a half pound of the white cheddar.
White cheddar, white cheddar. She does that little escape of air before the W sound. White, white. This is a way to pronounce WH words, but it's not very common anymore. More, it's a bit of an older generation that does it. I don't do it, but my mom does. I just do a plain, clean W sound, white. White cheddar. And there is a stop T there because the next word begins with a consonant.
White cheddar. White cheddar. I'd also like a half pound of the white cheddar.
I'd also like a flatter in pitch, a little bit lower, linked together. The K links right into the schwa. I'd also like a
half pound of the white cheddar.
half pound of the. These again, a little bit faster than the stressed words, a little bit less time of the. She does make a V sound there, of, and it goes right into the voiced TH of the
white cheddar.
White cheddar, cheddar. The AR ending here is the schwa R. The schwa R ending, unstressed, can be written lots of different ways. Often it's written with an ER, but sometimes it's written with AR, like here, cheddar, cheddar. So even though it's spelled with the letter A, it's still the schwa sound. It's still an unstressed ending said very quickly. Cheddar.
Cheddar. Cheddar. Cheddar.
Got it.
Two-word thought group, which word is stressed?
Got it. Got it. Got it.
The first word. Got it. Got it. Up, then down shape, smoothly linked together with a flap T. Got it. Got it. And he does do a little light release of a true T there. Wouldn't have to, but he does. Got it. Got it.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank is stressed, you is unstressed. They all smoothly glide together. Thank you. And the K links right into the Y sound. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
What can I get for you?
Can I get a pound of your cracked pepper turkey, please?
Sure. How would you like it sliced?
Thin, please.
You got it. Anything else?
Yeah, I'd also like a half pound of the white cheddar.
Got it.
Thank you.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hello?
Hi, could I speak to Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please?
I think you have the wrong number.
Is this the medical office at 14 Main Street?
No, it isn't. This is a private residence.
I'm very sorry for my mistake. Thank you.
Not a problem. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello?
Hello? Pitch starting low, going higher. It's a yes-no question. It's like saying, hello, are you there? And this is how we answer the phone. Hello? The vowel can either be quick, unstressed, hello, hello, or it can be more of a schwa, hello, hello. Either one's okay. The stressed syllable has the O diphthong. Hello,
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hi.
hi, hi. Up, down shape, different from hello, which sounds like a question. Hi is a statement.
Hi. 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 Could I speak to Dr.
Could holds this word out longer than normal as she's thinking. Could. You're probably noticing the L is silent and it's a really clear vowel. Could.
Could I speak to Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please?
I speak to Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please. And again, the pitch goes up at the end because it's a yes/no question. Everything's pretty smooth and linked together.
I speak to Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please. I speak to Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please. I speak to Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please.
I speak, could I? She stresses I a little bit more than what would be normal, probably. Usually I doesn't get very much stress. Could I speak to, but she does stress it. Could I speak to?
Could I speak to? Could I speak to? Could I speak to?
Speak to, and we have a true T and the schwa here. Reduction of the word to. So it's a true T because the sound before is unvoiced. K. And that often makes the T into a true T. Otherwise, we do flap that T sometimes. Could I speak to?
Could I speak to? Could I speak to? Could I speak to Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please?
And then all three of these words, Dr., Rebecca, Tanner, all clear, all stressed. Doctor is a two-syllable word with stress on the first syllable. Doctor, and then Rebecca, three syllables, stress on the middle syllable. Rebecca Tanner, first syllable stress. Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please.
Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please. Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please. Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please.
I think you have the wrong number.
I think you have the wrong number. I'm hearing think, wrong, and number as the most stress there. I think you have the wrong number.
I think you have the wrong number. I think you have the wrong number. I think you have the wrong number.
I think you have the word you said quickly with the oo vowel, then the H consonant is dropped. You have. The a vowel is still there. You have. And they're linked together. I think you have. I think you have. I think you have. And then, of course, the word the said very quickly as well. The. You have the. You have the. You have the. You have the.
I think you have the wrong number. I think you have the wrong number. I think you have the wrong number.
Is this the medical office?
Is this the medical office? Medical office. First syllable stress on both of those words.
Is this the medical office? Is this the medical office? Is this the medical office?
Is this the? Less important, they have less of that up-down shape. Is this the medical office? Now she takes the word at. She doesn't reduce it. She has the a vowel. She's maybe being more clear than normal because she's speaking on the phone here. It'd be very common to reduce that to the schwa. She does make a stop T, though. The next word begins with the F sound. 14.
Is this the medical office at 14 Main Street? Is this the medical office at 14 Main Street? Is this the medical office at 14 Main Street?
14 Main Street? 14 Main Street? So the words 14 and 40. It's normal to stress the teen, but I've noticed sometimes people don't stress the teen. Here, I feel like she's more stressing 14. So how is it different from 40, which also has first syllable stress? One of the main ways you can tell is the T. The T in 14 is always a true T. And in 40, that'll almost always be a flap T. 14, 40.
14 Main Street? 14 Main Street? 14 Main Street?
14 Main Street. Pitch goes up. She's asking a question.
14 Main Street? 14 Main Street? 14 Main Street?
No, it isn't. This is a private residence.
Okay, two sentences, two thought groups, and they both follow the pattern of pitch going down towards the end. No, it isn't. This is a private residence. And then the pitch goes down, it gets softer, quieter at the end. I hear that as two distinct thought groups with that pattern. They both end on the unstressed, lower in pitch feeling of the voice.
No, it isn't. This is a private residence. No, it isn't. This is a private residence. No, it isn't. This is a private residence.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. T connecting these two words is a flap T. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. And even though that's written with a comma, it glides together smoothly with no break. No, it isn't. And then that's a stop feeling there. N apostrophe T contractions can be pronounced several ways, and I definitely hear this as a stop sound in the nose because the N is a nasal consonant. This no, it isn't. Isn't.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. This is a private residence.
This is a private residence. This is a private. This is a less stressed, a little flatter, linked together. This is a private. Now, notice the letter A here. It's the I vowel, private. Private. You could also think of that as the schwa. To me, they sound the same in unstressed syllables like this, but then it's a stop T. Private residence. So first syllable stress on pri, first syllable stress on res, and the letter S here does make a Z sound. Residence. Residence.
This is a private residence. This is a private residence. This is a private residence.
I'm very sorry for my mistake. Thank you.
She stresses very. I'm very sorry. It's the most stressed word in that thought group. I'm very sorry for my mistake. Thank you. So again, two thought groups. They start higher in pitch at the beginning and end lower in pitch at the end. Thank you. I'm very sorry for my mistake. And a little bit of up down on mistake as well for that stressed syllable.
I'm very sorry for my mistake. Thank you. I'm very sorry for my mistake. Thank you. I'm very sorry for my mistake. Thank you.
I am becomes I'm. She does a full I diphthong. You'll need a little jaw drop for that. I'm very sorry for my mistake. For my, all lower in pitch, flatter. We have a reduction here. The word for becomes for my. Sorry for my mistake. And you know, I'm realizing I drew the stress wrong here. That is definitely second syllable stress, mistake.
Mistake. Mistake.
If you have a two-syllable word, it's way more common for stress to be on the first syllable. But this is a word where it's on the second syllable. Mistake.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Not a problem. Not a problem. And then the voice falls off. We've got a nice flap T linking these two words, connecting them. The article A is the schwa. Not a problem.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Not a problem. Goodbye.
Goodbye. First syllable stress there. Goodbye. The double O there, it makes the O vowel like in could. Good. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Up down shape of stress. Goodbye, or simply bye. This is what we say when we end a phone conversation. Bye. B consonant, I diphthong. Bye. It sounds just like this word bye, or also like this word bye. Bye. Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Hello?
Hi, could I speak to Dr. Rebecca Tanner, please?
I think you have the wrong number.
Is this the medical office at 14 Main Street?
No, it isn't. This is a private residence.
I'm very sorry for my mistake. Thank you.
Not a problem. Goodbye.
Bye.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Teresa Burns, and I have an appointment for 4 p.m.
Oh, yes, I see you in the system. You're experiencing some pain, is that right?
Yes, I think I may have a cavity.
Do you have any insurance?
I do. I'm with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Here's my card.
Great, I'm going to make a quick copy of this. Feel free to have a seat and we'll bring you back in a few minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Can you tell which syllable is stressed?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
It's the second syllable. Hello. You will hear the first syllable either as the e vowel or the schwa. Hello or hello. I think he does a light hello. And the second syllable, the stressed syllable, has the o diphthong, o. Don't forget your lip rounding.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hi, my name is Teresa Burns.
Hi. Hi. Up-down shape again of a stressed syllable. Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi, my name is Teresa Burns.
My name is Teresa Burns. My name is Teresa Burns. Burns, a little bit more stress than Teresa. Whenever we're saying our name, no matter how many names it is, maybe it's 2, maybe it's 4, the last name has the most stress. So my name is Rachel Smith. Rachel Smith. Can you tell which is most stressed? Rachel Smith. My name is Rachel Smith. And she says, my name is Teresa Burns. Burns. Smith. So the last word has the most stress out of all of the words in a name.
My name is Teresa Burns. My name is Teresa Burns. My name is Teresa Burns, and I have an appointment for 4 p.m.
And I have an appointment for 4 p.m. So she doesn't reduce the word and at all. This is a phone conversation. It is normal in a phone conversation to perhaps be even more clear when you're speaking. And so I don't hear a big D release, but I definitely hear a D. So this word not reduced in this particular dialogue. But almost any time you hear that word, it will be reduced. At least the D will be dropped.
And I have an appointment for 4 p.m.
I have an appointment for 4 p.m. I have an appointment for 4 p.m.
I have an appointment for 4 p.m. I have an appointment for 4 p.m. I have an appointment for 4 p.m.
Have, and the first syllable of appointment, all unstressed. She does not reduce the word have. She doesn't drop the H. Have an appointment, have an appointment, have an appointment. But it is unstressed, flatter, lower in pitch. Have an appointment. So the first syllable of appointment is the schwa. The ending N links right into that sound. Everything in this thought group is very smooth and connected.
I have an appointment. I have an appointment. I have an appointment.
The word appointment. 3 syllables, 2 stop T's. Appointment. And then the reduction of the word for.
Appointment. Appointment. Appointment for 4 p.m.
Can you say that word with those 2 little lifts, those 2 little breaks and stops? Appointment. 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 Appointment for. Appointment for. Appointment for 4 p.m.
Appointment for 4 p.m. Appointment for 4 p.m. Appointment for 4 p.m.
Just like with the name Teresa Burns, with p.m. or a.m., it's the last one that's stressed. p.m. a.m. I had to get up at 6 a.m. this morning. I always go to bed by 10 p.m. m.
4 p.m. 4 p.m. 4 p.m.
Oh, yes, I see you in the system.
Oh, yes, I see you in the system. One thought group, all connected. Oh, yes, I see you in the system. See and sis, most stressed syllables. in the main part of the sentence.
Oh, yes, I see you in the system. Oh, yes, I see you in the system. Oh, yes, I see you in the system.
You in the. Let's listen to just those words.
You in the, you in the, you in the,
You in the, you in the, you in the, you in the. Said quickly, flatter in pitch. See you in the system.
I see you in the system. I see you in the system. I see you in the system.
Very light true T here, part of a consonant cluster. It is typical in cases like that to give a light release of a true T. System. System.
System. System. System. You're experiencing some pain, is that right?
You're experiencing some pain, is that right? So he asks this question by sort of making it a statement and then putting a tag question at the end. But his intonation does go up at the end. You're experiencing some pain. Pain. Is that right?
You're experiencing some pain, is that right? You're experiencing some pain, is that right? You're experiencing some pain, is that right?
Let's look at just the first part. You're experiencing some pain. Well, we've already talked about pain, stressed. Stress goes up at the end. You're experiencing some, second syllable of experiencing is also stressed. Your, some, and the rest of the syllables of experiencing are all unstressed. And your is reduced, which is very typical, of course. You're experiencing some pain.
You're experiencing some pain. You're experiencing some pain. You're experiencing some pain.
Some. I'm not sure if I would write this with as in butter or the schwa. It doesn't really matter. Just make sure that you're making it quickly, flat and pitch. Some pain, some pain, some pain. And we can even practice this as an unstressed syllable with these unstressed syllables. Yancing, yancing, yancing some, peer, yancing some, experiencing some. I always like to isolate a string of unstressed syllables and practice them on their own so that you can really focus on all of the simplifications of your mouth movement.
Experiencing some pain, is that right?
Is that right? Is that right? He drops the TH in that. This does happen sometimes. So we go right from the Z consonant, which is what this S becomes, is that. He doesn't reduce the vowel, is that, and there is a stop T at the end because the next sound is a consonant. Is that right? And he does a light release of the T. He definitely wouldn't have to. That could also be a stop T.
Is that right? Is that right? Is that right?
Yes, I think I may have a cavity.
Yes, I think I may have a cavity. Yes, up, down shape. Yes, I think I may have a cavity. I notice she holds on to the TH a little bit. She makes that beginning consonant a little bit longer than normal to stress. She's not sure. She hasn't been able to drill in her own mouth and see if there's a cavity, but she thinks. I think I may. Holding out that TH, the beginning sound of a word, will stress it a little bit more.
Yes, I think I may have a cavity. Yes, I think I may have a cavity. Yes, I think I may have a cavity.
But every sound is connected together. Yes, I think I may have a cavity. To make that a really smooth thought group. There's a little bit of length as well on may. I think I may have a cavity. Have, not reduced, but it is unstressed. Ending V links right into the schwa. Have a. May have a cavity. And the T here is a flap, T as it comes between two vowels.
Yes, I think I may have a cavity. Yes, I think I may have a cavity. Yes, I think I may have a cavity.
Do you have any insurance?
Do you, unstressed, and I hear those both as reducing to the vowel. Schwa, do you have? Then have is more stressed. Any, less stressed. Do you have any? Do you have any?
Do you have any? Do you have any? Do you have any insurance?
And then he stresses the first syllable of insurance. Insurance. It goes up because it's a yes, no question. More common, we would stress the middle syllable. Insurance. Insurance. However, I looked it up. It is also an acceptable pronunciation to put stress on the first syllable. It is in the dictionary. Insurance. Or in this case, as a question, insurance.
The insurance? The insurance? The insurance?
I do.
I do. Single thought group, up, down shape. The word I goes up towards the stress of do. I do. I do. All connected.
I do. I do. I do. I'm with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
I'm with, unstressed, said quickly. I'm with. And then the name of the company has 4 words that are stressed, but blue both times more stressed. Blue Cross Blue Shield.
I'm with Blue Cross Blue Shield. I'm with Blue Cross Blue Shield. I'm with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Shield, shield. Note there is a dark L here. Shield. If I slow it down, shield. You can hear that dark L. Shield, shield. Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue Cross Blue Shield. Here's my card.
Here's my card. Listen to that 3 times.
Here's my card. Here's my card. Here's my card.
I love how when we have a short thought group like this and we listen to it a few times in a row, the stress becomes so clear. Here's my card. Stressed, unstressed, stressed. That curve up of the voice, then back down, then back up and down. Here's my card.
Here's my card. Here's my card. Here's my card.
Great.
Great. Great. Up, down shape. He does sort of a release. It's not a super clean shrew T, but there's a little release and I hear some breath. Great. He breathes a little bit out.
Great. 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 I'm going to make a quick copy of this.
I'm going to make a quick copy of this. I'm going to make a quick copy of this. Those are our 3 most stressed syllables there.
I'm going to make a quick copy of this. I'm going to make a quick copy of this. I'm going to make a quick copy of this.
Going to often becomes gonna. It doesn't here. He says going to, going to. We also do that sometimes. It's still a reduction. To, we have a flap T and the schwa, going to, going to, going to. I'm going to. I'm going to make.
I'm going to make. I'm going to make. I'm going to make a quick copy of this.
I'm going to make a quick copy. Going to make a. Make, it's a verb, it's a stressed word. It's maybe a little bit longer, but it doesn't have the same stress that go and quick and copy have. To make a, to make a, to make a. Practice these 3 words with me. To make a, to make a, to make a. Ending K links right into the schwa. To make a, to make a.
To make a. To make a. To make a quick copy of this.
I'm going to make a quick copy of this. Let's look at the words quick and copy. We have an ending K sound, a beginning K sound. Those words link together with a single K. Quick copy. Quick copy. Quick copy.
Quick copy of this.
Super subtle, but I do think I hear a little V sound in of this, of this, of this, of this. Both of these 2 words, unstressed, lower in pitch, lower in energy.
Of this. Of this. Of this. Feel free to have a seat.
Feel free to have a seat. Feel a little length. Free to have a seat. I think those are the most stressed words in that little fragment. What about the word to here?
Feel free to have a seat. Feel free to have a seat. Feel free to have a seat.
Again, it's reduced to flap T, schwa. Frida, Frida, Frida. And it's linked into the word before, the link after. Frida, Frida. Feel Frida.
Feel free to. Feel free to. Feel free to have a seat.
Free to have a seat. Free to have a seat. I don't hear an H here. Free to have a. I just hear the schwa linking into the a vowel. Then the V links into the schwa of a. Free to have a seat. So to have a all unstressed, linked together, lower in pitch, flatter.
Free to have a seat. Free to have a seat. Free to have a seat, and we'll bring you back in a few minutes.
Free to have a seed and wool. The T here comes between two vowels. He does link that together. The word and reduces to just schwa and seeden, seeden, seeden. Free to have a seeden, seeden, seeden.
Free to have a seat, and free to have a seat, and free to have a seat, and we'll bring you back in a few minutes.
We'll bring you back. Wool, 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 wool. We will, we'll, gets reduced, wool, wool, and wool, and wool, and wool.
And we'll bring you back, and we'll bring you back, and we'll bring you back.
And we'll, both reduced, and then bring another stressed word. And we'll bring.
And we'll bring, and we'll bring, and we'll bring you back in a few minutes.
You unstressed, but it doesn't reduce. Bring you back in a few minutes. In a, also unstressed. Everything's linked together, but these are flatter in pitch. Back in a few.
Bring you back in a few minutes. Bring you back in a few minutes. Bring you back in a few minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Two little thought groups. Perfect. First syllable stress. Perfect. Thank you. First syllable stress in the two syllable phrase thank and you. Perfect. Thank you. Dada. Dada.
Perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
I think I hear a little release of a true T here. There's sort of a weird click happening in her mouth. Sometimes that can happen as you transition between sounds. Perfect. I think I might hear a light true T there.
Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Teresa Burns, and I have an appointment for 4 p.m.
Oh, yes, I see you in the system. You're experiencing some pain, is that right?
Yes, I think I may have a cavity.
Do you have any insurance?
I do. I'm with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Here's my card.
Great. I'm going to make a quick copy of this. Feel free to have a seat, and we'll bring you back in a few minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Is that a French bulldog?
Yes, it is.
He's super cute. How old is he?
4 months. Definitely still a puppy. He's a major cuddler.
Oh, that's awesome. I would love a cuddler.
His name is Buster.
Hi, Buster. That's my dog over there, Moose.
The big one?
Yeah, that's Moose.
What kind of dog is he?
She, actually. She's a mix of a bunch of different breeds, a total mutt, but more of a protector than a cuddler. Is that a French bulldog? Is that a French bulldog? Is that a French bulldog?
Is that a French bulldog? Okay, something interesting here. I'm hearing the Z sound as being the only sound here. And actually, it's really weak. It almost sounds like a weak S. That's the thing about these voiced consonants. They're considered weak. And so sometimes they're so weak, I feel like there's not even any voice in them. They just sound like a super weak unvoiced sound, or in this case, a super weak S sound. But there's no vowel. Stat. The consonant links right onto the next word. He doesn't reduce it. I'm hearing a TH and an A vowel. And the T is a flap T because it links between two vowels. The article A is pronounced as a schwa. Stata.
Is that a French bulldog?
Is that a French bulldog? French stressed and bull stressed, bulldog, and pitch goes up in the end because it's a yes/no question.
French bulldog? French bulldog? French bulldog?
French, we have the FR cluster, fur, bottom lip is touching the top teeth, and then as soon as it pulls down, the tongue is in position for the R, French bulldog. Now we do have a dark L here. Bulldog. I think the dark L sound is a lot like this sound, so you don't try to make like a vowel and then the dark sound. Just they can blend together. Bulldog.
Bulldog?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Flap T linking the two words together. Yes, it is. So the situation here is two strangers talking in a dog park. So the woman responds with a little bit of a higher pitch than normal, and that can show friendliness and interest. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
He's super cute.
He's super cute. The H, very weak, maybe altogether dropped. You could definitely drop it. He's super cute. He's super cute. I'm not sure if I think I hear a very light H or if I hear no H at all. At any rate, it's certainly unclear.
He's super cute. He's super cute. He's super cute.
We have an ending S, which would be a Z because of the contraction, Z sound, but it links into an S. So I would say he's connecting those words with just a single S sound. He's super cute. He's super cute. So quick E vowel, and then the word super. He's super cute. Super, stress on the first syllable, cute. Also a stress word, super cute.
He's super cute. He's super cute. He's super cute.
This guy that I work with who does this voiceover, I noticed that he's making a stop sound, right? I'm not hearing t, a true T sound, but then there's a little bit of air that comes out. He's super cute. So don't get distressed by that. I think we're going to go ahead and call that a stop T.
He's super cute. He's super cute. He's super cute. How old is he?
How old is he? How old is he? I love this. It's got one peak of stress. How old is he? So old is the stress word, and the unstressed word how sort of goes up towards it. How old? And then is and he sort of fall away from it in pitch. So it's just one up-down shape for this whole sentence. And the Z sound here links right into the E vowel. I don't really hear an H. I think he drops it. How old is he?
How old is he? How old is he? How old is he?
4 months.
4 months. Both stressed, both a little bit longer. 4 months. She is doing the TH shortcut in this word, which is very common. I do it too all the time. It's not a TH, it's just a T sound. Months, months, months. The letter O there makes the as in butter vowel. Months, months. This is very, very common for native speakers to do this with this word. Take the TH and turn it into just a T sound. 4 months.
4 months. 4 months. 4 months. Definitely still a puppy.
Definitely still a puppy. All right, we have a 3-syllable word here. Definitely. Did I say 3? Totally meant 4. What is the stressed syllable there? Listen to just the word.
Definitely. Definitely. Definitely.
Definitely. It's the first syllable that's stressed. Definitely still a little bit of length. A puppy. The article A, unstressed, pronounces the schwa. But let's go back to definitely. Do you notice there's a stop T there in the middle? Because the next sound is an L consonant. So the next letter is a vowel letter E, but it's not a sound. The next sound is L, so that's a stop T. Definitely. Definitely.
Definitely. Definitely. Definitely still a puppy.
Definitely still a puppy. All linked together, all smooth, ending L, linking right into the schwa, schwa linking right into the P sound. Definitely still a puppy.
Definitely still a puppy. Definitely still a puppy. Definitely still a puppy. He's a major cuddler.
He's a major cuddler. Little tiny break between he's and a. He's a major. I think she does that to stress that this dog is really cuddly. He's a major. And the article the letter A article which is pronounced as the schwa, linking right into the word major, and that's stressed. A major cuddler. First syllable stress on both of these words. Major. The letter A here makes the A as in say diphthong. Major. Jur. And then the letter O is schwa. Major. Major. Major cuddler.
He's a major cuddler. He's a major cuddler. He's a major cuddler.
Cuddler. It can be pronounced as 3 syllables. I think I hear her doing that. Cuddler. Da, da, da. I would say cuddler probably, just 2 syllables. Cuddler. Either one works. Just make sure it's the first syllable that's stressed.
Cuddler. Cuddler. Cuddler.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome. Connected, smooth. Oh, that's awesome. Most stressed syllable is the stressed syllable of ah. Awesome. Ah. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome.
No breaks between the words. That's not reduced, but it's unstressed. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. Link the words together.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. I would love a cuddler.
I would love a cuddler. I would love a cuddler. I think that is the stress of that sentence, love, the most stressed. All linked together, would love, ending D sound goes right into the L sound with no break in sound. And then the article A, the schwa sound, links the words love and cuddler together. Love a cuddler.
Would love a cuddler. Would love a cuddler. Would love a cuddler.
So a cuddler, in case that wasn't clear, this is a dog who likes to cuddle. Some dogs and some people like to cuddle and be physically close, and others don't. So this dog loves that. He is a cuddler.
Would love a cuddler. Would love a cuddler. Would love a cuddler.
His name is Buster.
His name is Buster. What's the stress there? Listen to the sentence a few times.
His name is Buster. His name is Buster. His name is Buster.
His name is Buster. Name and bust are the most stressed syllables there, but everything's smooth and linked together. His name is Buster.
His name is Buster. His name is Buster. His name is Buster.
She doesn't reduce his by dropping the H, but it does feel less stressed compared to name. His name. Flatter in pitch.
His name is Buster. His name is Buster. His name is Buster.
Hi, Buster.
Hi, Buster. His pitch goes up a little bit. He's greeting the dog, but then he's also going to point out his dog. So when the pitch goes up, it shows that he's still going to say something else.
Hi, Buster. Hi, Buster. Hi, Buster. That's my dog over there, Moose.
That's my dog over there, Moose. That's my dog. Now he's stressing the possessive pronoun my. It's not absolutely usual to stress that. Usually we would stress nouns or verbs, but he's pointing out his own, the one that belongs to him. So he stresses that. That's my dog over there. A little bit of stress there. And then stress on the word Moose, the name of his dog.
That's my dog over there, Moose. That's my dog over there, Moose. That's my dog over there, Moose.
That's my dog over there. That's my dog over there. All really connected. The G, ending G, linking into the beginning consonant. Beginning vowel, in this case, the O diphthong. Dog over, dog over, dog over.
My dog over, my dog over, my dog over.
TS cluster links right into the M with no break in sound. That's my dog. That's my dog. That's my dog over there.
That's my dog over there. That's my dog over there. That's my dog over there, Moose.
Moose. Here the double O is the U vowel, moose. This, of course, is the name of a kind of animal, totally different from a dog, but very big. Moose.
Moose. Moose. Moose.
The big one?
The big one? What's the most stressed word there?
The big one? The big one? The big one?
The big one? Definitely big is the most stressed, and the pitch goes up in the end because it's a yes-no question. All linked together. All smoothly connected.
The big one? The big one? The big one?
Yeah, that's Moose.
Yeah, that's Moose. Yeah. Yeah. That's Moose. Stress again on the name Moose. Yeah, that's Moose.
Yeah, that's Moose. Yeah, that's Moose. Yeah, that's Moose.
All smoothly connected. All three of the words in that thought group, smoothly connected.
Yeah, that's Moose. Yeah, that's Moose. Yeah, that's Moose.
What kind of dog is he?
What do you hear as the most stressed words there?
What kind of dog is he? What kind of dog is he? What kind of dog is he?
What kind of dog is he? I hear kind, dog, and he as the most stressed words there. So the other words are less stressed. They're lower in pitch. What kind? What kind? We have a stop T in the word what. What kind of dog? Of. She doesn't drop the V sound, but the vowel is the schwa.
What kind of dog is he? What kind of dog is he? What kind of dog is he?
Kind of dog. And everything is smoothly connected, links together, no breaks, no skips in pitch.
What kind of dog? What kind of dog? What kind of dog is he?
She actually.
She actually. She, really stressing she, and they both link together. Ack has a little bit of stress. But the woman was wrongly assuming that the dog was male. The dog is female. So he's correcting her. She actually.
She actually. She actually. She actually.
Actually. This word can be pronounced two ways, as 4 syllables, actually, or 3, actually. He is pronouncing it as 4 syllables, actually. She actually. Listen again.
She actually. She actually. She actually. She's a mix of a bunch of different breeds.
She's a mix of a bunch of different breeds. What's stress there?
She's a mix of a bunch of different breeds. She's a mix of a bunch of different breeds. She's a mix of a bunch of different breeds.
She's a mix of a bunch of different breeds. Those are what I hear as being the most stress words there. Bunch is the peak, I would say. So she's a flatter, lower in pitch. She's a mix. Da-da-da. She's a mix.
She's a mix. She's a mix. She's a mix of a bunch of different breeds.
Of a. I would write that schwa V linking into the schwa. Of a. Mix of a. Mix of a. Mix of a bunch.
A mix of a bunch. A mix of a bunch. A mix of a bunch of different breeds.
Buncha. Now, I'm kind of having a hard time deciding if I think I hear a V here or not. I think maybe I do super light, but he could have definitely dropped it. Of could always just be the schwa, buncha. And with bunch, I think it's even more common, bunch of, to drop the V sound and make it buncha, buncha, a bunch of different. But he might be doing a really light V there. Bunch of different, bunch of bunch of different breeds.
Bunch of different breeds. Bunch of different breeds. Bunch of different breeds.
Different. Most people will make that 2 syllables. Different. That's what he does. Different, different. Different breeds.
Different breeds. Different breeds. Different breeds.
Different breeds. Different breeds. Little stop sound there. Different breeds. Different breeds.
Different breeds. Different breeds. Different breeds. A total mutt.
A total mutt. A total mutt. Toe and mutt, get the stress there. Everything links together smoothly.
A total mutt. A total mutt. A total mutt.
Starts out with a true T. It's a stress syllable, stress word. A T sound at the beginning of a word or syllable that's stressed is almost always a true T. Total. So this T doesn't begin a stressed syllable, does come between 2 vowels. It's a flap T. Total, total.
A total. A total. A total mutt.
A total mutt. And he does that thing again where he's like releasing air, but it's not really a crisp true T. I'm not even sure how to write that. It could be a stop T. It could be a true T. You can choose what you want to do. I think it's more of a stop with a release of air that doesn't involve the crispness of a true T. A total mutt.
A total mutt. A total mutt. A total mutt. But more of a protector than a cuddler.
What are our stressed words here?
But more of a protector than a cuddler. But more of a protector than a cuddler. But more of a protector than a cuddler.
But more of a protector than a cuddler. I think protector is the most stressed there. More and cud also have some length, also have some stress. But, of a, than a. All 3 of those little utterances are flatter in pitch. But, stop T. But more.
But more. But more. But more.
You know, as I listen to it on a loop, which it's interesting, even I do that sometimes to hear more precisely. So I really hope you guys are doing that with the soundboards. I might hear the T as being dropped. B'more, b'more, b'more. Instead of a little stop. B'more, b'more of a. So it's just like a really quick B schwa before the M sound. B'more of a.
But more of a. But more of a. But more of a.
More of a. Does say the V sound here, links it into the schwa of a. And again, those are flat. Those are not stressed.
But more of a. But more of a. But more of a protector than a cuddler.
The word than, I hear that more as than a. Unstressed, flatter in pitch. Linked together.
Than a cuddler. Than a cuddler. Than a cuddler.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Is that a French bulldog?
Yes, it is.
He's super cute. How old is he?
4 months. Definitely still a puppy. He's a major cuddler.
Oh, that's awesome. I would love a cuddler.
His name is Buster.
Hi, Buster. That's my dog over there, Moose.
The big one?
Yeah, that's Moose.
What kind of dog is he?
She, actually. She's a mix of a bunch of different breeds, a total mutt. But more of a protector than a cuddler.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hi, Grandma.
Oh, hello, Sam. It's so good to see you.
It's good to see you too. How are you feeling?
I feel better.
That's good.
They're keeping me overnight for observation.
That's what I heard. You mind if I stay with you?
Not at all. That's very kind of you.
You're okay?
Yes, they did some tests. It was just dehydration.
That's good news. Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma. It's interesting because the same month that I'm putting this one in the academy, I'm putting in a reel where it's called Around the Campfire, and I'm with my dad, and I'm calling him Grandpa. And when I do that, I drop the D, but I keep the N. But in Grandma, it's more common to drop the N as well. Grandma, Grandma. So we have the A vowel followed by M. And when we do that, we relax the back of the tongue and we get an kind of sound in between. Grandma. Grandma.
Grandma. Grandma. Hi, Grandma.
They both have a little bit of an up-down shape. Hi, hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, Grandma. Hi, Grandma.
Oh, hello, Sam. It's so good to see you.
Then we have one thought group. Oh, hello. So she really holds on to the word oh. Oh, up, down shape. Oh.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, Sam.
Oh, hello, Sam. Hello, hello. So she puts first syllable stress. Usually we would hear that as hello. Hello, Sam. Hello, second syllable stress. But definitely you will hear it first syllable stress too. If you're like, what do I do? Just go ahead and do second syllable. It's more standard. Oh, hello. But while you're working with this audio, imitate it the way she does it because we are practicing working on imitating exactly what we hear.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, Sam. It's so good to see you.
So then we have Sam, a little bit of stress. Sam, it's so good to see you. So and see, stressed.
Sam, it's so good to see you. Sam, it's so good to see you. Sam, it's so good to see you.
And just like Graham, Sam has that A vowel, M sound combination. Sam.
Sam, 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 it's so good to see you.
It's so good to see you. It's so. Those two words are connecting with a single letter S. Did you notice that? It's so.
It's so good. It's so good. It's so good to see you.
Good to see. Good. What's happening here? So when we have a word that ends in a D before the word to, it is common to drop the T, and that's what's happening here. Good.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see. Good to see. Good to see. Dropped T.
Good to see. Good to see. So good to see you.
So good to see you. So good to see you. Beautiful music there.
So good to see you. So good to see you. So good to see you.
It's good to see you too. How are you feeling?
So he kind of puts these together as one single thought group. What do you feel as the most stressed words?
It's good to see you too. How are you feeling? It's good to see you too. How are you feeling? It's good to see you too. How are you feeling?
It's good to see you too. How are you feeling? It's good to see you too. How are you feeling? Now we do have some interesting reductions. What's happening with those?
It's good to see you too. How are you feeling? It's good to see you too. How are you feeling? It's good to see you too. How are you feeling?
It's good. It's good. Do you notice that right from the beginning, there's no vowel in that word? And that is not uncommon to take it's, that's, what's,
and just make a TS sound. It's good. It's good. Attach that TS sound to the next word. It's good.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's good to see you.
Now we have another good to. What happens to that T? Is it dropped? Let's listen.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's good to see you.
It is dropped, and the vowel reduces to the schwa. Good, good, good.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's good to see you too.
This word to, a different word, has two O's, and this one always has a true T. We don't ever reduce that. Well, never say never, but certainly not the way we work with to, that word to, reducing it all the time. This word to, true T plus the U vowel.
See you too. See you too. See you too. How are you feeling?
How are you feeling? How are you feeling? R and U, very low in pitch, flat, unstressed. The word R reduced, just schwa R sounds. You. How are you? How are you feeling?
How are you feeling? How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I feel better.
I feel better. I am bad. Both the most stressed there. I feel better.
I feel better. I feel better. I feel better.
And her pitch does go up a little bit at the end. I feel better. Now, it's not a question, but, every once in a while this kind of thing does happen. It's a statement, but the intonation goes up a little bit at the end. She very easily could have made that go down. I feel better. And that also would have sounded totally normal.
I feel better. I feel better. I feel better.
Did you notice that the L is pretty weak here? I feel. Definitely she's not lifting her tongue tip. That's a dark L because it comes after the vowel in the syllable. And her dark sound, I would say, is a little bit weak. Feel. Hers is more like feel. I mean, it's definitely, I know exactly what she's saying. We've just said, how are you feeling? We've just used that word. So it makes sense that it would be a little bit less clear because now that's not what's important. What's important is the answer, which is the word better. But if you're listening to this audio and you're thinking, man, I don't hear an L, that's why, because it's a dark L and she doesn't spend much time with the dark sound. Now, when you are practicing this, please make sure you do not lift your tongue tip. That is a habit we have to start really getting into with the dark L.
I feel better. I feel better. I feel better.
Now the L up here in feeling, also a dark L, also comes after the vowel in that syllable, but it's a little bit clearer. Feeling. Now I want to say there, I am also not lifting my tongue tip, and I bet he's not either. So we do, for clarity, I would say you can think about lifting your tongue tip when the next sound is a vowel. It is a vowel here. Feeling. You could lift your tongue tip, but most Americans still won't do that most of the time. Now, if it's a new word, rather than just the next syllable in the same word, if it's a new word that begins with a vowel, then we might be more likely to. But we can still define that dark L well without lifting our tongue tip.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Feeling. So part of my tongue is lifting closer to the roof of the mouth to give it a little bit more definition, but it's not my tongue tip. My tongue tip stays down. Feeling.
How are you feeling?
How are you feeling? Feeling. See if you can do that in the soundboard. Go to it in slow motion, these two phrases, and see if you can work on that dark L with the tongue tip down.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I feel better.
That's good.
Two-word thought group, what's stressed?
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Good. That's good. That's good. The word that's less clear, lower in pitch. The TH is pretty unclear. That's.
I don't think he brings the tongue tip through for that. That's good.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
They're keeping me overnight for observation.
What are the most stressed syllables in this thought group? Let's listen.
They're keeping me overnight for observation. They're keeping me overnight for observation. They're keeping me overnight for observation.
They're keeping me overnight for observation. A little bit of secondary stress on ob, but most stress on observation. What about the contraction they are? How's that pronounced?
They're keeping. There.
Said really quickly, there. Again, I don't think she's bringing her tongue tip through the teeth here. When the TH is voiced as it is in that and as it is in there, and it's in an unstressed word, it's pretty common to make our little shortcut with this sound, which is tongue tip doesn't come through the teeth. It touches the backs of the teeth. There. Do you hear how flat and pitched that is? It's not stressed. It's definitely unstressed. There. They're keeping.
They're keeping me overnight for observation.
Keeping me, ing me, lower in pitch, ing me over. Even the next two syllables lower in pitch compared to the stressed syllable of night. Keeping me overnight. Stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. This is the word for, which is reduced. Do you hear it? It's reduced to schwa R from aw R for observation.
For observation.
The letter S in the word observation is a Z sound. It's very weak. Z. It's so weak that it might sound like an S. Just don't make it a strong S. Observation. That doesn't sound right. Make sure it's a really weak sound. And try to make it a weak Z. I hear her doing it more as a weak S. This happens as we make these voiced sounds that are weak, is sometimes they're so weak that we lose the voice in them. And that's what's happening here. But I just want to point it out, especially for my Spanish speakers. They tend to make every S an S, even when it is a Z, and it's a very strong S. So keep in mind, this should be a Z, so that is a weak sound. Observation.
That's what I heard.
Forward thought group. What's stressed?
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
That's what I heard. That's heard. First word and last word. That's what I heard. So the two words in between, flatter in pitch. What I. Those words link together with a flap T. That's what I heard. Da. All really smooth, no jumps or skips.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. You mind if I stay with you?
What are our most stressed words in the next thought group?
You mind if I stay with you? You mind if I stay with you? You mind if I stay with you?
You mind if I stay with you? And pitch goes up. It's a yes/no question. Also, the word do is dropped, but that's what makes it work grammatically. Do you mind? It's totally fine to drop that in conversational English.
You mind if I stay with you? You mind if I stay with you? You mind if I stay with you?
Mind if I. The D sound links lightly into the I vowel, and if and I are flat, lower in pitch.
You mind if I? You mind if I? You mind if I?
Mind if I. So no reductions, but everything does link together very smoothly.
You mind if I? You mind if I? You mind if I stay with you?
Not at all. That's very kind of you.
Not at all. Not at all. Not and all are stressed, and the voice is higher in pitch.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
It's got a different quality to it. She wants to put him at ease. Not at all. It's like saying, no way, I do not mind. I would love you to stay.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all.
Not it, flap T, linking those two words together. But I don't hear at all. I don't hear a flap T there. I hear a stop. What? It also comes between two vowels. Why is that? Well, sometimes we will not link the word into the word before if we want to stress it. So she's able to stress the word all even more by not linking it in, by putting a stop T instead. Not at all. All. That little lift brings more stress to that word. Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. That's very kind of you.
Then what's our most stressed word in this thought group?
That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you.
That's very kind of you. Ver is the peak of stress there. That leads up to it. That's very kind of you.
That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you.
Kind of you, kind of you, kind of you. So the D sound links lightly into the schwa, kind of. It's not of with jaw drop, but of the schwa. And she does keep the V sound. Sometimes we drop the V and of. She doesn't. That's fine. View. The V sound goes right into the U diphthong of you. Kind of you.
Kind of you. Kind of you. Kind of you.
You're okay?
You're okay? You're okay? So we have the pitch going up the whole time. You're okay? And I do think there's a little bit of a curve at the beginning. I do feel that there's a little bit of stress there. I find you're okay? You're okay? You're okay? I find that as I'm thinking about the stress, I want to sort of move my head on that, and that is a sign of stress to me. You're okay? And pitch goes up. It's a yes/no question. So even though I'm saying you're has a little bit of a stress feel to it, the sounds are still reduced. You're. Not your, but you're.
You're okay? You're okay? You're okay?
Yes.
Yes. And she puts a little break to make that its own thought group, single word, single syllable, up, down shape. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. They did some tests.
They did some tests. Then we have 4 words, second and fourth are stressed. Da, 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 da. They did some tests. And notice she does pronounce all sounds there in that cluster. That's S-T-S. Try that. The way to do it is think of making an S, and then lift your tongue tip and bring it back down. So the tongue tip goes to the roof of the mouth and comes right back down. So it's an S with that little interruption, and that little interruption makes the stop for the T. Tests.
They did some tests. They did some tests. They did some tests.
They did some tests. And tests starts with a true T because that's a T beginning a stressed word. That's a true T. They did some tests. They and some lower in pitch, unstressed.
They did some tests. They did some tests. They did some tests. It was just dehydration.
It was just dehydration. So the word just, stressed, it was just dehydration.
It was just dehydration. It was just dehydration. It was just dehydration.
The words it was, stop T and schwa and the word was. So these 2 words said really quickly, try this. It was
just dehydration.
Now we have S, T, and D. So often we drop the T in just when it's followed by a word that begins with a consonant. What do you hear here?
It was just dehydration. It was just dehydration. It was just dehydration.
It was just dehydration. It was just dehydration. So I think we can think of it as being totally dropped. It was just dehydration. There's a little bit of a lift, kind of, which you could think, well, maybe that is a stop T, but it's the same stop that we make for the D, dehydration, just dehydration. So I think we can just think of that T as being dropped. It was just dehydration.
It was just dehydration. It was just dehydration. It was just dehydration.
Dehydration. And I notice in dehydration, we so often make that a JR sound, dration, but she doesn't do that j. She does make it a duration. Just something to think about, to notice. I would definitely say this word with a J sound. I tend to do this DR to JR switch all the time. Dehydration, instead of a clean D. To me, it's just a little bit simpler. Dehydration. And it's certainly very common.
Dehydration. Dehydration. Dehydration.
4-syllable word, 3rd syllable stress, dehydration, dehydration.
Dehydration. Dehydration. Dehydration.
That's good news.
3-word thought group, that's. The word that's unstressed, less clear. That's good news. And good and news, both more stressed.
That's good news. That's good news. That's good news.
Let's listen to just the word that's.
That's.
Do you hear that the voiced TH there is totally dropped? I just hear it as a quick ats. Not full vocal cord engagement. It's just a little bit popcorny. It's low in volume. Unstressed, reduced word.
That's good news.
Good news. Good news. And then the voice is more fully engaged on those 2 stressed words.
That's good news. That's good news. That's good news.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Hi, Grandma.
Oh, hello, Sam. It's so good to see you.
It's good to see you too. How are you feeling?
I feel better.
That's good.
They're keeping me overnight for observation.
That's what I heard. You mind if I stay with you?
Not at all. That's very kind of you.
You're okay?
Yes, they did some tests. It was just dehydration.
That's good news.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat.
Of course, let me just move my bag.
Thank you.
Sure. Are you traveling home or leaving home?
I'm leaving. I'm meeting some old friends in Toronto for a long weekend.
That sounds great.
Yeah, we always try to meet up at least once a year. How about you?
I'm heading home. I was here on business.
Oh, did things go well?
They did. I really enjoyed your city. Had some fabulous meals out, too.
Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat.
What are our stress syllables here?
Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat. Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat. Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat.
Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat. Those are the 4 syllables I hear as being the most stressed here. And I'm smiling as I am working on this because I just took a flight last week, and David and I bought the cheap seats that weren't assigned, so we weren't sitting next to each other. So it ended up working out well to switch with somebody so that we could sit by each other. But I'm sitting here going over this exercise thinking that would be a good conversation too. How do you ask somebody to change seats with you on the plane? But anyway, when you come into a plane, usually if someone's blocking you to your seat, you say something to them like, that's my seat, or I'm here, or I'm 34D, or I'm sitting beside you in the window seat. Now, what does it mean to add I think I'm? Like, this person definitely knows what seat they're in. Why do they say I think? I think it's just a way to make it sound friendlier, more inviting, less of a statement, less of like a move, and more of like a excuse me kind of tone.
Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat. Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat. Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat.
But just try excuse me, and try to make that little 2-word phrase super smooth. Think of it as a 3-syllable word with stress on the middle syllable. Excuse me. The X here, the letter X, is making 2 sounds, K and S. Excuse me. And the letter C is also making a K. So we have K, S, K. Excuse me. Also note the letter S here makes a Z sound. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat.
I think I'm sitting beside you. So I think this is a little tricky with that unvoiced TH. Try your best, slow it down use the slow motion audio in the soundboard. Try to really get yourself to bring your tongue tip through smoothly, softly. I think. We don't want it to sound like I sink, but I think. I think I'm sitting beside you. So flap T in sitting comes between 2 vowels. I think I'm sitting beside. And all of these words link together really smoothly. We have this up, down, I think I'm sitting beside. And we want that smoothness and that connection.
I think I'm sitting beside you. I think I'm sitting beside you. I think I'm sitting beside you.
And we have an ending D followed by the word you. And I do think I'm hearing that combine into a light J sound, beside you. Beside you. That happens a lot when a word ends in a D and the next word is you.
Beside you in the window seat.
And then we finish with in the window seat. So the energy goes up to win and then it falls away. In the window seat. And he does a light release of the true T there. Wouldn't have to, could have done a stop T.
In the window seat.
Of course, let me just move my bag.
Of course. 2-word thought group, 2-syllable thought group
Which is stressed? Is it of or is it course?
Of course. Of course. Of course.
Of course. The peak of stress happens on course. Of course. Of course. And then it smoothly glides down.
Of course. Of course. Of course. Let me just move my bag.
And what about the stress here? Let me just move my bag. Listen to it on a loop.
Let me just move my bag. Let me just move my bag. Let me just move my bag.
It's got a nice rhythm, doesn't it? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I love just feeling the music in the speech. So as you work on this phrase, think of that music.
Let me just move my bag. Let me just move my bag. Let me just move my bag.
Let me just. So let me, she does a little stop T here. Let me, sometimes you would hear that as lemmy with no T whatsoever, but she does do a stop T, also a very common pronunciation. Let me just. Now the word just, we have an ST cluster followed by a consonant. She drops that T. That's so common. Just move. So it's just the S sound into the M consonant. Just move.
Let me just move. Let me just move. Let me just move my bag.
Then we have another quick low my, unstressed, before bag. So we have move is stressed, then unstressed, then stressed. Move my bag. It's really different from move my bag, where they would all be stressed. Move my bag. That important give and take in American English.
Move my bag. Move my bag. Move my bag.
Thank you.
Okay, a 2-word thought group. What is stressed? Which word?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
If you guessed thank, you're right. Thank you. Thank you. Peak of stress is on thank, and then you falls down in pitch coming off of that peak. Now, thank. I want to make sure that you're imitating what you hear and not thinking about the sounds. So in IPA, it would be written a plus ng. And if you've seen many of my videos, you know, if you've heard me talk about this before, then you know that that actually changes. What you see in IPA isn't really how it's pronounced. When that vowel is followed by the NG consonant, it's really more like the A diphthong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Up, down shape, single word thought group. This word can be pronounced a couple different ways. You'll also hear sure. That's how I usually say it. And you might even hear sure.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
So her pronunciation was more like this. Sure. But you'll also hear sure. And you'll sometimes even hear sure.
Sure. Sure. Sure. Are you traveling home or leaving home?
So now they've talked about what they need to, helping this guy get to his seat, and now she's starting a conversation with him. And when you're flying, you're generally either going to or leaving home, so that's the question. What's the stress here?
Are you traveling home or leaving home? Are you traveling home or leaving home? Are you traveling home or leaving home?
Traveling home, and pitch goes up because she's going to keep going, or leaving home, and pitch goes down here because it's the end of the statement, end of the thought group. Traveling, I do hear a light CH there. And remember, if you do make that change, don't drop the R. Some of my students have done that before, and then it's traveling, but it's not, it's traveling. Traveling.
Traveling. Traveling. Traveling.
First syllable stress, try to simplify the last 2 syllables, traveling. Now this is a dark L because it's part of this syllable. However, since the next sound is a vowel, I think you can lift your tongue tip, make that to help define the change in the syllables. Traveling. Vling. Try to simplify those 2 syllables.
Traveling. Traveling home or leaving home?
The word or becomes reduced. Traveling home or leaving home. Home with the O as in no diphthong.
Traveling home or leaving home? Traveling home or leaving home? Traveling home or leaving home?
I'm leaving.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. A little bit of stress on I'm, and then more stress on leave. I'm leaving.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm meeting some old friends in Toronto for a long weekend.
I'm meeting, some stress there. I'm meeting some old friends in Toronto for a long weekend. So a couple words there with some more stress. Meeting, friends, Toronto, long, and weekend.
I'm meeting some old friends in Toronto for a long weekend. I'm meeting some old friends in Toronto for a long weekend. I'm meeting some old friends in Toronto for a long weekend.
Let's look at how things link together. We have an ending M, beginning M. You know that links together with a single M. I'm meeting. I'm meeting. And note the flap T there. I'm meeting.
I'm meeting some old friends in Toronto for a long weekend.
Then we have the word some and the word old, both unstressed, lower in pitch. The word some, I would actually say that reduces. I would write it with a schwa. Some old. Now this is an adjective. That's a content word. It can be stressed, but it's not really compared to friends in this sentence. Some old friends. So simplify that as you do it. Old.
Some old friends.
Friends. You might notice there's no D sound here. Friends. You can just go right from the N to the light Z sound. Friends. Don't worry about a D. That gets dropped in this word because it's between two other consonants and it's just what we do with this word. Some old friends. Then the Z sound links into the I vowel. Some old friends in.
Some old friends in Toronto for a long weekend.
Okay, now the word Toronto. Oh, this is a great word. We do a couple interesting things with it. So the TR cluster is often a CHR, but this isn't a cluster. There's a vowel in between. Toronto. However, it's often dropped and a CH sound does come out. Toronto. So even though you might put a schwa in there a little bit, Toronto. It ends up sounding like a CH.
Toronto.
Now I think I probably pronounce it more like Toronto, Toronto. But I was watching a news clip of someone who lived in Toronto. It was the newscaster, the weather forecaster, and he was talking about it and he said Toronto. Definitely dropping the first syllable and making a CH sound. Toronto. Now the other thing that happens is we drop this T because it's followed by an N. So you might hear no T sounds in this word.
Toronto for a long weekend.
The word for, reduced, fur, links into the schwa for a long weekend.
For a long weekend.
And weekend, 2-syllable word, first syllable stress.
Weekend.
That sounds great.
3-word thought group, 3 syllables. What sounds stressed to you?
That sounds great.
I'm hearing that and great as the most stress. That sounds great. And it's interesting, because sounds is a verb, right? It's a content word. But I've said it before. We have content words and function words, and they're a guide to what you might stress in a sentence. But often, especially in longer sentences, you'll find that not every content word is stressed. Some take on a little bit more of an unstressed feeling as other content words end up being more important. In this case, that, meaning the reference of what this person has just said, and great were more important than sounds. That sounds great.
That sounds great.
And we have a stop T at the end of that. And then she makes a true T release at the end of great. She wouldn't have to. She could have also done a stop T there.
That sounds great. That sounds great. That sounds great.
Yeah, we always try to meet up at least once a year.
So we have quite a few stressed syllables here. Yeah, we always try and meet up at least once a year. So quite a few stress syllables. Always, the stress syllable on always, a little bit less than the others perhaps. Everything very smooth and connected. What about reductions?
Yeah, we always try to meet up at least once a year. Yeah, we always try to meet up at least once a year. Yeah, we always try to meet up at least once a year.
Now, I'm noticing that the word and, which was written here, that makes sense grammatically, is actually not what was said. The word that was said was to, which also makes sense grammatically. Either one of those works. But how is to pronounced?
Yeah, we always try to meet up. Yeah, we always try to meet up. Yeah, we always try to meet up.
Trita. Trita. That was turned into a flap T. And then definitely the schwa. Trita, trita, trita. I'm hearing that the the TR in this stressed word actually came out as a CHR. Trita, trita. Just do those two words together. Trita, trita.
Try to.
Also back here, the word we was unstressed. It doesn't reduce, but it was unstressed. Yeah, we always. So in this first 6 syllables, we have a pattern of stressed and then unstressed. Yeah, we always try to. And then we have meet and up.
Yeah, we always try to meet up. Yeah, we always try to meet up. Yeah, we always try to meet up.
And they both have a bit of a stressed feeling, I would say. Meet up. And they link together with a flap T. Meet up, meet up.
Meet up, meet up, meet up at least once a year.
At least. 2 unstressed words and the word at is reduced. It's got the schwa. It has a stop T. At least. The word least doesn't reduce. We don't change any sounds, but it's flatter in pitch, lower in pitch, in the same line as at. At least.
At least once a year.
And then we have once a year, stressed, unstressed, stressed. Once a year.
Once a year. Once a year. Once a year.
Try to copy all of this, linking this quality. It might feel lazy. It might feel too smooth. It might feel unclear, undefined. Try to do that. That's what he does. That's what sounds natural in American English.
Once a year. Once a year. Once a year.
Once a year. This little 3-word section linked together with a single schwa. Once a year. Make that schwa very fast compared to once and year.
Once a year. Once a year. Once a year. How about you?
What about the stress in this 3-word thought group?
How about you? How about you? How about you?
How about you? How and you both have stress. What do you notice about this unstressed word about here? He drops the schwa. He drops the first syllable. That does happen sometimes. How about? How about? How about you?
How about you? How about you? How about you?
Make sure when you're working with the soundboard that you're copying what you hear, not what you think the word should be. So make sure that you are copying that dropped schwa in about. How about? How about? How about you?
How about you? How about you? How about you?
Also notice there's a stop T here. It's not connected with a CH, which sometimes happens with an ending T connecting to you. How about? How about? How about you?
How about you? How about you? How about you?
I'm heading home.
3-word thought group. What's the stress?
I'm heading home. I'm heading home. I'm heading home.
I'm heading home. Stress on head and home. I'm heading home. Very smoothly connected. I'm heading home. I would say the word I'm is a little bit longer than maybe a normal unstressed word, but it still doesn't really have that up-down shape of stress. I'm he. It builds up to the peak of stress on he. I'm heading home.
I'm heading home. I'm heading home. I'm heading home. I was here on business.
What about the stress in this thought group?
I was here on business. I was here on business. I was here on business.
I'm hearing 3 stressed syllables. I was here on business. So it's a 6-syllable phrase and it has the pattern stressed, unstressed, stressed, unstressed, stressed, unstressed. I was here on business. All smoothly connected, no skips in the pitch. The word was reduced. It's not was, it's was. I was here on, ending R links into vowel, here on business. Now let's listen to that word business.
I was here on business. I was here on business. I was here on business.
It might look like 3 syllables, business, but it's not. We don't pronounce any kind of middle syllable here. Business. Also, the letter U here makes the I as in sit vowel, and the letter S makes the Z consonant. Business. This is also an I in the unstressed syllable, but the ending double S is an S. Business. Really try to make that first syllable longer with that up-down shape and make that second syllable really short. Business.
Oh, did things go well?
So he's being friendly. She's said that she was visiting for business and he's asking a question about it. He's continuing the conversation. What's the stress here?
Oh, did things go well? Oh, did things go well? Oh, did things go well?
We're always thinking about the peak of pitch, the shape, the feeling. Oh, did things go well? Stress, and it goes up at the end. It's a yes/no question. Oh, did things go well? Smoothly connected. No reductions here.
Oh, did things go well? Oh, did things go well? Oh, did things go well?
I do want to point out the ending L here is a dark L. Comes after the vowel in that syllable. Well. And when I make that, I don't lift my tongue tip. If you lift your tongue tip, it might make you focus too much on that, which would make it sound too much in the front. Keep your tongue tip down so that you have to focus on the back.
Oh, did things go well? Oh, did things go well? Oh, did things go well?
They did.
They did. So she's giving a positive response. She's cheery. Her voice is high. She's being friendly. They did. And the peak of stress is did. The word they, the energy goes up towards that peak. They did.
They did. They did. They did. I really enjoyed your city.
What's the most stressed word in this little thought group?
I really enjoyed your city. I really enjoyed your city. I really enjoyed your city.
Really, she's stressing that. I really enjoyed, some stress there, your city, some stress there as well, but most stress on really. I really, and all of that is smoothly connected.
I really enjoyed your city. I really enjoyed your city. I really enjoyed your city.
I really enjoyed your city. Did you notice the reduction of your? It wasn't your, it was your. That allows her to say it more quickly, so it's more of a valley, less important, less clear than those stressed syllables around it.
Your city. Your city. Your city.
The ED ending in enjoyed adds just a D sound, no extra syllable. Enjoyed. Enjoyed.
Enjoyed your city. Had some fabulous meals out, too.
What about stress here? What's the most stressed word?
Had some fabulous meals out, too. Had some fabulous meals out, too. Had some fabulous meals out, too.
I think it's probably fabulous. Had some fabulous. So had and some lead up to that peak. Had some fabulous. And then the unstressed syllables fall away from that. Had some fabulous meals. That has a little up down shape. Meals out too. And then all three of those ending words have a little bit of stress.
Had some fabulous meals out too. Had some fabulous meals out too. Had some fabulous meals out too.
Fabulous, fabulous. To stress a word like this, you can hold on to the beginning consonant a little bit. Fabulous, fabia, ya. The Y consonant schwa in that unstressed syllable, ya, lus. So make those two syllables really simple. Yulus, yulus, yulus. Fabulous, fabulous meals out too.
Fabulous meals out too. Fabulous meals out too. Fabulous meals out too.
Okay, I want to talk about this word meals. M consonant, E vowel, L consonant, Z sound. Now, she says it like this. M consonant, more like an I vowel, LZ, mills. That's not standard. I'm not quite sure. I think she might be Canadian. I wouldn't say that this is like a standard Canadian thing, but that might be why it sounds a little bit different. Mills. In American English, we would definitely do something more like meals, 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 but definitely feel free to imitate her as you're imitating. Mills, mills. Fabulous meals out too.
Fabulous meals out too. Fabulous meals out too. Fabulous meals out too.
And the ending Z sound links into the vowel. In this case, it's a diphthong. It's the ow as in now diphthong. Ow, ow. Now here we have an ending T and a beginning T. Let's listen to how that is handled.
Meals out too. Meals out too. Meals out too.
I would say she does a little bit of a lift. So really this one's like a stop T at the end of a thought. And then this is a true T beginning a stressed syllable, a stressed word. Out too.
Meals out too. Meals out too. Meals out too.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Excuse me, I think I'm sitting beside you in the window seat.
Of course, let me just move my bag.
Thank you.
Sure. Are you traveling home or leaving home?
I'm leaving. I'm meeting some old friends in Toronto for a long weekend.
That sounds great.
Yeah, we always try to meet up at least once a year. How about you?
I'm heading home. I was here on business.
Oh, did things go well?
They did. I really enjoyed your city. Had some fabulous meals out, too.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
What can I get for you?
I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine and a Long Island iced tea.
Would you like our Merlot or Cabernet Sauvignon?
The Cabernet would be great.
Okay, that comes to $26.
Do you take American Express?
Sure. You want to keep the card open?
No thanks, I'll just pay now.
You got it. Just give me a second. What can I get for you?
What's the stress of this first thought group?
What can I get for you? What can I get for you? What can I get for you?
What and get are the two most stressed words there. What can I get for you? Now let's look at can and I. How are those pronounced?
What can I? What can I? What can I?
What can I? What can I? Can I? Can I? Can I? The word can is reduced. Can. Because the main verb is get. Can I? Can I? Can I? And we do have a stop T here. What can I? What can I get?
What can I get? What can I get? What can I get for you?
What can I get for you? For you. So he doesn't reduce the word for ya, but he does reduce the word you to ya.
For you. For you. For you.
So the word for almost always reduced. He didn't do it. It's probably because he reduced the word you, but it would sound also totally natural, and it would be more common to reduce for. What can I get for you? For. So he said for ya, but you could say for you. Or you could even reduce both for ya. What can I get for you?
What can I get for you? What can I get for you? What can I get for you?
So any of these are totally natural, good ways to deliver this sentence. The one he chose, probably not the most common, but that's okay. Sounds totally normal.
What can I get for you? What can I get for you? What can I get for you?
I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine.
So she breaks up the thought group here, but do you notice how her pitch goes up? Wine. And that's because she's going to keep going. She's not done with her order.
I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine. I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine. I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine.
The word I'll a little bit longer than normal as she thinks I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine. 2 glasses of your house red wine. So house and wine, more stress there. Also the amount too. I'll have 2 glasses of your. So glasses of your. Less stressed. Lower in pitch, flatter.
I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine. I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine. I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine.
Of your. I would write of with the schwa and the V. I don't believe she drops the V sound. And then I do hear that your reduction to your. Glasses of your house red wine. So house red wine means whatever that restaurant is, they have a particular wine or sometimes 2 or 3 that they select as their house wines, which tend to be a little bit less expensive than some of the other wines on the menu.
I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine. I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine. I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine and a Long Island iced tea.
What about stress in this next thought group?
And a Long Island iced tea. And a Long Island iced tea. And a Long Island iced tea.
And. So the D is dropped. That's so common. But she does make this word a little bit longer. Again, just like up here with I'll, because she's thinking. And a Long Island iced tea. The word just a schwa said quickly. And then she really stresses the name of the drink.
And a Long Island iced tea. And a Long Island iced tea. And a Long Island iced tea.
A long, up-down shape, a Long Island. Stress on the first syllable there. Iced tea. So 4 stressed syllables. Notice the S, the letter S is silent here. The stressed syllable is just the I diphthong. Island. So because the next syllable starts with the L, this is a light L. You do lift your tongue tip for that.
A Long Island iced tea. A Long Island iced tea. A Long Island iced tea.
A Long Island ice. Okay, notice the D was dropped here. Island ice. We often drop the T after N, and sometimes we drop the D after N too. That's what she's done here. A Long Island iced tea. Now, the word iced, it's the I diphthong. Iced. And then the ED ending is a T. The word T begins with a true T. So these two words combine and they link with a single true T. Iced tea.
Iced tea. Iced tea. Iced tea.
Would you like our Merlot or Cabernet Sauvignon?
So apparently this restaurant has two red wines that are house wines. So he needs to clarify. Would you like our Merlot or Cabernet Sauvignon? All right, so these are French words. And when we say the names of wines or other drinks or foods that are common in the US, we tend to Americanize them somewhat. So we don't say the T, which would be normal in American English, but we also don't really have a French accent when we say that. We do the American R. Same with Cabernet and Sauvignon. So we drop the T in both of those because we are following the French pronunciation rule there. But in general, it has that American feel and not a French feel. It's got that relaxed placement, and a lot of the sounds are American. Well, all of the sounds are American. We haven't changed the sounds to like the French R, for example.
Would you like our Merlot or Cabernet Sauvignon? Would you like our Merlot or Cabernet Sauvignon? Would you like our Merlot or Cabernet Sauvignon?
Let's talk about the beginning here. Would you like? How are those three words pronounced?
Would you like? Would you like? Would you like?
Would you like? Would you like? I hear a J sound linking the two words. J. That's common when a word ends in D and the next word is U. Would you? Would you?
Would you? Would you? Would you like our Merlot?
I would say this word sounds like a lot like, well, actually just like this word, R. Said quickly, R. Would you like our? Would you like our? Would you like our Merlot?
Would you like our Merlot? Would you like our Merlot? Would you like our Merlot?
Merlot. So in the unstressed syllable here, it's M and then schwa R, mer. Try to keep that simple, Merlot. And this is a light L because it begins the syllable. Merlot ends with the O diphthong. T is silent.
Merlot or Cabernet Sauvignon.
The word or, I don't think that's reduced. I don't think it's I think I do hear a little bit of the more full vowel in there. Or.
Merlot or Cabernet.
So I wrote it with stress on the last syllable, Cabernet, which is how I would pronounce it. But now that I'm listening to it, I'm hearing that he does stress here really, Cabernet Sauvignon. So I guess that works. I mean, I didn't think that it sounded strange, but it can also definitely be part of the stress can definitely be on the third syllable, and that might be more common. Cabernet Sauvignon. And he and I are also saying this differently. I'm saying it a little bit more French, although totally not the way a French person would say it, but with a little bit of a nasal vowel. And he's not doing that at all. Most Americans probably won't. And I guess the thing I want to say about these words is if you are a French speaker, definitely say them with your own accent. If the waiter or the person you're speaking with doesn't understand, you might need to try to Americanize it a little bit. And Americans don't always pronounce these words the same. Merlot, yes, I think that every American would pronounce it that way. But this next wine, it's a little bit more complicated, longer words, more sounds. I think that if you listened to a lot of different Americans say it, you would find that there are a couple different pronunciations that are being used. So you can just copy whatever pronunciation you want. We're not doing it totally accurately because they're not American English words.
Cabernet Sauvignon. Cabernet Sauvignon. Cabernet Sauvignon.
The Cabernet would be great.
Then she answers, the Cabernet would be great. So a little bit of stress, secondary stress on cab. The Cabernet, and then more stress on the last syllable. The Cabernet, again, T is silent, would be great, and up, down shape on that final stressed word.
The Cabernet would be great. The Cabernet would be great. The Cabernet would be great.
The Cabernet would be great, and she does do a light release of a true T there. So why does she add would be great? He says, do you want this or this? Merlot or Cabernet? And she could just say the Cabernet. But she says the Cabernet would be great. It's just a little bit more friendly. He's asking which of two she wants, and she's not just giving information, but she is showing some excitement for it. The Cabernet would be great. Some enthusiasm for it.
The Cabernet would be great. The Cabernet would be great. The Cabernet would be great.
Okay, that comes to $26.
Single thought group, what is stressed?
Okay, that comes to $26. Okay, that comes to $26. Okay, that comes to $26.
Okay, some stress there. Okay, that comes to $26. I'm going to write that out. To $26. So stress on twen and doll. Now, when I was a kid, I always got messed up by this. Why does the dollar sign go in front? Because when you say it, it goes at the end. So even though this is written $26, it would be spoken as $26.
Okay, that comes to $26. Okay, that comes to $26. Okay, that comes to $26.
Okay, that comes to that. I'm hearing an a vowel. I'm hearing that it's not reduced, but I do hear a stop T. That comes to, I hear this as a true T, but the vowel is reduced. It's a schwa.
Okay, that comes to $26.
And then the amount, $26. Da 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 da. Stress on twen and doll. Now notice the T is silent here. $26.
$26. $26.
Make sure this final syllable is the schwa with the R, dollars, 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 and not something bigger or wider because of that letter A there, dollars, dollars.
Dollars. Dollars. Dollars.
I think the vowel here can be aw as in law or aw as in father, and that is a light L. I do bring my tongue tip up when I do that. Dollars. Dollars.
Dollars. Dollars. Dollars.
Do you take American Express?
In her thought group, take American Express. It's a yes, no question, so the pitch goes up. Take and press have the most stress. Do you, flat, low in pitch, not reduced. It's not do ya. It's do you, both with an oo vowel, but it is unstressed. Do you take? Do you take?
Do you take American Express? Do you take American Express? Do you take American Express?
The ending K releases right into the next vowel, take a. So that's the schwa there. Take American. So the K doesn't release by itself, take American, but it's take American, Comerican, Comerican. The K links right into that next sound.
Take American Express?
A little bit of stress here, American. But in the word American Express, it's the second word that has the most stress. It's a compound word. And usually in a compound word, stress is on the first word. But in this case, it's on the second word. I'm not sure if it's because it's like adjective, noun. But American Express is a particular kind of credit card. So I would call that a compound word. American Express with more stress on the last word, which has stress on the last syllable.
American Express? American Express? American Express?
Sure.
Sure. Sure. Up, down shape. Sure. Stressed syllable. This word has several different pronunciations. He does sh, and then the R vowel plus R consonant, sh, sure, sure.
Sure. Sure. Sure. You want to keep the card open?
What is stressed in this next thought group?
You want to keep the card open? You want to keep the card open? You want to keep the card open?
Keep. You want to keep the card open. That last word, stressed, also goes up in pitch. It's a yes, no question. You want to. How are these three words pronounced?
You want to, you want to, you want to,
You wanna, you wanna, you wanna, you wanna. I don't think the vowel here is reduced. It could be. It could be you wanna, you wanna. I do think it's you wanna, you wanna. But even though the vowel is not reduced, it's still unstressed. It has that unstressed feeling. Want to becomes wanna. Even though wanna has a stressed syllable, all of those syllables, you, wanna, all feel flat and low in pitch. Now, I want to say something really quickly about the word you. I said it could have been ya. So if you're sitting there thinking, okay, in this case it was you, in another case it's ya, there aren't rules about when it should be you and when it should be ya. Both will work. Ya is reduced, it's more casual. You, unstressed, low in pitch, probably a little bit more common, but I don't want you to think sometimes it's you and sometimes it's ya, and I have to figure out when it should be which. It can always be further reduced, but it never has to be. So if it's simple for you, just say you, unstressed, and keep the oo vowel. But know that you might hear other people say yeah, other Americans.
you want to keep the card open?
Keep the card, keep. The P is not released. It's not keep, but it's keep. The lips come together. And then when they part, they're going right into the next word. Keep the card open. A little bit of stress on card too, isn't there? Keep the card open.
Keep the card open? Keep the card open? Keep the card open?
Card open. And the D links right into the next sound. That's the O diphthong. So the D doesn't release on its own. Card open. But it's card open. The D beginning the next word. Dopen, card open.
Card open? Card open? Card open?
No thanks, I'll just pay now.
And what are our stressed words here?
No thanks, I'll just pay now. No thanks, I'll just pay now. No thanks, I'll just pay now.
In the little phrase no thanks, which is a common response, no is stressed. No thanks, no thanks. So the word thanks just falls down in pitch from the peak of stress no. No thanks.
No thanks. No thanks. No thanks, I'll just pay now.
I'll just pay now. Pay, now, and I'll all have a little bit of that stressed feeling in it. Just is unstressed here. The word I'll, pronounced all, that's the most common pronunciation of it. All. And what about the word just? Is it reduced?
I'll just pay now. I'll just pay now. I'll just pay now.
Just. I would say so. I would write that with a schwa. It's said really quickly. Just. And the T is dropped. That's because it comes between two consonants. I'll just pay. I'll just pay now.
I'll just pay now. I'll just pay now. I'll just pay now.
You got it.
You got it. You got it. Very clear peak of stress there on the middle word. You got it. And the voice builds up towards it and falls away from it. You got it. The two words link with a flap T, and this final T, he does, I think, a very light release of a true T. He wouldn't have to. He could have made that a stop T.
You got it. You got it. You got it. Just give me a second.
What are our stressed syllables here?
Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Just give me a second.
Just give me a second. Give has stress. Second has stressed. Second. So even though give has stress, just gimme. The V is dropped. Gimme. So give and me together, it's common to pronounce them that way. Just give me a second. So even though ge is probably the most stressed word in that thought group, that word does still reduce. Now we have just like up here, it was between two consonants and the T was dropped. What happens down here?
Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Just give me a second.
Dropped again, comes between two consonants. Just gimme. Just gimme. So the unstressed syllable me and the unstressed syllable link together. Everything links smoothly. Gimme. 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 Just give me a second.
Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Just give me a second.
Second. Now, this sounds to me like a super light true T. And with ending voiced consonants like D, it's not uncommon for them to end up sounding unvoiced but super light. It's part of the quality of it being weak, and at the end of a word that can happen, like the plural of the word flowers. That ends in a Z sound. But to me, it really sounds and feels like a light S. So that's what's happening here. If you notice that it sounded like a T, I agree with you.
Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Just give me a second.
Okay, let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
What can I get for you?
I'll have 2 glasses of your house red wine and a Long Island iced tea.
Would you like our Merlot or Cabernet Sauvignon?
The Cabernet would be great.
Okay, that comes to $26.
Do you take American Express?
Sure. You want to keep the card open?
No thanks, I'll just pay now.
You got it. Just give me a second.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
I heard you got the promotion.
Yeah, I did. I am now a vice president of sales.
That's fantastic news. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You deserve it. You've worked so hard.
Thanks. That means a lot to hear you say that.
You're welcome. I heard you got the promotion.
What are our most stressed words in this sentence?
I heard you got the promotion. I heard you got the promotion. I heard you got the promotion.
I heard you got the promotion. Heard and mo are the most stressed words there. The other words are less important, said more quickly, flatter in pitch.
I heard you got the promotion. I heard you got the promotion. I heard you got the promotion.
I said quickly at the beginning. I heard.
I heard you got the promotion.
You got the. These three words a little flatter. Now we have D followed by the word you. That can combine into a J sound. Heard you. Heard you. It does not happen here. He does a D and a Y. Heard you. Heard you. Heard you got the. Heard you got the. Do you hear the stop T there? It's not got the, but it's got the. Got the. You got the.
I heard you got the. I heard you got the. I heard you got the promotion.
Promotion. So we see the letter O here. Don't make an O sound. That's the schwa. Promo. There it is, the O diphthong. Promotion. And here the letter O is the schwa again. So the T-I-O-N ending here is S-H sh. Schwa N. Shin. Promotion. Promotion.
Promotion. Promotion. Promotion.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Lots of up, down shape, lots of intonation change. That shows excitement. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I am now a vice president of sales.
I am now a. So these four words are much more clear and less connected than you might hear in more casual conversation. She's proud. She's excited. She's emphasizing that. I am now a.
I am now a. I am now a. I am now a.
Actually, she doesn't even make the schwa here. She actually says a, which is, it does happen sometimes when you're stressing something. She's really proud of the title. So she doesn't reduce a to a, but she says a. I am now a. I am now a.
I am now a. I am now a. I am now a vice president of sales.
Vice president of sales. So vice president of sales. Lots of up, down shape for those three stressed syllables.
Vice president of sales. Vice president of sales. Vice president of sales.
Vice president. Vice president. So the CE ending here is an S, and the letter S here is a Z. President. President. President.
President. President. President.
President. A stop sound there. President of sales. President. So the NT ending is sort of a nasally stop because we have the N sound there, but you do stop the air, do cut it off. That's how we hear a T.
President of sales. President of sales. President of sales.
The word of, unstressed, but does have both sounds of sales. I've noticed this with this woman before. The A diphthong here. Say. It sort of gets closed down a little bit more. Cells, cells. It sounds to me more like the as in bed vowel. So you can definitely imitate that. That's what she's doing. It doesn't sound super strange, but you may have noticed that, oh, it's not quite an A diphthong, is it?
President of sales. President of sales. President of sales.
That's fantastic news.
What are our most stressed words in this sentence?
That's fantastic news. That's fantastic news. That's fantastic news.
Fantastic with the second syllable stress. Fantastic news. News also has some stress. That's and the unstressed syllables of fantastic lower in pitch.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news. Fantastic news.
And actually the word that's, I think you could definitely say he's not making the TH there. It sounds almost just like ets. That's fantastic. It's fantastic news.
That's fantastic news. That's fantastic news. That's fantastic news.
We have two true T's in fantastic. So this T comes after an N, and you might say, well, we can drop that T, but not a T that begins a stressed syllable. That's always going to be a true T. Unless it's part of the TR cluster, then it might be a CH sound. Fantastic. Fantastic. Then this is also a true T. It might not have quite as much air in it since it's not the stressed syllable. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Fantastic news.
Fantastic news. So this ends in a K sound, and that is a stop. He doesn't release it. Fantastic. Fantastic news. It's very common to skip the release of a stop consonant when the next word begins with a consonant, like it does here, the N consonant.
Fantastic news. Fantastic news. Fantastic news. Congratulations.
Can you identify the most stressed syllable in this word?
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations. So we have secondary stress on gra and primary stress on lay. Congratulations. The first syllable, the vowel is the schwa. Say that very quickly. Can. Actually, when the schwa is followed by N, you don't need to try to make a schwa, do you? That is a syllabic consonant. So it's just K, N, can. A vowel in that stress syllable. Now the letter T here can be either a CH or a J sound. He's making a J sound. We would write that in IPA with those two symbols. And the vowel here, again, a schwa. A diphthong. Lations. And in the unstressed syllable, SH, schwa N, and a really weak Z. It can even feel like unvoiced, like a very weak S. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And then she says, thanks. Really high in pitch. Again, she's excited. That might be making her vocal pitch higher. Clear up, down shape of a stressed syllable. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
You deserve it.
What's our most stressed word here?
You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it.
You deserve it. Deserve. Two-syllable word, stress on the second syllable, and the energy of the sentence leads up towards it and then falls off from it. So you deserve it. One big curve up of the voice and back down. And he does a light true T here.
You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. You've worked so hard.
What are our stressed words here?
You've worked so hard. You've worked so hard. You've worked so hard.
You've worked so hard. Worked, some stress. Hard, more stress. The other two words, you've, lower in pitch. You've worked so hard.
You've worked so hard. You've worked so hard. You've worked so hard.
Let's talk about the ED ending in worked. The sound before is the K sound that's unvoiced. Therefore, the ED ending is going to be a T. Worked. Now, the next word begins with a consonant, the S sound. You probably know that sometimes we drop the T between two consonants, and that's what this guy does. He does not say that T. You've worked so hard.
You've worked so hard. You've worked so hard. You've worked so hard.
So he pronounces it as if it was present tense because he drops that ED ending sound. However, to a native speaker, it still sounds past tense because we know that's what he's talking about. No one would think, oh my gosh, he just said that in the present tense. We actually hear the T because we're so used to drop T's, first of all. And second of all, because the context has set us up to know it's past tense. But you may be confused when you're listening to that. He does drop the T sound because it comes between two other consonants.
You've worked so hard. You've worked so hard. You've worked so hard.
Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. She has sort of a nasally voice, doesn't she? Thanks. A little bit of an up-down shape there. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks. That means a lot to hear you say that.
Now, let's talk about the stress in this sentence. It's a little bit interesting. What do you think are the most stressed words?
That means a lot to hear you say that. That means a lot to hear you say that. That means a lot to hear you say that.
That means a lot to hear you say that. So, lot and say, those are both stressed, but she really stresses you the most. And you is a function word. That's not usually going to be the most stressed in a sentence. But she does that here because there are lots of people that could congratulate her and it might feel good. But when this person in particular congratulates her, it feels especially good. So she wants to stress you. Maybe this person was her mentor and someone who was really involved in her development. Or maybe this was somebody who applied for the same job and didn't get it. And she was worried he might be sort of bitter about that. So she's really stressing the word you in this sentence.
That means a lot to hear you say that. That means a lot to hear you say that. That means a lot to hear you say that.
That means a lot. That, stop T. That means a lot to. Lot to. We have two T sounds. The two words linked together with a single true T.
That means a lot to. That means a lot to. That means a lot to.
A lot to. A lot to. And then the vowel does reduce to the schwa. A lot to hear you say that.
A lot to hear you say that. A lot to hear you say that. A lot to hear you say that.
And another stop T with that. So you probably know, but this is just a good time to talk about it. The rules for a stop T. If the next word begins with a consonant or it's at the end of a thought group, that's when we're probably going to make a T a stop T.
A lot to hear you say that. A lot to hear you say that. A lot to hear you say that.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. So the word your reduces your. Well is stressed with the as in bed vowel. And then in the final word, come, we have K, the final syllable, K, schwa, M. M is a syllabic consonant. You don't have to try to make a schwa. Just come. You're welcome. Come. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
I heard you got the promotion.
Yeah, I did. I am now a vice president of sales.
That's fantastic news. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You deserve it. You've worked so hard.
Thanks. That means a lot to hear you say that.
You're welcome.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Congratulations on your graduation. You did it.
Thanks.
It must feel great to be finished with school.
It does, though I'm nervous about what comes next.
Do you have any plans?
I have an internship for the summer, but after that, it's TBD.
You'll figure it out. Life would be boring without any surprises.
I guess that's true.
Good luck with whatever comes next. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks.
Congratulations on your graduation.
Okay, in this first sentence, what do you hear as the most stressed words?
Congratulations on your graduation. Congratulations on your graduation. Congratulations on your graduation.
So, congratulations has some stress. Lations on your graduation. That last word probably has even more stress. So, we have two really quite long words here, multiple syllables, and they all end in the tion suffix. And that means stress is just before the suffix. So, they all follow that rule. That rule doesn't really have very many exceptions. A little bit of secondary stress there. Congratulations. Graduation.
Congratulations on your graduation. Congratulations on your graduation. Congratulations on your graduation.
So for the first syllable, don't try to make the schwa, just make it really fast as if there was no vowel there. Then we have the a vowel, but still not fully stressed. Secondary stress.
Congratulations.
Then the T is a J sound, j. Now, this unstressed syllable can be pronounced with the schwa, congratu. You'll also hear the U diphthong, congratu. So either one is okay. They're both really common in spoken English. Congratu is how he did it. Congratulate. And in the stress syllable, it's the A diphthong, congratulations. And then the unstressed syllable has a schwa again. It's followed by N. That's a syllabic consonant. So you don't need to try to make a schwa. It's just shns, as if there was no vowel. Then the S here is the Z sound because the sound before was voiced. Congratulations on your. Flatter in pitch, just like the unstressed syllable that congratulations ends in. Congratulations on your. So the word your is reducing. Your.
Congratulations on your graduation.
The word graduation does have secondary stress on the first syllable. Graduation. That first syllable has the a as in bat. The letter D here makes the J sound with the U vowel. Then the U vowel goes right into the A as in say diphthong. Smoothly connect that with no break. Graduation. And again, the TION ending is SH sound, schwa N sound, shin, as if there were no vowels there. I also want to say the T in congratulations can also be a CH sound. Congratulations. Either one of those is an acceptable pronunciation. He said it as the D. I'll put that in little parentheses.
Congratulations on your graduation. Congratulations on your graduation. Congratulations on your graduation. You did it.
What is the stress of this small three-word sentence?
You did it. You did it. You did it.
You did it. Did has the stress. The other two words either lead up to or fall away from that. The word you is reduced to the Y, schwa, y. You did it. You did it. Links together smoothly. The ending D links into the beginning vowel of it. Did it. Did it. and that ends in a stop T. You did it.
You did it. You did it. You did it.
Thanks.
Wow, her pitch is so high here. Thanks. Thanks. Up, down shape. Energized. The high pitch shows some excitement in her voice.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
It must feel great to be finished with school.
What's our stress here in the next sentence?
It must feel great to be finished with school. It must feel great to be finished with school. It must feel great to be finished with school.
It must feel great to be finished with school. I feel those as the most stressed words there. We have a stop T in it. It must. Now I want to point out, even though the word must is stressed, the T is still dropped. Part of an ending cluster. Next word begins with another consonant. Then the T is between two consonants and it gets dropped. It must feel great.
It must feel great. It must feel great. It must feel great to be finished with school.
The word to, true T. These two words connect with a single true T, and then the vowel does reduce to the schwa. Great to, great to, great to be, great to be.
Great to be, great to be, great to be finished with school.
Now the word finished, 2 syllables, first syllable stress, finished. All of these letters are just one unstressed syllable, the I vowel, the SH consonant, and the T. Finished, finished, finished with school.
Finished with school. Finished with school. Finished with school.
So the next word after finished is with. I'm going to write it here. With. Notice now the T in finished comes between two consonants, SH and W.
Finished with school. Finished with school. Finished with school.
He does drop it. So there is no ED ending sound here. Now, of course, we hear it as that because we know grammatically that's what works. We know he's talking in the past tense. But the T itself, the sound that represents the ED ending, is dropped because it comes between two consonants.
Finished with school. Finished with school. Finished with school.
Finish with school. Don't forget that dark L here. Please do not lift your tongue tip. If you lift your tongue tip, it will distract from the dark sound, and we don't lift our tongue tip for that when it's at the end of a thought group. School. School. We go right from the oo vowel to the dark sound, and then we let it go at that. School. No tongue tip lift there.
With school. With school. With school.
It does.
It does. So she's speaking slower than normal. It does. For emphasis, it, stop T, does. Her voice is a little breathy, a little bit higher in pitch. Again, she's talking about something she's excited about. She has some emotion and some passion about this. This is a major life event.
It does. It does. It does.
Also, remember, the letter S here does make the Z sound. Don't let me hear dus. Does. Does.
Does. Does. Does. Though I'm nervous about what comes next.
Okay, in this next statement, what are the most stressed words?
Though I'm nervous about what comes next. Though I'm nervous about what comes next. Though I'm nervous about what comes next.
A little bit on though. Though I'm nervous about what comes next. Though, what, next, the most stressed syllables there. The other words, the other syllables, lower in pitch, but all linked together smoothly. Though I'm nervous about what comes next. We have some stop T's about what, at about and what.
Though I'm nervous about what comes next. Though I'm nervous about what comes next. Though I'm nervous about what comes next.
Also with the stressed word nervous, nervous. try to make that second syllable really unstressed, nervous. Just schwa s. Nervous, nervous, nervous about.
Nervous about. Nervous about. Nervous about.
Nervous about what comes next.
Nervous about what comes next. Nervous about what comes next. Nervous about what comes next.
Do you have any plans?
Okay, what about his question? What's the stress there?
Do you have any plans? Do you have any plans? Do you have any plans?
Do you have any plans? Stress goes up. That's a yes/no question. Do and you both unstressed. They don't reduce. It's not do ya. Still have oo vowels. Do you, do you, do you, do you. But they're flat like that. They're said quickly. Do you, do you, do you. Do you have any? Now the word have is stressed, but he does still drop the H. He does not reduce the vowel. Do you have any? Do you have any plans?
Do you have any plans? Do you have any plans? Do you have any plans?
The S here is a Z sound. The sound before is voiced. However, it's very weak. So it can sound like an unvoiced sound that would be S, but it has to be really weak. It can't be a strong S. Plans, plans.
Plans? Plans? Plans?
I have an internship for the summer.
What's our stress here in the first part of the sentence?
I have an internship for the summer. I have an internship for the summer. I have an internship for the summer.
I have an internship for the summer. In and some, the most stressed. And these words, I have an, they all have a rising pitch as they go up for that peak on in. I have an in.
I have an in. I have an in. I have an internship for the summer.
Now she doesn't drop the H. She does say it. I have an. She doesn't reduce the vowel. I have an. Schwa N. You can think of it as being a very fast in. I have an internship.
I have an internship. I have an internship. I have an internship.
The word internship is interesting. We have a lot of words that start with inter. Internet, interview, intermission, international. But the N here makes it different. In all of those words, it's very common to drop the T, but in this word, we do not drop the T. We do make that a true T. Internship. So this is an exception to the rule. It begins an unstressed syllable. It comes after an N. In that case, very often we would drop it, but not in this word. Internship, internship.
Internship, internship, internship for the summer.
Internship for the, so the unstressed syllables, turnship for the, all flatter, lower in pitch. The word for does reduce. For the summer.
Internship for the summer. Internship for the summer. Internship for the summer. But after that, it's TBD.
What about our stress here?
But after that, it's TBD. But after that, it's TBD. But after that, it's TBD.
Little bit on a, but after that, it's TBD. Stress on D. But after, these two words link together with a flap T. But after, but after. How does she pronounce this T?
But after, but after, but after.
It's really like a flap T or a D sound, isn't it? It doesn't really follow the rules because it comes after an F. When the T is part of a cluster, it's usually a true T unless the next sound is another consonant, then it's dropped. But I've noticed this word after. There's really more of a flap than a true T. That would be after. And though you will hear that, it's definitely very common to hear a sound more like a flap than a true T here. That's what she's doing. After.
After that, it's TBD.
Listen to just the words that and it's.
That it's.
As I listen, I'm having such a hard time deciding if it's linking with a light flap T or not. And it's weird that I would listen to something so many times and still not be sure what I'm hearing when it comes to something like a flap T, which I feel like is a pretty clear sound. That it's, that it's, that it's, that it's, that it's.
That it's, that it's, that it's.
I just can't quite tell if she's doing a super light kind of lazy flap T or if it's more of a stop T. That it's, that it's, that it's, that it's, that it's. I can't really quite tell what's happening there. If you do make a flap T, which would be a very good choice that would follow the rule, make sure that it's very light. That it's, that it's, that it's, that it's, that it's.
That it's, that it's, that it's.
Hopefully flap T is something that you can feel pretty relaxed doing. If you feel a lot of tension when you try to do a flap T, then see what happens if you move the tongue position just a little bit further forward or backward. Sometimes just doing a little tweak like that can release tension elsewhere.
That is, that is, that is TBD.
Now we have an acronym, TBD, stands for to be determined. And whenever we have an acronym where we say the letters out loud, TBD, TBD, it's the last one that is stressed. And that's what's happening here. The pitch of T and B build up and the energy builds up towards the peak of D. TBD. T, B, D.
TBD. TBD. TBD.
You'll figure it out.
What is the stress here?
You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out. The most stress on you, a little bit on out as well. You will, you'll. I would write it with the schwa. You'll figure. So even though it's got some stress to it and some of the up-down shape and some length, I still would write it with the schwa. I wouldn't write it with the as in butter because I don't think that it has quite that much jaw drop. You'll figure it out. It's mixing with the dark L. You'll figure it out. And again, with this dark L, you don't need to lift your tongue tip. And actually, I would say don't lift your tongue tip because I think that will make the dark sound less clear, less accurate. Figure it out, figure it out, figure it out. Flap T, linking those two words, and a stop T at the end.
You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Life would be boring without any surprises.
What are our most stressed words in this next sentence?
Life would be boring without any surprises. Life would be boring without any surprises. Life would be boring without any surprises.
Life would be boring without any surprises. 4 more stressed syllables there. Life would be, would be. Practice that with the stressed word, life would be, and the unstressed words, and really feel how they're different. Life would be boring without. Life would be boring without.
Life would be boring without. Life would be boring without. Life would be boring without any surprises.
Really light flap T, without any surprises.
Without any surprises. Without any surprises. Without any surprises.
Surprises. This word can be tricky. We have 2 R's. Sir. So for the first syllable, just think of an S and an R. Sir. Then we have a PR cluster. So you just need to bring your lips together for the P. You don't need to move your tongue. Surprises. I diphthong in that shape of stress. Surprises. And then the ending is Z. And the final Z sound will be really weak. Final ending voiced consonants are weak. Surprises.
Surprises. surprises.
I guess that's true.
What about the most stressed words for this next sentence?
I guess that's true. I guess that's true. I guess that's true.
The pitch starts really high. I guess that's true. And then we have a scoop up and a feeling of stress on guess. That's definitely the most stressed word there with the e vowel, part of that shape of stress, that coming down. Guess that's true.
I guess that's true. I guess that's true. I guess that's true.
True. TR cluster does end up sounding like CHR. True. True.
True. True. True.
Good luck with whatever comes next.
And what's our stress in this next sentence? What are our most stressed words?
Good luck with whatever comes next. Good luck with whatever comes next. Good luck with whatever comes next.
Good luck with whatever comes next. 3 curves up of stress in the voice. The other sounds, the other words, lower in pitch, going up to or coming away from one of those peaks. Good luck with whatever. Flap T there in whatever. Good luck with whatever.
Good luck with whatever. Good luck with whatever. Good luck with whatever.
When you're working with the audio, make sure you do work with the slow motion and think about, as you hear it slower, think about this up and down of pitch and the smooth connectedness. Good luck with whatever. Good luck with whatever comes next. And everything links together really smoothly. No breaks between words.
Good luck with whatever comes next. Good luck with whatever comes next. Good luck with whatever comes next. I'm rooting for you.
What about our stress here?
I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you.
I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. Let's talk about what he does and does not reduce here. So he takes the word rooting, which has the oo vowel, and he takes the NG sound, turns it into an N. That's pretty typical. So then in IPA, it would be written like this. Root, and then we have T, schwa, N, or I as in sit vowel N. If he had not changed that to an ing ending, it would be root, T, I, N, G sound. So in this case, it would be pronounced with a flap T, rooting. I'm rooting for you. Rooting, rooting. But he did reduce the NG sound to the N. He changed it. So then it is a stop T because we follow the T, schwa, N ending rule, even though in IPA it would probably be written with I. Unstressed I and the schwa, I think, sound the same. And when they're said quickly, when the I is unstressed. And I've noticed that when we have ing endings and we change them to in endings, if the sound before was T, it follows the rule for T, schwa, N. So it becomes a stop T. If the NG sound had remained an NG sound, then the T would be a flap T, rooting. But here it's rootin'. I'm rootin'. So that is a stop T. So he reduced the word rooting. He reduced the word you to y, and he did not reduce the word for. Even though it's unstressed, he doesn't stress it. But he did not reduce that. Now, could have he reduced that? Yes. He could have said, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. But in this case, he chose not to reduce that word. We do find that every once in a while, don't we? A native speaker could have reduced something, and he doesn't. He just chooses to make it unstressed. And of course, he didn't think about it. Am I going to reduce this word? Am I not going to reduce this word? We never think about reductions. This is just how this sentence came out naturally for him. He reduced the word before. He reduced the word after. So he did not reduce the word itself for. I'm rooting for you.
I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Really high pitch, up, down shape. She's being polite. She's having some energy in her voice with that higher pitch. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Congratulations on your graduation. You did it.
Thanks.
It must feel great to be finished with school.
It does, though I'm nervous about what comes next.
Do you have any plans?
I have an internship for the summer, but after that, it's TBD.
You'll figure it out. Life would be boring without any surprises.
I guess that's true.
Good luck with whatever comes next. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
You were at the Red Sox game last night, right?
I was.
Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter.
I did. It was incredible.
I wish I could have been there.
For the last few innings, the entire stadium was on their feet. Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox.
The final out must have been thrilling.
The whole place was electric. I'll never forget it.
You were at the Red Sox game last night, right?
Our most stressed syllables, you were at the a little bit on you, but the most is on red. You were at the Red Sox game last night, right? Right. Stress on right. Pitch goes up because it's a yes/no question.
You were at the Red Sox game last night, right? You were at the Red Sox game last night, right? You were at the Red Sox game last night, right?
Red Sox. Red Sox. So this is a compound word, name of a team, and in a compound word, stress is on the first word. So red has more volume, higher in pitch, Red Sox. And then Sox is a little bit lower in volume, lower in pitch. Red Sox.
The Red Sox. The Red Sox. The Red Sox.
Let's look at the words were at the.
You were at the. You were at the. You were at the.
They're said pretty quickly, aren't they? They're not super clear when they're isolated like this. We're at the. We're at the. We're at the. The word were said quickly. Were.
You were. You were. You were at the Red Sox.
The word at, the vowel doesn't reduce. You could do that as a reduced vowel. We're at the. Then it would be a schwa. He doesn't reduce it. It is an a vowel, but it's very fast. It's low in pitch. It's unstressed. Then a stop T. We're at the. We're at the. We're at the.
You were at the. You were at the. You were at the.
Not a released T. That stop T is because the next word begins with a consonant. In this case, it's the voiced consonant, TH, the. This word is unstressed, and because it begins with a voiced TH, you do not have to bring your tongue tip all the way through the teeth. You can press the tongue tip behind the teeth. So they may part a little bit, but it's not as much through as it would be on a stressed word. We're at the. Touching the backs of the teeth and then coming back for the schwa. We're at the.
You were at the. You were at the. You were at the.
It's a little bit more simple than we're at the. We're at the, then bringing the tongue tip through and making a full TH. Native speakers don't make a full TH in these unstressed words that begin with a voiced TH like the, this, these, and so on when they're unstressed.
You were at the. You were at the. You were at the Red Sox game.
Red Sox. The letter X makes the KS sounds. Sox. Sox. Red Sox game.
The Red Sox game. The Red Sox game. The Red Sox game last night, right?
Sox game last night. I would say Red Sox. Red is stressed. I would say Sox has secondary stress. It doesn't feel totally unstressed. Red Sox game last night. Then game last night. All three of those have a little bit less energy in them.
Notice the T in last is dropped. That's because it comes between two consonants. That's something we do a lot in spoken English.
The Red Sox game last night, right? The Red Sox game last night, right? The Red Sox game last night, right?
So it's dropped in last and it's a stop in night. That's because the next word begins with a consonant. Last night, last night, last night. Dropping this T makes it easier to connect those two words together. Last night, right? And then he does a light release of a true T. You wouldn't have to. Could definitely make that a stop T. But since you're imitating the audio, let's do what he does. Right?
Right? Right? Right?
I was.
Two-word thought group there. What is the stressed word?
I was. I was. I was.
It's was. I was. I was. It's the verb. I was. So the pitch of I goes up, builds up towards that peak on was. I was.
I was. I was. I was.
Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter.
What's our stress in this sentence? What are our most stressed syllables?
Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter. Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter. Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter.
Then you saw a little bit of length there on the verb, more stress on Schiller. Then you saw Schiller throw a no, a little bit of stress, hitter, stress.
Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter. Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter. Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter.
The first two words, then you, low in pitch, unclear, simple. Then you, then you, then you, then you. I'm barely moving my mouth to do that, and it's certainly not super clear. Stressed syllables are much more clear than unstressed syllables. But in the context of the whole sentence, that's how we want them. Then you, then you, then you saw Schiller.
Then you saw Schiller. Then you saw Schiller. Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter.
Throw a no-hitter. Throw a no-hitter. Throw a. Linking together really smoothly. THR. So this TH is unvoiced, throw. And for an unvoiced TH, the tongue does have to come more through the teeth. It's still just the tip, but it has to more fully come through than in the word the, which we just discussed. Throw. Linking really smoothly into the schwa, which links really smoothly into the word no. Throw a no-hitter.
Throw a no-hitter. Throw a no-hitter. Throw a no-hitter.
Let's go back for a second to the first word, then. It has an unvoiced TH. It begins an unstressed word. So you don't have to make much of the TH there. Then. It can just be tongue behind the teeth, teeth slightly parted, then. And then coming right back in for the word. Then. Then you saw.
Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter.
Double T and hitter, how is that pronounced?
No-hitter. No-hitter. No-hitter.
Definitely a flap T because it comes between two vowels. Hitter.
No-hitter. No-hitter. No-hitter.
So this sounds just like the phrase hit her because we would drop that H very often and then that would be a flap T. Don't hit her. Or also hid her. Because again, we would drop that H, we would link the T, the D would become a flap. I'm trying to think when you would hide something that we would use her with. Let's say, for example, Stony has a stuffed animal, a cat, that's a her. Then he might say, I hid her from Sawyer. Hit her. I hit her. So all of these words, Hitter, and then these two phrases sound the same because of reductions.
No-hitter. No-hitter. No-hitter.
I did.
Okay, another two-word thought group, what's stressed?
I did. I did. I did.
I did. Again, it's the verb. I did.
I did. I did. I did. It was incredible.
And what about this three-word thought group? What's the most stressed syllable?
It was incredible. It was incredible. It was incredible.
Definitely the stressed syllable of the adjective incredible. And it's made even more stressed by a little bit extra air on the K sound. By putting that extra air in there, it just brings extra stress to that syllable. Incre.
Incredible. Incredible. Incredible.
The words it was. How are these words pronounced?
It was. It was. It was.
It was. It was. It was. Wow. Okay. Really unclear, really reduced. The T, I would say, not even a stop T. I would say it's totally dropped. This happens sometimes with the word it. It's just a really quick I vowel linked onto the word before. It happens like this when it and the next word are unstressed. It was. And the word was, W, schwa, Z. Definitely not a full vowel there. These two words said really quickly, flat, low in pitch. It was
incredible.
And that really is contrasted by cre, that stressed syllable. In and double, the unstressed syllables of the stressed word, are all also unstressed. It was incredible. It was incredible.
It was incredible. It was incredible. It was incredible.
I wish I could have been there.
What are the most stressed syllables in this thought group?
I wish I could have been there. I wish I could have been there. I wish I could have been there.
I wish I could have been there. I think wish and been, two of our verbs, are the most stressed words there. Everything links together really smoothly.
I wish I could have been there. I wish I could have been there. I wish I could have been there.
I wish I could have been there. The word have, reduced, it's just pronounced schwa v. Could have. And in this case, the D is really like a flap because it comes between two vowel sounds, because remember the L in could is silent. So it doesn't make a sound. Could have been there. Definitely this V is optional. You could certainly say could have been there. Coulda, and just do a schwa, but he does pronounce a V sound. Could have been there.
Could have been there. Could have been there. Could have been there.
Now the word B-E-E-N, this can be confusing. We see two E's. A lot of people want to say bean, but it's been. It's the I vowel, just like in the word big. So it's spelled differently, but it's the same sound. Try to relax that. Don't make it an E, but rather an I. Been.
Been there. Been there. Been there.
And here the word there is not stressed. It starts with a voiced TH. Don't make too much of that TH. That can be simplified. Been there, been there, been there.
Been there. Been there. Been there.
For the last few innings, the entire stadium was on their feet.
For the last few innings, let's look at the first part of this thought group. For the last few innings, last and in have stress. Innings, and then the pitch goes up, because she's telling a story. And a good storyteller knows to make the pitch go up until you're done speaking, and then the pitch can go down. But by saying, for the last few innings, she's building anticipation, she's building energy, and the person who's listening is going to wonder what is coming next.
For the last few innings, for the last few innings, for the last few innings.
Now here we have an ST cluster, and the next word is a consonant. Now, just before on the phrase last night, we saw that T was dropped. What happens here?
The last few innings, the last few innings, the last few innings.
Last few innings, last few. It is dropped again. So even though this is a stressed word, we do drop the ending T if it's part of a cluster, and the next word begins with a consonant.
The last few innings. The last few innings. The last few innings.
What about for the? How are these first two words pronounced?
For the.
Reduced. The word for, reduced to the F and the schwa R sounds. For the. Then again, we have a voiced TH Beginning an unstressed word, you can make very little of that. Make it very simple. For the. Try not to make it a D. Don't bring your tongue tip up. Leave it down, pressing the backs of the teeth, not at the roof of the mouth. For the.
For the last few innings, the entire stadium was on their feet.
What's the stress of this second half of this thought group?
The entire stadium was on their feet. The entire stadium was on their feet. The entire stadium was on their feet.
The entire stadium was on their feet. Entire stress there. Stadium, and the pitch goes up, links right nicely the anticipation into the next word. The entire stadium was on their feet, and then the pitch goes down. And we also have some stress on feet.
The entire stadium was on their feet. The entire stadium was on their feet. The entire stadium was on their feet.
Entire. That begins with the I as in sit vowel. Definitely you'll hear some people say entire with something more of an eh. Here in the voiceover, this person did the I vowel, and that is what you'll see when you look it up in a dictionary. Entire. Now this T is a true T because it starts a stressed syllable, and that's always going to be a true T. Unless it's part of a TR cluster, then you may change it to CHR. But in this case, not part of a TR cluster, beginning a stressed syllable, that is a true T. Entire.
The entire stadium was on their feet.
Entire stadium. Now, what about was on there? How are those three words pronounced?
Was on there. Was on there. Was on there.
Was on there. Was on there. Was on there. A little bit less clear. Those words are unstressed. I would write was there with the schwa. Was on there. Was on there. Was on there. Was on there.
Was on there. Was on there. Was on there.
The word on. This can be pronounced with the ah as in father or the ah as in law. Honestly, in an unstressed syllable, it's going to sound pretty much the same. Was on there, was on there, was on there. And then we have a voiced TH again, starting an unstressed syllable. Again, try to simplify that. There. Start with your teeth parted a little bit, relaxed. Have your tongue touching the backs of the teeth. There. And then just pull it back. As you do that, as you have your tongue against the backs of the teeth, the tip will probably stick out a little bit. But that's just because of the tongue, because it's soft. It's not because you're pushing it through. There. Their feet. And a stop T at the end of feet.
Their feet. Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox.
What's the stress of this phrase?
Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox. Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox. Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox.
Pretty much everyone, some stress there. Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox. So now it's not Red Sox. It's just socks. So socks is stress. We don't have a red to be more stressed. So cheer, socks. The other syllables less stressed. Da 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 da. And it gives us that rhythmic contrast.
Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox. Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox. Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox.
Pretty much. Lower in pitch, flatter. The double T, just like in the word hitter, is a flap T. It comes between two vowels. Pretty. Pretty much everyone.
Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox.
Everyone was simple. It's not really everyone, but it's everyone. Everyone was. Has more of an unstressed feel. The word one would be written like this. One with the as in butter. I would say this is pronounced with the schwa, and definitely was is pronounced was with the schwa. Everyone was. So we want to pay attention not only to our unstressed words, but to the unstressed syllables in our stressed words. Simplify those as well. It's not everyone, but everyone in this particular sentence. Everyone was cheering for the Sox.
Everyone was cheering for the Sox. Everyone was cheering for the Sox. Everyone was cheering for the Sox.
So we know cheer is stressed. Then we have an unstressed ing The word for, yep, that reduces. For the, cheering for the
For the socks.
socks. So we have another for the linked together, really low in pitch, said really quickly. And again, this is a voiced TH starting a stressed syllable. I'm sorry, an unstressed word. You can simplify that.
For the socks. For the socks. For the socks.
The final out must have been thrilling.
What about our stress in this sentence?
The final out must have been thrilling. The final out must have been thrilling. The final out must have been thrilling.
Some stress on fi. The final out must have been a little bit of stress there. Thrilling. So out and thrill have our most stressed. The word the before unstressed. The final out.
The final out. The final out. The final out.
Then some of that up down shape and a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. Now we have must have. I'm wondering how this is pronounced. It's an ending SC cluster, but sometimes we drop the H and have. Let's see what he does.
Must have been. Must have been. Must have been.
Well, look at this. He pronounces everything. Must have been. Must have been. He pronounces the S. He pronounces a true T. And he pronounces the H. Now, that's not that common. It sounds fine, but it's also not fully conversational. Something fully conversational would be more like this. The final out must have been thrilling. Must have. I could see that as the most common pronunciation, making the ST but dropping the H. So this is a voiceover artist who's recording this dialogue for me. And when you hire voiceover artists, they're not used to being totally conversational. They're used to speaking for an advertisement or for radio or something like that, where you might be just a little bit clearer. And so that's, I think, why this fuller pronunciation crept in. However, they both still have that unstressed feel.
Must have been. Must have been. Must have been thrilling.
So thrill, just like throw, we have the unvoiced TH and the R consonant, this cluster starting a stressed syllable. Your tongue tip does have to come through the teeth for that. I actually think he doesn't make it super clear. I think it has a little bit of a stop quality, and it sounds fine on him because he's a native speaker, but I do always tell my students to be really careful that their TH sound does not have a stop quality, because that doesn't really feel easy or relaxed the way that TH is. We want just free airflow through that. Thrilling. So think about that as you're working with it. Try to keep yourself relaxed and the air freely flowing through that TH.
Thrilling.
The whole place was electric.
Okay, in our first thought group, what is the stress?
The whole place was electric. The whole place was electric. The whole place was electric.
The whole, some stress there. Place, a little more stress there. The whole place was electric, and maybe even the most stress there. The whole place was electric. Notice in the word whole, the W is silent. This begins with the H sound, which she does stress and put a little extra air into to make that word even more dramatic. The whole place was electric. So the words the and was are unstressed, flatter in pitch.
The whole place was electric. The whole place was electric. The whole place was electric.
The word the is pronounced the whole. Very simple.
The whole place was electric.
Simplified, unvoiced, th, schwa. The whole place was electric. The word was is pronounced was. It's reduced. W, schwa, z, was. Place was electric.
Place was electric. Place was electric. Place was electric.
And here we have a TR cluster that does come out as a light CHR. That's very normal for that sound combination.
Electric. I'll never forget it.
Okay, one more thought group. What is the stress here?
I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it.
I'll never forget it. Definitely the most stress on never forget it. And then a little bit of stress here on our verb. The contraction I'll. How's that pronounced?
I'll never.
I'll. It's not really much of a diphthong. I would maybe write the first part of it and then an L. I'll never.
I'll never forget it.
Why is it pronounced like that? Because it's said so quickly, it's simplified. I'll never forget it. The word forget, there is a schwa in that first syllable. That first syllable is unstressed. Forget it.
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
We have a stop T at the end of the phrase, and the T in forget is a flap T linking those two words together because it comes between two vowels. Forget it.
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
You were at the Red Sox game last night, right?
I was.
Then you saw Schiller throw a no-hitter.
I did. It was incredible.
I wish I could have been there.
For the last few innings, the entire stadium was on their feet. Pretty much everyone was cheering for the Sox.
The final out must have been thrilling.
The whole place was electric. I'll never forget it.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights.
Great. Can I have your name?
John Roberts.
Yes, I see you here. 2 queen beds, and you're checking out on Sunday the 11th. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. I just need a credit card to keep on file for any incidentals.
of course. What time is checkout on Sunday?
Normally checkout is 11 a.m., but you can request a later time. Would you like to do that?
It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m.
Sure. I think we can do that.
Thanks. Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights.
Okay, so he really links the words hello and I together. Hello, I think would be a little bit more common to separate that. Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights. You know, it's a greeting and then a statement. What's the stress of this phrase?
Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights. Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights. Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights.
Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights. I think these three content words, reservation, to, and nights, are our most stressed syllables here.
Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights. Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights. Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights.
Hello, I have a reservation. There's a little bit of a peak of stress on have, but I would say it doesn't have the same stress feel that reserve has. Hello, I have a reservation. Really linked together smoothly, isn't it? No breaks, no choppiness. Hello, I have a reservation. Secondary stress on that first syllable. Reserve. Then the most stress on that syllable with the A as in say diphthong. Reservation. In this case, the Tion is an SH sound, schwa N. Reservation.
A reservation. A reservation. A reservation for 2 nights.
What about this word for? How is it pronounced?
For.
Very clearly reduced, not for, but for. Low in pitch, definitely unclear as a word on its own, but in the context of the whole sentence, it works.
For 2 nights.
2 nights. 2 nights. True T in the word to, that's a T that begins a stressed syllable. That's a true T. 2 nights.
2 nights. 2 nights. 2 nights.
2 nights. Actually, I should have written that with a pitch going up because he doesn't actually say it as a statement. He says it as a question. 2 nights. So sometimes when you are addressing somebody, you're starting a conversation with someone who works somewhere, you might make your first statement a question as a way of saying, can I engage you in this conversation? I have a reservation for 2 nights.
Oh, I have a reservation for 2 nights. Oh, I have a reservation for 2 nights. Oh, I have a reservation for 2 nights.
He's not actually asking if he has a reservation for 2 nights. It is still a statement, but by making the pitch goes up, it's sort of like saying, are you available to discuss this with me? He could have very easily made the pitch go down. It's a little bit more friendly, maybe, to make the pitch go up. It's like inviting the person into the conversation rather than demanding them into the conversation.
Oh, I have a reservation for 2 nights. Oh, I have a reservation for 2 nights. Oh, I have a reservation for 2 nights.
Great.
Great. Great. High in pitch, up, down shape. The high pitch makes it a little bit more friendly than if it was like, great, great, great. Gives energy to the voice. This is someone who is happy to help him. Stop T at the end of great because it's a single word in that thought group.
Great. 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 Can I have your name?
What's the stress of the rest of this phrase?
Can I have your name? Can I have your name? Can I have your name?
Can I have your name? The first words are actually all pretty unclear until we get to the word name, which goes up in pitch. Yes, no question. Can I have your name? Yes, you can. Can I have your? Let's listen to just those 4 words.
Can I have your? Can I have your? Can I have your?
Can I have your? Can I have your? Can I have your? Really fast. The word can is reduced. Can, schwa N, but the N is a syllabic consonant, so you're trying to make that with no vowel at all. Can I? Links right into the I diphthong. H is dropped. Can I have? That would be written schwa V. Can I have? And then the word your also reduces to the schwa, R, also a syllabic consonant, takes over the schwa. So again, you're trying to make this word with no vowel at all. Your, right from the Y sound into the R sound. Can I have your? Can I have your? Can I have your?
Can I have your? Can I have your? Can I have your?
This is conversational English, a reduction string, unstressed, said quickly, reduced, and then our longer, clearer, stressed word.
Can I have your name? Can I have your name? Can I have your name?
John Roberts.
What is the stress of the name?
John Roberts. John Roberts. John Roberts.
John, stress. Roberts, stress. John Roberts.
A little bit more stress on the last name. If I said my name, Rachel Smith, Rachel Smith, it would be the same. The last name will have more stress, but the stressed syllables of the other names will also have an up-down shape. For him, it's a single syllable, John. John, John Roberts.
John Roberts. John Roberts. John Roberts.
Yes, I see you here.
What about our stress here?
Yes, I see you here. Yes, I see you here. Yes, I see you here.
Yes, I see you here. Yes, see, and here, the most stress. So we have a pattern: stressed, unstressed, stressed, unstressed, stressed, all linked together really smoothly. Yes, I see you here.
Yes, I see you here. Yes, I see you here. Yes, I see you here.
Yes, I see you here. Oh, almost a little bit of a break between these two, but the S does connect right into the next sound, the I diphthong. Yes, I see you here.
Yes, I see you here. Yes, I see you here. Yes, I see you here. 2 queen beds, and you're checking out on Sunday the 11th. Is that correct?
2 queen beds, stress on 2, and that's got a true T, beginning a stressed syllable. 2 queen beds, queen less stress compared to these 2 words. 2 queen beds.
2 queen beds, 2 queen beds, 2 queen beds.
Queen, Q-U, making the K-W cluster. Queen, queen. 2 queen beds.
2 queen beds, 2 queen beds, 2 queen beds, and you're checking out on Sunday the 11th. Is that correct?
And you're checking out, stress on check, and you're checking out on Sunday the 11th. So and your, not fully pronounced.
And your.
The D is dropped. The vowel in and is not reduced. It's still an your. But those 2 words are flat. They don't have that up-down shape. The word your does reduce. The vowel changes to the schwa. And
you're checking out on Sunday the 11th. Is that correct?
Checking out on. We have 3 unstressed syllables in a row. King out on. Checking out on Sunday. We have a flap T linking these 2 unstressed words. Checking out on Sunday the 11th.
Checking out on Sunday the 11th. Checking out on Sunday the 11th. Checking out on Sunday the 11th.
I'm going to write out the word 11th. So the word the, T-H-E, is pronounced with an E as in she vowel. That's because the next word begins with a vowel. If it began with a consonant, then it would be a schwa, the. The first syllable of 11th is the I vowel, but I've noticed that I sometimes make it an E. I just did when I said this word earlier, 11th, though the actual pronunciation is 11th. You'll definitely hear some native speakers do that. It's not wrong. It doesn't sound strange. It's unstressed. The 11th or the 11th.
The 11th. The 11th. The 11th.
Stress is on the second syllable. 11th. Vinth.
The 11th. The 11th. The 11th.
So we have V, schwa, N, T, H. That is a tricky combination. 11th. When you have an N followed by TH, there is a little shortcut. You can leave your tongue tip out for the N. 11. So my tongue tip is out. It's not the tip that's up against the roof of the mouth, but it's actually the part of the tongue just behind that. The top front part of the tongue makes the N while the tip is out. So then the tip is ready to go for the TH. 11th.
11th.
We have a lot of ordinal numbers in English that end with this sound combination NTH. 7th, 11th, 13th.
And so that's a shortcut you can make. You might want to just practice that N unvoiced TH. Nth, 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 nth.
11th, 11th, 11th. Is that correct?
Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that gets reduced.
Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that correct?
These two words go together somewhat frequently, and I've definitely noticed other speakers doing this reduction. Instead of is that, it becomes zat, zat, zat. The Z sound from is, the vowel gets dropped. The TH in that gets dropped. And the Z sound links on. Zat, 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 zat. Stop T. Zat, zat, zat. Unstressed, flat, low in pitch. Is that correct?
Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that correct?
And actually, the Z sounds a little bit like an S. Zat, 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 zat. It could be either one. They're both fine. You'll hear both of that reduction. Is that correct? Or is that correct?
Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that correct?
Correct, correct, correct. Really fast, unstressed syllable here. It's the schwa, R, correct, correct, correct. It's almost like it's one syllable without a schwa. Correct, 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 correct.
Correct? Correct? Correct?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Up, down shape of stress.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right.
All right, all right, all right. The pitch is high. That makes it feel upbeat and friendly. All right, all right. I don't really hear the L that's common in this two-word phrase or the one-word version, A-L-R-I-G-H-T. All right. I know I definitely don't pronounce this L in this word or this small phrase. All right. Stop T at the end.
All right. All right. All right.
All right. Just an aw vowel. All right.
All right. All right. All right. I just need a credit card to keep on file for any incidentals.
What are the most stressed words of the rest of this thought group?
I just need a credit card to keep on file for any incidentals. I just need a credit card to keep on file for any incidentals. I just need a credit card to keep on file for any incidentals.
I just need a credit card. I just need a credit card. I would put some of that stress on credit card to keep on file for any incidentals. I think those are our most stressed words there. Now, we do have some reductions. Let's look at these first four words. I just need a.
I just need a. I just need a. I just need a.
I just need. The word just doesn't really have a vowel. This can absolutely happen with this word. It becomes just a J sound and S, or just. It can even be unvoiced, a CH sound and an S, and the T is dropped because the next word begins with a consonant. In this case, I would say she is making a voiced sound, the J sound. I just, J sound, S sound, N. Just need a. Just need a. Links together really smoothly, no breaks. The D right into the schwa, which links right into the stressed word credit.
Just need a credit card. Just need a credit card. Just need a credit card.
Credit card. What happens to that T?
Credit card. Credit card. Credit card.
It's a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant.
Credit card. Credit card. Credit card to keep on file for any incidentals.
What about the word to? How is that pronounced?
Card to keep.
It's actually just the schwa. This is not uncommon. When the word before ends in a D, we drop the T altogether and just put a schwa at the end of the word. Card to keep.
Card to keep on file for any incidentals.
Card to keep on file. And everything links together really smoothly. The schwa right into the K. The P right into the vowel for on, which can be father or law.
Card to keep on file. Card to keep on file. Card to keep on file.
File. That word's a little bit longer. It's stressed. We have a dark L here. You do not need to lift your tongue tip here. That's because the next word begins with a consonant. If you lift your tongue tip, it will probably make too much of this sound, make it too long, make it hard to say simply. Americans don't lift their tongue tip here in this case, so don't do it. Just file, that dark sound made with the back of the tongue where the tip is also down. File. File for.
File for. File for. File for.
And of course, we have a for reduction, so common to make for.
File for. File for. File for any incidentals.
For any incidentals. For any incidentals. For and any, both unstressed incidentals. Then we have some stress on this middle syllable, or rather the third syllable of a four-syllable word, the letter C making the S sound, incidentals. Do you notice I'm dropping the T? That's what she did. That's because it comes after an N. You don't have to, but many Americans will often drop the T after N. Incidentals. Incidentals. Incidentals.
For any incidentals. For any incidentals. For any incidentals.
Of course.
What is the stress of our two-word thought group here?
Of course. Of course. Of course.
It's two syllables. Each word is one syllable. And definitely the second syllable is what's stressed. Of course. Of course.
Of course. Of course. Of course.
The word of is of. Low in pitch, quiet, very fast. And then we have coarse, louder, full voice, up, down shape. Longer.
Of course. Of course. Of course. What time is checkout on Sunday?
What are our most stressed syllables in this phrase?
What time is checkout on Sunday? What time is checkout on Sunday? What time is checkout on Sunday?
What time is checkout on Sunday? What? Check. Sun. I think those are our most stressed syllables there. What time? These two words link together with a single true T. What time? What time? What time is checkout?
What time is checkout? What time is checkout? What time is checkout?
Everything links together really smoothly, ending M into I vowel, light Z sound into CH with no break is check, is checkout. Ending K, consonant linking into beginning diphthong, ow, checkout, checkout on. And then a flap T linking these two words together, checkout on Sunday. Very smooth, no breaks.
Checkout on Sunday. Checkout on Sunday. Checkout on Sunday.
Sunday, Sunday. Pitch goes down. It's not a yes/no question. And generally, for those kinds of questions, the pitch goes down.
Sunday. Sunday. Sunday.
Normally checkout is 11 a.m.
What is our stress for this phrase?
Normally checkout is 11 a.m. Normally checkout is 11 a.m. Normally checkout is 11 a.m.
Normally checkout is 11 a.m. And pitch goes up because she has more to say about that.
Normally checkout is 11 a.m. Normally checkout is 11 a.m. Normally checkout is 11 a.m.
So we have two unstressed syllables here. Normally. Checkout is dot, 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 dot. So we have a pattern repeated, long, short, short, long, short, short. Normally checkout, da, 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 da.
Normally checkout is 11 a.m.
Normally checkout is. Everything links together really smoothly, ending K sound into the ow diphthong. Flap T, linking these two words. Normally checkout is
11 a.m.
11 a.m. 11. 3-syllable word, stress on the middle syllable. 11 a.m. And then the pitch goes up, as I've said.
11 a.m. 11 a.m. 11 a.m., but you can request a later time.
What are the most stressed syllables in this phrase?
But you can request a later time. But you can request a later time. But you can request a later time.
But you can request a later time. Up, down shape on those two syllables. But you can request a later time. But you. We have a stop T there. You might hear some people make a CH sound when a word ending in T is followed by you. But you, but you. That's pretty common. But it's also common to just make a stop T. But you, but you, but you.
But you can request a later time.
But you can request. But you can request. Can reduces. It's not can. It's can. You can think about not making a vowel at all there. Can request. But you can request a.
But you can request a. But you can request a. But you can request a.
The letter A pronounced as a schwa, linking this ST cluster to the light L. Quest a later. Quest a later.
Request a later. Request a later. Request a later time.
What do you notice about the T in this word?
A later time.
It's a flap T because it comes between two vowels. And then the T in time is a true T because it begins a stressed syllable.
A later time. A later time. A later time.
Make this first syllable of request very short. R. Put a schwa in that. R. Request. Request.
Request a later time. Would you like to do that?
What is the stress of this next phrase?
Would you like to do that? Would you like to do that? Would you like to do that?
Like. Would you like to do that? Pitch goes up because it's a yes/no question, and do has a downward shape. It is stressed.
Would you like to do that? Would you like to do that? Would you like to do that?
Do that, do that. So when a word is stressed in a part of the phrase where the pitch is going up, the scoop is opposite. Do instead of do.
Do that? Do that? Do that?
Do that. Stop T at the end because it's the end of a thought group. These two first words, unstressed, how are they pronounced?
Would you like?
Would you? W, I would say I don't really hear any vowel, although I could definitely write it as reduced with the schwa. But I think you can actually just try to drop that.
Would you like?
Would you? W consonant, J consonant. That's because D and Y are combining. Up here I said when a word ends in T and the next word is U, you'll hear that as a CH. The same is true when a word ends in D and the next word is U. You'll often hear that as a J sound. Would you? Which is what we're hearing here. Would you?
Would you like?
And I don't even really hear U. It's really just a schwa. Would you? The vowel reduced. Would you?
Would you like to do that?
The word to with a true T, that's because the sound before is unvoiced, but the vowel is reduced to the schwa. To do. To do that?
To do that? To do that? To do that?
It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m.
What is the stress of this sentence?
It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m. It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m. It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m.
It'd be great. Some stress there. It'd be great if we push that back. Some on push, more on back. Push that back to 1 p.m.
It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m. It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m. It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m.
It'd. I vowel, flap T, schwa D. It'd. It'd be great. Here the contraction D is would. It'd be great.
It'd be great. It'd be great. It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m.
It'd be great if we. It'd be great if we. Great if we. Do you hear that this is turning into a flap T as it links into the next word? It'd be great if we.
It'd be great if we. It'd be great if we. It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m.
Push that back. Push that back. The word that, not reduced, but it is unstressed, and we have a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant.
Push that back. Push that back. Push that back to 1 p.m.
back to, just like to. Ending K, next sound is a true T, back to, but the vowel does reduce, back to. 1 p.m., 1 p.m. Everything linking together really smoothly.
Back to 1 p.m. Back to 1 p.m. Back to 1 p.m.
Sure.
Sure. Up, down shape of stress, high pitch, very friendly. Sure. There are a couple of different ways you can pronounce that. She's pronouncing it with the SH and then the R vowel consonant. Sure.
I think we can do that.
What is the stress pattern of this next sentence?
I think we can do that. I think we can do that. I think we can do that.
I think we can do that. Think and do are our two stressed words. The other words are lower in pitch, unstressed, but they all link together smoothly in the same line. And we do have a reduction, the word can. Think of just making that with no vowel. I think we can do that.
I think we can do that. I think we can do that. I think we can do that.
And actually, I want to change the way I've written this. Do that, do that. She makes the pitch of this statement go up, do that. So the scoop of the stress of do goes down instead of up. Do that, and it ends in a stop T.
Do that, do that, do that.
Thanks.
Thanks. Up, down shape of stress. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Hello, I have a reservation for 2 nights.
Great. Can I have your name?
John Roberts.
Yes, I see you here. 2 queen beds, and you're checking out on Sunday the 11th. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I just need a credit card to keep on file for any incidentals.
Of course. What time is checkout on Sunday?
Normally checkout is 11 a.m., but you can request a later time. Would you like to do that?
It'd be great if we pushed that back to 1 p.m.
Sure. I think we can do that.
Thanks.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Where to?
Hi, we're going to the Golden Theater on West 45th Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue.
You got it.
It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Great.
I'll get you there as fast as I can.
Thanks.
Where to?
Where to? Where to? What's the stress there?
Where to? Where to? Where to?
I would say they're both somewhat stressed. Where to? To probably has the most stress. And because of that, it's not reduced, is it? True T and oo vowel. Where to? Where to?
It's just a short way to say, where are you going?
Where to? Where to? Where to?
And this is pronounced with a clean W sound, not where to, which is a possible pronunciation of a WH word, but just not very common anymore. Where. Much more common with just a plain W sound. Where to?
Where to? Where to? Where to?
Hi, we're going to the Golden Theater on West 45th Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue.
So then we have a very long thought group. Directions of where they're going. Hi, we're going to the Golden Theater on West 45th Street. Let's just go until there and talk about our stress. Especially in a long sentence, the stress is so important because it gives us our anchors in all of these words. So hi, up, down shape, stress word, friendly greeting, rather than just launching right into the directions, first a greeting.
Hi, we're going to the Golden Theater on West 45th Street.
We're going to the Golden Theater. So we're going to is less clear. And that makes sense because he's just asked, where are you going? So she's repeating that information. It's less important. What is important is the place, and that gets the most stress. The Golden Theater. By the way, this can be written R-E or E-R. Either one of those is fine. On West 45th Street. So gold, west, fifth are all of our most stressed syllables there. The actual location.
We're going to the Golden Theater on West 45th Street. We're going to the Golden Theater on West 45th Street. We're going to the Golden Theater on West 45th Street.
We're going to the. A little bit of length on go, but it's not as stressed as golden. We're going to the. So going to, the word to reduced, it does have a true T, but then the vowel reduces to the schwa. We're going to the
Golden Theater on West 45th Street.
Golden Theater. Golden. This second syllable, unstressed, said very quickly. Golden.
The golden.
Tongue in position for the D. That's almost the same position as it is for the N. Golden. So she doesn't release the tongue between those two sounds. Golden. And also make sure you're thinking of this as a dark L. Don't think of it as a light L.
Golden.
So right from that darker sound into the D. Golden. D transforming right into N. Sort of a swallowed last syllable a little bit, isn't it? Golden Theater.
The Golden Theater.
Listen to just the word theater.
Theater.
So in IPA, it's written as 3 syllables, with a schwa, but I'm not hearing that middle syllable. It's getting dropped. Not uncommon to drop a schwa syllable in these 3 syllable words, like camera becomes camera, family becomes family. And that's happening here too. Theater becomes theater. The with the E vowel, and then flap T schwa R. Theater.
Theater on West 45th Street.
Theater on West, the word on, low in pitch, flat, linking the words together. Theater on West 40. What about the T in West?
West 45th.
I actually think I might hear a very faint one, but you can absolutely drop it because the next word begins with an F and a T between 2 consonants will often get dropped. West 45th Street. West 45th Street.
West 45th Street. West 45th Street. West 45th Street.
Let's write out 45th. So the T in 40 is a flap T. That's because it comes after an R before a vowel, 40. The word fifth
ends with FTH. That is a complicated sound combination. Many native speakers make a shortcut, fifth, totally dropping that F, fifth. I do that. I'm sure this is what happens here on the audio. It's just F consonant, I vowel, unvoiced TH, fifth, 45th, 45th.
45th Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue.
So it's common in New York City and maybe in other places when you're giving a location on a street to say which avenues it's between, because immediately someone will know that reference point.
45th Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue. 45th Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue. 45th Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue.
The stress is the two avenues, Broadway and 8th. Broad, first syllable stress there, in 8th Avenue. So between and the word and, unstressed.
Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue. Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue. Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue.
And I should have said the T here in street is a stop T because it's followed by a word that begins with a consonant.
Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue. Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue. Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue.
Between, flat.
Between Broadway and 8th Avenue.
Between Broadway and, the word and reduced so it sounds like in. Broadway and 8th.
Broadway and 8th. Broadway and 8th. Broadway and 8th Avenue.
Actually, she doesn't link the N into the diphthong for 8th, does she? Broadway and 8th Avenue, in 8th Avenue. It sort of feels like a restart. Broadway and 8th Avenue. It's not in 8th Avenue, but it's in 8th Avenue. By not linking it right into the N, in 8th Avenue, in 8th Avenue, but instead sort of restarting the voice, in 8th Avenue, in 8th Avenue. It helps make that word more clear and is a stressed word.
Broadway and 8th Avenue. Broadway and 8th Avenue. Broadway and 8th Avenue.
In 8th Avenue. A as in say, unvoiced TH. 8th. 8th. 8th Avenue.
8th Avenue. 8th Avenue. 8th Avenue.
8th Avenue. 8th Avenue. Unvoiced TH there, not super long, not super strong. 8th Avenue. 8th Avenue.
8th Avenue. 8th Avenue. 8th Avenue.
You got it.
You got it. What's our stress here?
You got it. You got it. You got it.
You going up to the peak. Got it. And then falling away from the peak. Flap T connecting these two words. You got it. You got it. And he does do a light release of a true T.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic.
Then again, we have a very long thought group.
It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic. It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic. It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic.
It might be better to take better, stress there, and then also West Side Highway, the name of the route she wants to take. West Side Highway, pitch goes up because she's going to keep going. Why? Why would it be better? She's going to explain why. To avoid some of this traffic.
It might be better to take the West Side Highway. It might be better to take the West Side Highway. It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic.
So this is a two-part phrase where the first part goes up in pitch at the end, leading directly into the next part, which goes down in pitch at the end.
It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic. It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic. It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic.
It might be better. So the first three words before our stressed word better, it might be
better.
We have two T's that are not true T's. What are they?
It might be better.
I actually think they're dropped. It might be. It might be. It's not uncommon when a sentence begins with the word it to do just the vowel attached to the next word when that begins with the consonant like it does here. It might, it might, it might. That's different from it might, it might. You'll also hear a stop T, but it can be dropped, and that's what she does. It might, it might, it might.
It might. It might. It might.
Now, I actually think she drops the T in might as well. It might be, it might be, it might be, it might be. I think I'm just hearing the I diphthong linking right into the consonant B without a break. If there was a little break, a little lift, that would signify a stop T, but I'm not hearing that. It might be.
It might be. It might be. It might be better to take the West Side Highway.
It might be better to take the West Side Highway. Really said pretty quickly, isn't it? Be. Highway. Those words are a little bit clearer, but it might be pretty unclear with those dropped T's. Now let's look at the words to take the. Well, first of all, in better, that is a flap T, double T coming between two vowels. Better, better, better. Da-da-da-da-da. The tongue flapping against the roof of the mouth. Now the word to. This reduces. Better. I would write that as a flap T plus schwa. Better to, better to. It said extremely quickly. Better to, better to, better to, better to take.
Better take the West Side Highway.
Take the west. True T and take, even though I don't really hear it very long, not very stressed, it is still a verb, a content word that begins with a T. That will be a true T. Take the West Side Highway. So this is a 3-word name, West Side Highway. And in a name, it will be the last word that's most stressed. So that would be high, West Side Highway.
West Side Highway. West Side Highway. West Side Highway.
West Side Highway. So it's got more stress, more volume. West Side Highway. West Side Highway. Do you notice that the T in West Side is dropped? That's because it comes between two other consonants. So those two words just link together with a single S. West Side, West Side. I grew up next to a park called West Side Park. Never say that T. It's just dropped. West Side, West Side. West Side Highway.
West Side Highway. West Side Highway. West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic.
To avoid some of this traffic. What about our stress in the last part of this thought group?
To avoid some of this traffic. To avoid some of this traffic. To avoid some of this traffic.
To avoid some of this traffic. Avoid and traffic definitely are two most important words. Now, this person is talking very quickly, doing a lot of reductions, a lot of dropped T's, flap T's. But the word to, which so often reduces, how is it pronounced?
To avoid. To avoid. To avoid.
To. It's actually a true T and an U vowel. It is not reduced. Why? Because the next word begins with a schwa. So we won't reduce the word to the schwa when the next word begins with a schwa, because then there's no definition between those two sounds. So if the next word begins with a schwa, you will hear that pronounced to. It's still said very quickly, so it's still unstressed. It's just not reduced. To avoid. To avoid. To avoid.
To avoid. To avoid. To avoid some of this traffic.
Some of this, pronounced some of this, some of this, some of this.
Some of this. Some of this. Some of this.
Flat, unstressed. I would write some with the schwa. Some of this, some of this, some of this. Some. The word of, just the schwa. Some of this, some of this. Then we have an unvoiced voiced th, beginning an unstressed word. We do a tongue shortcut there. We don't bring the tongue tip all the way through the teeth. It actually stays behind the teeth. This. It doesn't sound like a D because you're not putting pressure against the roof of your mouth. It's just touching the backs of the teeth. Some of this, some of this, some of this, some of this.
Some of this. Some of this. Some of this traffic.
Traffic. And then a stressed word, first syllable stress. We have the TR cluster. That sounds like a CHR, very common. Ch, traffic, traffic.
traffic, traffic, traffic.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
So this cab driver had the same plan, wants to avoid that traffic. And what is the stress of his phrase?
That's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
That's exactly. That's the most stressed word there, I would say. That's exactly what I'm gonna. Then a little bit of stress on the first syllable of gonna, which is our reduction for going to. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. And a little bit of stress on do as well.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
That's exactly what I'm gonna. Do you hear that flap T linking what and I'm? What I'm gonna. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
So we've said that the word exactly is the most stressed word. And yet, we have a reduction. Exactly. That T is dropped. It's the most common pronunciation of that word because it comes between two consonants. Very common to drop a T in those situations. Exactly. Exactly. So K sound, L sound, E as in she vowel. Exactly. Exactly.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Great,
Great. Great. Up, down shape. Great. Stop T.
great, great, great.
I'll get you there as fast as I can.
What is the stress of this last sentence that the cab driver says?
I'll get you there as fast as I can. I'll get you there as fast as I can. I'll get you there as fast as I can.
I'll get you there as fast as I can. Get, fast, a little bit can, are the most stressed. I will, that contraction. How is that pronounced?
I'll,
All. Low in vocal energy. Definitely not I'll, but more like the word A-L-L. All. That's a dark L. Don't lift your tongue tip. Lifting your tongue tip will slow you down. It will not allow you to say that as quickly as you want to. All.
I'll get you there as fast as I can.
The word get, pronounced with a stop T. You could say get you and combine them, but he doesn't. He makes a stop T. Now we have the E as in bed vowel and get. I definitely hear him making it more like an I as in sit vowel. This is not uncommon. I've heard it called the pen-pin merger. So sometimes the E vowel, some native speakers will make that more of an I vowel. Get. I think this is especially common with this word. I'll get you. Instead of get you. It's just a little bit more relaxed. And you may have noticed this. You may have heard people say get more like get.
I'll get you.
To me, it doesn't sound like an accent. If you always did this, if every eh sounded like an I, then it might start to sound like a regional dialect. But if it's just every once in a while, especially with this word where it's more common, it's not going to sound like an accent.
I'll get you there as fast as I can.
Get you there as fast as I can. You there as unstressed, lower in pitch.
Get you there as fast as I can. Get you there as fast as I can. Get you there as fast as I can.
You there's. The word as reduced, I would just write that schwazi. You there is.
You there as fast as I can.
The last three words, as I, again, the word as is reduced, is said really quickly. Z sound linking into the I as in by diphthong. As I can. The vowel in can is not reduced. We reduce the vowel in can when it comes before another verb, like I can do it, I can hear you, I can see you. Then it would be can. Whoops, I just wrote it reduced when I said it doesn't reduce. So it doesn't reduce because
there's not another vowel that comes, another verb that comes right after it. So it's not can, but it's can, with that a vowel. Now, remember when a is followed by n, the back of the tongue relaxes. We pass through a sound that's like the as in butter or the schwa, can. If I slow it down, that's what it sounds like, can. But of course, it's not that slow. Can. But you still want to try to hit that vowel in there to make it sound more relaxed. Otherwise, can. Not quite the natural American feel. Can. Is I can.
As I can. As I can.
Thanks.
Very clear up-down shape of stress. Thanks. So here we have an a vowel followed by an ng consonant. Did you know that n before k, that makes an ng sound? Thanks. Here we had a followed by n, and it was changed. Here we have a followed by ng, also changed. But in this case, it becomes more like the a as in say diphthong. Thanks. So a followed by ng, not pure. A followed by n or m, also not pure.
Thanks.
Definitely not thanks. Thanks. But thanks. That a diphthong sound instead.
Thanks.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Where to?
Hi, we're going to the Golden Theater on West 45th Street between Broadway and 8th Avenue.
You got it.
It might be better to take the West Side Highway to avoid some of this traffic.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Great.
I'll get you there as fast as I can.
Thanks.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
So you're Sarah's mother?
Yes, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Taylor.
You as well. First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class.
That's wonderful to hear.
She's engaged and is eager to participate in the lessons.
She's been happy to talk about her day when she comes home, which is different from last year.
That's good. Any questions for me?
None at the moment. Sarah thinks very highly of you.
The feeling is mutual. So you're Sarah's mother?
What are the most stressed syllables in this sentence?
So you're Sarah's mother? So you're Sarah's mother? So you're Sarah's mother?
It's interesting. I'm hearing, so you're Sarah's mother, your and moth as the most stressed there. Even though your is stressed, it's not pronounced your, it's still reduced. So it has the up-down shape of stress, it has the length of stress, but the vowel has changed. So your,
So you're so you're so you're Sarah's mother?
so you're Sarah's. Usually when we reduce this, we write it schwa r. I think since it's stressed, I'm going to just write it with the as in her vowel. So the schwa is the unstressed version of this when followed by r. Your. So you're Sarah's mother with the as in butter vowel and a voiced th. That word can be tricky. Mother.
So you're Sarah's mother? So you're Sarah's mother? So you're Sarah's mother?
Yes,
Right at the beginning, yes. Up, down shape, kind of a high pitch that sort of comes across as a little bit more friendly and energized. Yes.
yes, yes, yes. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Taylor.
It's nice to meet you, Mr. Taylor. So nice and meet have our most stress there.
It's nice to meet you, Mr. Taylor. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Taylor. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Taylor.
The word to, pronounced t. True T schwa. Nice to. How is the T pronounced in meet?
It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you.
Meet you. That's a stop T. It could be a CH when a word ends in T and the next word is you or your. You can hear meet you. And you'll definitely hear that. Maybe now that I'm saying it, you think, oh yes, I've heard that before. Meet you. Nice to meet you. But you'll also hear just as often a stop T, like here, meet you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor. So in the word Mr., we have first syllable stress, Mr. Taylor. But always the name is going to have more stress. So Tay is more stress than Miss. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor.
You as well.
You as well. Two stressed words here. You as well. And the word as, not pronounced as, that reduces schwa z is you as well. You as well. All smoothly linked together in this one line, this one melody.
You as well. You as well. You as well. First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class.
This is sort of a longer thought group. Everything links together smoothly. There are no breaks. What are our peaks of stress?
First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class. First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class. First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class.
First off, some stress there. I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class. So quite a few words in that longer thought group that have some anchor for us, some of that up-down shape of stress.
First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class. First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class. First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class.
First off, I want to. The F sound, pretty subtle here. It's a little bit quiet. It links right into the next sound. First off means to begin. First off, right at the beginning, I want to say, And I want to becomes what? What is that reduction? I wanna. First off, I want to say, so between our two stress words, first and say, we have off, I want to. 4 unstressed words said more quickly, linked together. First off, I want to say.
First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class.
Say that Sarah. Now we have just one unstressed word here between the two more stressed words, and it's the word that. That can reduce, and it does here. The a vowel changes to the schwa. That, and that's a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. Say that Sarah.
Say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class.
Then between the stressed words Sarah and pleasure, we have 2 more unstressed words said very quickly. Is a. We have I as in sit, Z linking into the schwa. Is a. Do that with as little mouth movement as possible. Is a pleasure.
Is a pleasure.
Pleasure. The letter S here makes the zh sound. Zh. Pleasure.
Pleasure to have in class.
So between pleasure, our stressed word, and class, our stressed word, we have 3 unstressed words. And actually we have an unstressed syllable here, jur. Ple is stressed, jur is unstressed. So we have jur, to, have, in, 4 unstressed syllables. Let's just listen to this phrase again. Pleasure to have in class.
Pleasure to have in class. Pleasure to have in class. Pleasure to have in class.
Do you notice how the word to is pronounced with a flap T? Pleasure to. And that's the schwa. Pleasure to. We make that T in the word to a flap T sometimes when the word before ended in a voiced sound. And this ends in the R consonant, and that is voiced. Pleasure to having.
Pleasure to have in class.
Pleasure to have in class. So we don't have any other reductions, but have and in are flatter in pitch. Less vocal energy. Having class.
To have in class.
That's wonderful to hear.
What's our stress here?
That's wonderful to hear. That's wonderful to hear. That's wonderful to hear.
That's wonderful to hear. 1, the most stress. Here, also some stress. She even puts a little break before. That brings even more stress. That allows her to bring the word wonderful out even more. That's wonderful to hear.
That's wonderful to hear. That's wonderful to hear. That's wonderful to hear.
Now, the word to. Up here it was pronounced with a flap T. Down here, she pronounces it with a true T. Now, you can always do a true T. You don't have to do a flap T. So this could have worked. Wonderful to hear. Wonderful to. That could have worked with a flap T, but it's also fine to do a true T. If you feel like reducing the word to is too much to think about, then just do the one. True T schwa. Wonderful to hear. T. Don't worry about doing the flap T. As you get more used to reductions, you may find that you naturally make a flap T to smooth it together some, like he did in pleasure to. But if it's too much to think about true T or flap T, just always do a true T. The thing to make sure you do is reduce the vowel to the schwa. Wonderful to hear.
Wonderful to hear. Wonderful to hear. Wonderful to hear.
She's engaged and is eager to participate in the lessons.
What are our most stressed words here?
She's engaged and is eager to participate in the lessons. She's engaged and is eager to participate in the lessons. She's engaged and is eager to participate in the lessons.
We have quite a few. She's engaged and is eager to participate in the lessons. 4 syllables that have a little bit more length. Now, I want to talk
quickly about the word engaged. This has more than one meaning. Engaged can mean engaged to be married. If someone just says, I'm engaged, that's what they mean. They're engaged to be married. But engaged can also mean interested in and interacting with a lot. So in this case, she's really interested in the lessons. She interacts with them a lot. She raises her hand to be called on. She's very engaged.
She's engaged. She's engaged. She's engaged and is eager to participate in the lessons.
The word and here, he doesn't reduce it. He actually says all of the sounds and. But it is still unstressed. It's not and. It's and is. And is
eager to participate in the lessons.
And is eager. Now we have another word too. Is this pronounced with a flap T or a true T?
Eager to participate. Eager to participate. Eager to participate.
Oh, he does a flap T again. Eager to participate.
Eager to participate. Eager to participate. Eager to participate.
That flap T just smooths the line out a little bit more. I'm going to do it a couple times with a flap T and a couple times with a true T. Eager to, or eager to. It just takes a little bit more effort to make that true T. So by making it a flap, I can say it more quickly and it smooths out the line. We don't have that t release of air breaking it up.
Eager to participate. Eager to participate. Eager to participate.
Participate. Notice the first syllable isn't par, it's per. He's pronouncing that schwa r. Participate. So make sure you do that. Don't make too much of that first syllable. It's unstressed. Participate. And then he takes this T, links it into the next word with a flap T. Participate in. Participate in the lessons.
Participate in the lessons. Participate in the lessons. Participate in the lessons.
So after the stress syllable in tis, we have si, pe, rin, the, four unstressed syllables said quickly. Participate in the lessons.
Participate in the lessons. Participate in the lessons. Participate in the lessons.
She's been happy to talk about her day when she comes home.
What are our most stressed words in this part of the thought group?
She's been happy to talk about her day when she comes home. She's been happy to talk about her day when she comes home. She's been happy to talk about her day when she comes home.
She's been happy. There's the most stress there on that adjective. She's been happy to talk about her day. A little bit of stress on day and when she comes home. Hap, day, and home. So our adjective and two nouns are our most stressed words there. What else is happening with this phrase?
She's been happy to talk about her day when she comes home. She's been happy to talk about her day when she comes home. She's been happy to talk about her day when she comes home.
There's actually also some stress on that. She's been happy. Now we have another word too. How is it pronounced?
She's been happy to.
I would say that is a flap. I'm definitely not hearing t. I'm hearing more of a D. Happy to. And also a schwa, of course. Happy to talk. Okay, and now I want to put a little bit of shape of stress on the verb as well.
Happy to talk about her day.
Talk about her day. Now, she does a stop T and pronounces the H here, about her. She could also pronounce that about her. That's probably more common, actually, to drop that H and then link the two words with a flap T. Talk about her day. But you can also definitely do it. Talk about her day. About her day.
About her day when she comes home.
The word when, that's written with the as in bed vowel, but like this, when it's in a statement, not a question,
You can definitely reduce that to the schwa, and I think that's what she's doing. It's not when, it's when she
When she when she when she comes home.
when she comes home. And then again, more stress on home.
When she comes home. When she comes home. When she comes home, which is different from last year.
What's our stress in this part of the phrase?
Which is different from last year. Which is different from last year. Which is different from last year.
Which is different. She does a little break between which and is, a little lift, which is different. And that just brings a little bit more stress to the stressed word different. Different.
Which is different. Which is different. Which is different from last year.
Different from last year. So diff and last are most stressed syllables in that part of the phrase. Let's look at the word different.
Different. Different. Different.
Different. Notice she says that as two syllables. Different. She drops a middle syllable, which could be a schwa or an I. Different. You may have learned that it's pronounced different, but most native speakers will say different without that middle unstressed syllable. Different. Different. And making that with a stop, a nasally sound for the NT. Different. Different. Different from last year.
Different from last year. Different from last year. Different from last year.
The word from reduces. It's not from, it's from last year.
From last year. From last year. From last year.
Now, something interesting is happening here. When we have a word that ends in a T followed by a word that begins with Y, like you or your, or in this case, year, we can make that T a CH sound. Last year. And actually, I think that that CH sound is influencing even the S, which is sounding sort of like an SH to me. Last year, last year, last year.
Last year. Last year. Last year.
I actually find that kind of hard to make it into an SH. I would keep that as an S. Last year. Last year. But I could definitely still make that CH sound. But I think that's what I'm hearing. I think I'm hearing SH to CH. Last year.
Last year. Last year. Last year.
So you can imitate it that way. We want to practice imitation as its own skill. But if you say last year with an S, I do think that's easier. If that's what you want to do, that's okay. Last year.
Last year. Last year. Last year.
That's good.
That's good. Both a little bit of stress. That's good. And he does a light release of the D. That's good.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Any questions for me?
Any questions for me? And the pitch goes up. N and ques have the stress there.
Any questions for me? Any questions for me? Any questions for me?
Now, he doesn't reduce for. Any questions for me? You could. Any questions for me? Both sound okay. It's more common to reduce for, but every once in a while, you might notice it's not reduced. That's okay. It's not stressed. We want to make sure it does have that unstressed feel like it does here.
Any questions for me? Any questions for me? Any questions for me?
None at the moment.
What's our stress of this phrase?
None at the moment. None at the moment. None at the moment.
None at the moment. None and mo are more stressed. And then we have at, the. How are those two words pronounced?
None at the. None at the. None at the.
It the. Really low in pitch, less clear. Ah reduces. It's the schwa. Stop T. It the. Then a light voiced TH and schwa. It the. Now with this stop T, you can actually make that stop the air with your tongue tip through. So you go right into the position for the TH. Then when it's time to say the, your tongue's already there. That helps you say that more quickly. So try that. Make the schwa, then put your tongue tip just through the teeth and stop the air. And then you can just do quickly a voice and pull it away. I'm trying that with the rest of my mouth completely relaxed. My lips aren't moving at all. My jaw isn't moving at all. See if you can do that. Those are the sounds we want. And we want it as fast as we can do it. None at the moment. It's a challenge, but when you break it down and you practice it like that, it will become easier.
At the moment, Sarah thinks very highly of you.
What are our most stressed words in this sentence?
Sarah thinks very highly of you. Sarah thinks very highly of you. Sarah thinks very highly of you.
Some stress on Sarah, the subject. Sarah thinks very highly of you. Then a lot of stress on ver, stressing this very, very highly of you.
Sarah thinks very highly of you. Sarah thinks very highly of you. Sarah thinks very highly of you.
The feeling is mutual.
The feeling is mutual. This is another way to say, I feel the same way. So the teacher thinks very highly of Sarah as well. What's the stress of this sentence?
The feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual.
The feeling, stress on fee, is mutual and also on mu. That letter U is the U diphthong, mu, mutual.
Mutual. Mutual. Mutual.
Notice the T here makes a CH sound. Mutual.
Mutual. Mutual. The feeling is mutual.
The feeling is mutual. These ups and downs happening with no jumps or breaks, all smoothly connected. The feeling is mutual.
The feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
So you're Sarah's mother?
Yes, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Taylor.
You as well. First off, I want to say that Sarah is a pleasure to have in class.
That's wonderful to hear.
She's engaged and is eager to participate in the lessons.
She's been happy to talk about her day when she comes home, which is different from last year.
That's good. Any questions for me?
None at the moment. Sarah thinks very highly of you.
The feeling is mutual.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
How can I help you today?
I'm calling because I set up insurance for September 1st, but I still haven't gotten my first bill or anything like that. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
Is this through an employer?
No.
Okay, sure. I'd be happy to help you with that. How can I help you today?
So this is a phone call, and often when you're calling into customer support, for example, after they ask for your name, the first thing that they will ask is something similar to, how can I help you today? Let's listen to this again. What's our most stressed word here?
How can I help you today? How can I help you today? How can I help you today?
How can I help you today? How has a little bit of stress, but but help, our verb, has the most. How can I help you today? Can and I said very quickly. You might have noticed that can reduction. It's not can, it's can I, linking right into the I diphthong. Can I, how can I help? And then you, today, we have a reduction there. Let's listen again. Can you hear it?
How can I help you today? How can I help you today? How can I help you today?
You doesn't reduce. It's the U diphthong. But the word today becomes dre with a flap T or light D between vowel sounds. The vowel in the unstressed syllable is the schwa, but it's not today. It's dre. Help you today. You today, you today, you today. It's not uncommon to do this, to make the T in today or tomorrow a flap T if the sound before was voiced. All vowels and diphthongs are voiced. You don't have to do it that way, but you will certainly hear it that way, as we have here.
How can I help you today? How can I help you today? How can I help you today?
Help you today. And the pitch goes down. It is a question, but it's not a yes-no question, so often those do go down in pitch.
I help you today. I help you today. I help you today.
I'm calling because I set up insurance for September 1st.
Now, this next thought group is really long. Let's break it up while we look at the stress. We'll look just through this first part where I've written it grammatically with a comma, and let's see what the stress is.
I'm calling because I
calling. That has a lot of stress. It's an upward shape of stress rather than an up-down shape. I'm calling because I
set up insurance for September 1st.
Set has a little bit of stress as well. Insurance for September 1st. We do have some reductions. Let's start with I'm. It doesn't reduce, but it's said very quickly. It's unstressed. I'm calling. I'm calling.
I'm calling because I set up.
So set is a little bit stressed, but these four words really are said quite quickly, aren't they? Because I. You could write that because you could even write both syllables unstressed. Because I, and then the Z sound links right into the I as in by diphthong. Because I set up. And you might have noticed set up, this phrasal verb. These two words are linking together with a flap T. Set up. Set up
Insurance for September 1st.
Insurance for, not for, but a for reduction. Insurance for insurance for September 1st. Then we have stress in tem and first. Remember, this word first has the as in bird vowel, and that blends in with the R. They make a single sound first. You don't need much jaw drop for that.
First.
So let's listen to this whole sentence fragment one more time. Listen to that stress. Notice those reductions.
I'm calling because I set up insurance for September 1st. I'm calling because I set up insurance for September 1st. I'm calling because I set up insurance for September 1st, but I still haven't gotten my first bill or anything like that.
Now let's look at this next chunk. This is still not the end of the thought group. The thought group does continue. But first, let's just listen to this next chunk from but to bill on a loop.
But I still haven't gotten my first bill. But I still haven't gotten my first bill. But I still haven't gotten my first bill.
Do you notice how this whole thing, but I still haven't got my first bill, is a little bit lower in pitch than the first part of the sentence? I'm calling because the pitch was higher there, and the pitch does tend to go down over a sentence, over a thought group. And so if it's a really long thought group, we'll really start to lose some pitch and some vocal energy by the end. Even so, there is a little bit of a rhythmic pattern here. See if you can feel what are the most stressed words.
But I still haven't gotten my first bill. But I still haven't gotten my first bill. But I still haven't gotten my first bill.
I'm feeling that as, but I still haven't gotten my first bill. Still haven't gotten my first bill. A little bit of stress on those three words.
But I still haven't gotten my first bill. But I still haven't gotten my first bill. But I still haven't gotten my first bill.
But and I said very quickly, and they link together with a flap T. But I still haven't gotten my first bill. Haven't gotten my. These three words said very quickly. There are no reductions, no sounds drop. Haven't gotten my. But it's said very quickly. A little bit of a stop T feeling here for the N apostrophe T contraction. Haven't gotten my. Let's talk a little bit about the pronunciation of gotten. We have a T, schwa, N, and it's the most common pronunciation for those three sounds together is to make that T a stop T. Gotten my. Haven't gotten my first bill. And then first bill a little bit longer, each of those words. Even so, they're stressed. The T is dropped in first. That's because it comes between two consonants, and that's an extremely common reduction to do. Drop the T when it's part of an ending ST cluster, and the next word begins with a consonant. First bill. First bill or anything like that. Okay, now the end of the thought group. Let's just listen to those last four words.
Or anything like that. Or anything like that. Or anything like that.
Or anything like that. Or anything like that. I feel two pulses, two stressed syllables there. Or anything like that. Stop T. The word or is reduced. It's not or, it's er. That's really common. Or anything. Or anything.
Or anything like that.
Or anything like that. The ending K sound is not released. K is a stop consonant, and it's very common in words that end in a stop consonant to drop the release when the next word is a consonant, and that's the case here. The next word begins with a voiced TH, that's a consonant. So it's not like that, but it's like that, like that, like that. You might not even hear a K, like I'm definitely putting my tongue up into position for the K. That's the back of the tongue touching the soft palate, like that, like that. But I don't release. It's very fast, very subtle, like that. Anything like that.
Anything like that. Anything like that. Anything like that. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
Okay, then another sentence. Quite a few words said very quickly. We have some reductions. But first, let's listen for the peak of stress.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. Out
of all of those words, I actually think the first stressed word is sure. I just want to make sure I didn't miss something. So out of all of those words, I'm really only hearing two stressed syllables. The first many words I just wanted to make all feel unstressed to me and said very quickly. And actually, we have some reductions. Let's look at just those first words and listen to them. I mean, that's crazy. That barely sounds like English. I just want to make. Okay, so a couple things. Well, first of all, we do have a little bit of a melody, a little bit of a peak of melody on wanted. So I still wouldn't probably consider that a stressed syllable because it's said so quickly. It doesn't really have the rhythm we want, the length that we want. The word just gets reduced. I just want to make. I hear the vowel. Don't really hear a J, ST, kind of a question too. I just want to make, I guess I do hear an S, but no T. T dropped, J dropped, just a quick little I just want to make, I just want to make, to represent the word just. As a native speaker, I totally get that, but it is very reduced. And if you heard just these words and were asked to write them out, I think there's a good chance you wouldn't have been able to, and I get that. A native speaker might not have even been able to without the context of the whole sentence.
I just wanted to make.
Wanted becomes wanna. The ed ending in wanted is I and D, wanted, but usually we drop that T, and that's what happened here. Wanted. The word to. When the word to follows a word that ends with a D sound or a T sound, it's pretty common to drop that T and just attach a schwa. Wanted. So wanted to, we still have 3 syllables, but they're different. Now instead of wanted to, they will become wanted. And he says them very quickly.
I just wanted to make sure.
Wanted to make sure. Now, the word make, we have another ending K sound, just like here with like, and it's followed by a word that begins with a consonant. We do not release that K. It's very subtle. Here, the word like was unstressed. Here, the word make is unstressed. So they're said so quickly. Make sure. It may sound to you like no K at all. I get that. I still feel that there's a K there. I wouldn't say make sure. With no K, make sure. There's just the briefest of stops there, but it is very hard to hear. Make sure. Want to make sure.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
And then the rest of the phrase, and I missed something. I didn't said very quickly. In N apostrophe T contractions, we have a couple options. I think you can think of this as totally dropped. Didn't miss. Right from the N into the M with no stop. Didn't miss something. Then we have an ending S, a beginning S. Those words will link together with a single S. Miss something. I didn't miss something.
Is this through an employer?
So then the person on the phone is asking for more information to try to help look up his file or solve his question, answer his question for him. What is the shape of stress? What are the most stressed syllables in this phrase?
Is this through an employer? Is this through,
I find that stress on this. Is this through an employer? And stress on employ, here it's a down-up shape because this is a yes-no question. So the intonation for that will almost always go up at the end. Is this through an employer? Is said quickly, through unsaid quickly, through an employer.
Is this through an employer?
No. Little bit of that popcorn quality in the voice. No. I do feel that up-down shape of stress. No. Though the whole thing is a little bit low in pitch. No.
Okay, sure. I'd be happy to help you with that.
Now, often when you're talking to somebody in customer support, after they have figured out what your problem is, they then say something like, I'd be happy to help you with that. So let's look at the first part of this phrase.
Okay, sure. Okay,
stress on O. Okay, sure.
and a lot of stress on sure as well. These higher pitches are a little bit more of a friendly tone. So if you're ever talking to somebody and you want to make sure you're keeping it friendly and you sound upbeat and energetic, you might want to think about just lifting your tone a little bit. Okay. Instead of, okay. Okay, sure.
Okay, sure. Okay, sure. Okay, sure. I'd be happy to help you with that.
And what are the most stressed words in this phrase?
I'd be happy to help you with that. I'd be happy to help you with that. I'd be happy to help you with that.
I'd be happy. The most stress on happy, that's first syllable stress. Happy to help you with that. A little bit of stress on help and that.
I'd be happy to help you with that. I'd be happy to help you with that. I'd be happy to help you with that.
I'd and be said a little bit more quickly. I'd be. The D is not released. It's not I'd be, but I'd be. The D is held in the voice. The tongue is in position. The vocal cords vibrate. But then rather than releasing air, she goes right into the next sound, which is a consonant. So this is the most common way to pronounce a D when it's followed by a consonant, is vibrating the vocal cords, but not D, releasing at the end.
I'd be happy to help you with that.
Happy to help. Happy to. Do you notice that? Flap T in two. It's not a true T. Happy to help. Happy to help.
Happy to help. Happy to help. Happy to help you with that.
Help you with that. Help you with that. We have a stop T at the end of that. Let's look at the ending P here. P is also a stop consonant, and it's more common to release this sound, but I don't think I hear it released here. Help you. I don't really hear that escape. Help you. I think the lips come into position and then they just open up right into the U diphthong. Now let's look at this. We have an ending TH in with, which is most commonly unvoiced, and a beginning T in that, which is voiced. What happens there? Let's listen.
Help you with that. Help you with that. Help you with that.
I don't really hear an unvoiced TH. I think you can just think of it as being with the first two sounds linking right in. With that. Listen to this phrase again.
I'd be happy to help you with that. I'd be happy to help you with that. I'd be happy to help you with that.
All right, let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
How can I help you today?
I'm calling because I set up insurance for September 1st, but I still haven't gotten my first bill or anything like that. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
Is this through an employer?
No.
Okay, sure. I'd be happy to help you with that.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hello?
Hi, we're just calling because it looks like you haven't moved in a while. Is there a traffic jam or something?
Yeah, I'm right at the entrance of the airport. I don't know what's happening. Traffic is moving now, but it's very slow.
Okay, we'll wait. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello? Hello? This is a very common way to answer the phone in the U.S. It starts out with a schwa, not the vowel, but hello. And that helps you make that first syllable really quickly. It's unstressed, hello, and the pitch will go up. That's how we usually answer the phone. Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hi, we're just calling because it looks like you haven't moved in a while.
Hi. And she responds with hi, up-down shape statement before she says why she's calling. So this is also common. If someone says hello, you start your next phrase with hi, I'm calling because, or hi, is Jason there, or whatever. It's more polite than skipping the word hi. Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi, we're just calling because it looks like you haven't moved in a while.
What are the most stressed syllables in this statement?
We're just calling because it looks like you haven't moved in a while. We're just calling because it looks like you haven't moved in a while. We're just calling because it looks like you haven't moved in a while.
We're just calling. A lot of shape there. We're just calling because it looks like you haven't moved in a while. Moved in a while. Calling and moved are two verbs have the most stress to me in this sentence. Let's look at the first two words, we're just.
We're just.
So we are, we're becomes were. I would write that with the schwa. We're just. And the T is dropped. Why? Because it comes between two consonants. Very common to drop that T in just when the next word begins with a consonant. We're just
calling because it looks like you haven't moved in a while.
We're just calling. We have an unstressed syllable in calling. And then what about our next many words here before the stressed word moved? How are those pronounced?
We're just calling because it looks like you haven't. We're just calling because it looks like you haven't. We're just calling because it looks like you haven't.
Because it looks like you haven't. Because it looks like you haven't. Because becomes cuz, reduced to just a single syllable. The ending Z links into the I vowel. Cause it. Then we have a stop T there because the next word begins with a consonant. Cause it looks.
Because it looks like you haven't. Because it looks like you haven't. Because it looks like you haven't.
Because it looks like you haven't. Looks. Not really looks, but looks like unstressed feel said quickly, flatter in pitch than looks, which would be the stressed way to pronounce that word. Looks like you haven't.
It looks like you haven't. It looks like you haven't. It looks like you haven't.
Looks like you haven't. Looks like you haven't. I'm not really hearing the H there. Looks like you. And I might write that as a schwa. It's so fast. Looks like you. Looks like you. Looks like you haven't.
It looks like you haven't. It looks like you haven't. It looks like you haven't.
And a bit of a stop feel there for that. And apostrophe T ending. Haven't moved.
You haven't moved. You haven't moved. You haven't moved in a while.
Haven't moved in a while. Moved in a. The ending D of moved links right into that I vowel. Din. Moved in a. And then the N links right into the schwa. Moved in a while. Moved in a while.
Moved in a while. Moved in a while. Moved in a while.
While. That's a dark L. You don't need to lift your tongue tip. But all of these words linking together really smoothly with those up-down shapes, those swells, those peaks of intonation on those stressed syllables.
While. Is there a traffic jam or something?
Then she asks a yes/no question and her pitch does go up. Is there a traffic jam or something? Traffic. So because the intonation of the sentence is headed up, that shape of stress is more of a down and then swoop up.
traffic jam or something. And then another little one on something. Something. Yes, no question. Intonation for those do generally go up.
Is there a traffic jam or something? Is there a traffic jam or something? Is there a traffic jam or something?
Listen to the first three words.
Is there is there is there
Is there unstressed, simplify, simplifies. Is there
is there
I vowel, weak Z, voiced TH. This is an unstressed word, so your tongue tip doesn't have to come through the teeth. Is the. It touches behind the teeth, but it doesn't have to come all the way through. That would take a little bit more time, and we want to simplify. Is the. So the tip of the tongue touches the backs of the teeth. Is there
a traffic jam or something?
The TR cluster, traffic jam, does come out as a CHR. That's a very common pronunciation. Traffic. Traffic jam. The ending K sound here, not released. The next word begins with a consonant. So she doesn't say traffic jam, but traffic jam. My tongue goes into position for the K. The air stops, but then instead of releasing K, that sound, I go right into the next sound, which is the J consonant. Traffic jam.
Traffic jam. Traffic jam. Traffic jam.
Jam. We have the A as in bat vowel, followed by M. The back of the tongue does relax in between, making an sound. Jam or something. Do you notice the or reduction? It's not or, it's Jammer something.
Jam or something. Jam or something. Jam or something.
Yeah.
Up down shape of stress. Yeah.
I'm right at the entrance of the airport.
What are the most stressed words in that sentence?
I'm right at the entrance of the airport. I'm right at the entrance of the airport. I'm right at the entrance of the airport.
I'm right at the entrance of the airport. We have three most stressed syllables there.
I'm right at the entrance of the airport. I'm right at the entrance of the airport. I'm right at the entrance of the airport.
The first word I'm said very quickly. I'm right, and it's going up towards that peak of stress. I'm right at the. Right at the. Then we have a flap T connecting right and at, but it's not at, is it? That vowel has reduced write it. And that's a common pronunciation in this case, right at the entrance. Then we have a stop T and at. The E, the letter E in the word the is pronounced as the E vowel. That's because the next word begins with a vowel, the entrance. This is the rule. It's not very strictly followed, but it does happen. It is the rule, so you will notice it sometimes. The entrance. And again, I'm hearing this TR cluster as a CHR, entrance. And this is a schwa. It's the unstressed syllable. Don't try to put a bigger vowel in there. Entrance.
Entrance of the airport.
Entrance of the airport. So we have three unstressed syllables here. Trance of the word of, that gets reduced completely. It's the schwa. And then again, this letter E is the E as in she vowel because the next word begins with a vowel, the airport. And those words will link together with no kind of break or lift. The airport. Entrance of the airport. Entrance of the airport. And he makes that a stop T. That's the most common pronunciation for a T at the end of a thought when the next word, when the sound before was an R. Airport.
The airport. I don't know what's happening.
In this next sentence, listen to the intonation.
I don't know what's happening.
I don't know. Some up, down on don't, even more on no. I don't know what's happening. Happening. And then at the very end, he makes his intonation go up to show that he's going to continue on. Did you notice as I was repeating it back, I dropped the T? That's what he did. I don't know. Linking those two words together with a single N sound.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I still hear this as the O diphthong. I don't know. Sometimes you'll hear that change to something more like the as in butter. I don't know. But here I think it is more oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what's happening. I and what's a little bit flatter, less of a stressed feel.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Traffic is moving now, but it's very slow.
What is the stress of this sentence?
Traffic is moving now, but it's very slow. Traffic is moving now, but it's very slow. Traffic is moving now, but it's very slow.
Traffic is moving now, but it's very slow. Okay, then we have a couple interesting things happening. First of all, the TR cluster in traffic again sounds like CHR. Traffic. Now I notice he drops the Z sound in is. Traffic is moving very slow. I mean, that is fast. That's not a common reduction. It doesn't sound strange to me until I listen to it over and over, and then I think, oh my goodness, he's dropped the Z. So it's not a common reduction, but he's just saying that word so quickly that I don't even hear the weak Z sound. Traffic moving. It's just a super fast I vowel between those two words.
Traffic is moving. Traffic is moving. Traffic is moving now, but it's very slow.
Moving now, and a lot of up-down shape on that word, that adverb now.
Moving now. Moving now. Moving now, but it's very slow.
And then very quickly, but it's, these two unstressed words linked together with a flap T. But it's.
But it's very slow.
And then our two stressed words, very slow. Up, down, very slow. But it's very slow.
But it's very slow. But it's very slow. But it's very slow.
Okay, we'll wait, thanks.
What are the most stressed syllables in this phrase?
Okay, we'll wait, thanks. Okay, we'll wait, thanks. Okay, we'll wait, thanks.
We have okay, we'll wait, thanks. 3 peaks of stress on O, okay, we'll wait, on the contraction will. Let me write that better. There are a couple of different ways you can pronounce this contraction. I'm hearing it like will. Okay, we'll wait, stop T, thanks.
Okay, we'll wait, thanks. Okay, we'll wait, thanks. Okay, we'll wait, thanks.
Thanks. This is written in IPA with the A vowel, but when it's followed by the NG consonant, which it is here, it's more like the A diphthong. Thanks. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you.
How does he say this next phrase?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say those are both stressed. Thank you. Now, commonly we would say thank you, and we would stress only thank. But she has said thanks to him, and to say thank you, to stress you as well, is to say, no, I thank you. You don't need to thank me. I thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The K sound releases right into the U diphthong. Q, Q. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Hello?
Hi, we're just calling because it looks like you haven't moved in a while. Is there a traffic jam or something?
Yeah, I'm right at the entrance of the airport. I don't know what's happening. Traffic is moving now, but it's very slow.
Okay, we'll wait, thanks.
Thank you.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hi, Kim gave me your number as a reference. We're considering hiring her to babysit our newborn. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Not at all.
How was your experience with her?
She was great. She was always on time, and the kids really liked her. We're going to continue using her on evenings and weekends as needed.
So this is based on a phone conversation I actually had. A lot of these scripted conversations are conversations that I write based on conversations that I have when I record them into my phone. And it's pretty useful for me because when I'm choosing these topics, I'm able to choose ones that I've actually had, not just having to make something up.
Hi, Kim gave me your number as a reference.
So when I picked up the phone, I said hello, and the person said, hi. I'm sure she said her name. My name is whatever, I don't remember. And then she probably would have said Kim's last name so that I would really understand what she was saying. But she's given me a lot of information here at the beginning so that I can understand who she is and why she's calling me, because she was a complete stranger to me. So she starts off with hi, hello, pitch goes up when you answer the phone, hi, statement intonation when you respond to that, hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi, Kim gave me your number as a reference.
Kim gave me your number as a reference. Kim gave me your number as a reference.
Kim gave me your number as a reference. Kim gave me your number as a reference. Kim gave me your number as a reference.
Links together really smoothly. Kim gave me your number as a reference. And the feeling is definitely of the energy and the pitch going down over the course of the sentence. Kim gave me her, gave me her, gave me her, gave me her. So we would have the M linking right into the G, the V right into the M right into the Y. The E vowel right into the Y. Kim gave me. So you'll definitely be able to practice some consonant to consonant links here smoothly from one sound to the next with no breaks. Kim gave me your. That's not your. That's your. Gave me your number is a R linking right into the schwa. As reduces. The letter A is just the schwa. Is a. Number is a. Number is a.
Number is a reference.
The word reference can be 3 syllables, but it's one of these words like chocolate and family that it will be more common for a native speaker to make that 2 syllables. Chocolate, family, reference. So you can leave that middle syllable out. That'll sound nice. Reference. That's what you'll want to do when you're imitating the audio. Reference. Reference.
Reference. Reference. Reference. We're considering hiring her to babysit our newborn.
Okay, in this next sentence, what is the stress? What are the most stressed syllables?
We're considering hiring her to babysit our newborn. We're considering hiring her to babysit our newborn. We're considering hiring her to babysit our newborn.
We're considering hiring her. That's the first syllable that I feel like, oh yeah, that's definitely stressed. We're considering hiring her.
We're considering hiring her. We're considering hiring her. We're considering hiring her to babysit our newborn.
Hiring her to babysit our newborn. Babysit our newborn. So those are the 3 syllables that jump out to me the most as having that up-down shape. Even though considering is a content word, it doesn't really have that up-down shape that hire does. We're considering hire. We're considering hiring.
We're considering hiring. We're considering hiring. We're considering hiring.
We're considering. See if you can do that simply without trying to make anything too long, minimizing mouth movements. We're considering. If you need an anchor there, the stressed syllable in considering is the second syllable. We're considering.
Make sure you don't put any vowel here in the first syllable. Kun, kun, kun. Syllabic consonant N absorbs the schwa. Kun, kun, kun. Considering, considering, considering.
We're considering hiring her to babysit our newborn.
Hiring her. So in that stressed syllable, we have the I diphthong. Hire. Right into the R sound. I think actually in the dictionary it would probably say the schwa R sound. Of course, R absorbs the schwa. Hire, hiring, hiring, hiring. Sort of a tricky word.
Hiring her.
Why don't you slow it down when you're practicing it if you're not sure about it? Hire. And hold out your R.
Hiring her
to. So we have 3 unstressed syllables. And actually, if you look it up in the dictionary, you would see that the word hire is written as 1 syllable, but I definitely feel like this R sound at the end feels like another syllable. Hire. So I'm going to call that its own syllable. I think that's what it feels like. I think that's what will make the most sense when you're shaping this. Hiring her to. So we have ing her to. Now she could have dropped the H here in her. She doesn't. She does give a light H sound. Ing her to, ing her to, ing her to. But you probably noticed that this is not a true T. This is a flap. Her to, and of course the vowel reduces to the schwa. Hiring her to, hiring her to.
Hiring her to babysit our newborn.
Babysit our. Flap T there, connecting those 2 words, babysit our. Now this word our often sounds a whole lot like this word, our. Babysit our. And I think that's what it sounds like here. Babysit our newborn. Babysit our newborn.
Babysit our newborn. Babysit our newborn. Babysit our newborn.
Born. This is a tricky word, but it's unstressed here. The stressed syllable of this word is new. So see if you can simplify it. It's not born, but born, 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 born. Newborn. Newborn.
Newborn. Newborn. Newborn. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
What do you think are the most stressed syllables in this sentence?
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Do you mind if I ask you? A little bit of stress there. Mind, ask. Ask you a few, a little bit of stress there. Questions, and then the stress has the the down up shape there because the intonation is going up. This is a yes no question. That intonation will go up. Let's look at just the first 3 words here. Do you mind?
Do you mind if
Do you? Definitely not do you. Said very simply, I would write both of those with the schwa, D schwa, Y schwa, linking right into the M. So simple, so fast. Do you mind? Do you mind?
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Do you mind if I... Ending D, linking right into the I vowel, so really smooth connections here. Do you mind if I? Both of these words unstressed, lower in pitch, flatter. F links right into the I as in by diphthong.
Do you mind if I
ask? And then that diphthong links right into the A as in bat vowel with no break. I ask. It might feel like you go through the glide consonant Y there. If that helps you connect them, link them more smoothly, go for it. If I ask you a few. Ask you a. Now here we have you. Again, it's unstressed, but it's not reduced. I do feel like she is making an oo vowel there. That's what we would do if the next word is a schwa or begins with a schwa. You about, you a, you a. We wouldn't change the vowel before to the schwa if the next vowel is a schwa. So you, still unstressed, but not reduced. You a, you a, you a, you a few, you a few. Linking together so smoothly. You a few. You a few questions.
You few questions? You few questions? You few questions?
TION ending here is the CH sound. Ch, ch, ch. Questions. And then the letter S makes the Z sound. This plural is the Z. Questions? Questions?
Questions? Questions? Questions?
Not at all.
So his response, not at all. He doesn't mind at all. It would be fine for him to answer the questions.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. Very quick. Everything links together. Not at all. And his pitch on all here is pretty high. That shows a friendliness, an openness. You wouldn't want all of your intonation to be that way, even if you want to appear friendly. But in his initial response, do you mind if I do this? Not at all. By having the pitch be higher, it shows friendliness and enthusiasm, I would say. Listen to the difference between not at all, not at all, not at all, and not at all. It's just brighter.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. Do you notice both of those flaps? And this is not at. This is nada, nada, not at all. Not at all. L here, dark L. It comes at the end of the word. There is no next word. Don't lift your tongue tip. It's not all, but all. Just that dark sound. If you lift your tongue tip, it will probably bring the sound more forward, and we want it to stay back so it feels dark. Not at all. It's funny because I just said his higher pitch makes it feel bright, yet even so we have the dark L in that.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
How was your experience with her?
What are the most stressed words here?
How was your experience with her? How was your experience with her? How was your experience with her?
How was your experience with her? The question word how has some shape. How was your experience? But then most of the stress was on the second syllable of experience. The other words, unstressed, flatter in pitch. Let's look at just how was your.
How was your? How was your? How was your?
How was your? How was your? Was your? Reduced. Was becomes was. Links right smoothly into the next word. Your becomes your. Was your? How was your?
How was your? How was your? How was your?
You're probably going to have to simplify your mouth movements to make these unstressed words this quickly. So think about that. Think about simplifying, taking away. How was your? How was your? How was your?
How was your? How was your? How was your experience with her?
Experience with her. Experience with her. Notice how every syllable after that stressed syllable is still all falling down. It's all part of this downward shape, the downward direction of the pitch. Experience with her, with her, with her. So for this TH, it's unvoiced. You can make it voiced, but that's less common. She makes it unvoiced with her. So the tongue tip does have to come through the teeth because it's unvoiced. With her. Very light H. Schwa R. She could have dropped the H. That's a common reduction. With her. But she does do a light H sound. Experience with her. Experience with her. Notice the letter X here. We have two different pronunciations. This one is the KS pronunciation. Experience with her.
Experience with her. Experience with her. Experience with her.
She was great.
His response,
What are our stress words here?
She was great. She was great. She was great.
She was great. A little bit of stress on she. She was great. More stress on great. Everything links together smoothly. Just like the was up here, the was reduces. It's not was, it's was. She was great. Great. Clear up, down shape, but does end sort of abruptly. Great. It's not gray. With that more open ending feeling, that would be the color gray. But it's great. That stop is the stop T.
She was great. She was great. She was great. She was always on time.
She was always on time. Very clear stress here. She was always on time. And the kids really liked her.
She was always on time and the kids really liked her. She was always on time and the kids really liked her. She was always on time and the kids really liked her.
So I would say those 4 words are the most stressed. Now we have the word was here. She was great. She was always. Do we think that was is reduced?
She was.
Yes, it is. It's not she was. That's too long. We need contrast. She was becomes she was. Oops, that's not an S. She was always. She was always on time. Always on time. Ways on. These 2 unstressed syllables link together with that Z sound. Ways on. And they're flatter in pitch. Always on time.
Always on time. Always on time. Always on time.
This is another L that's a dark L. Don't lift your tongue tip. Don't need it. It's going to mess up your sound. Always. The T in time is a true T because it begins a stress syllable. Always on time.
Always on time. Always on time. Always on time, and the kids really liked her.
And the, way more simple than that, way more fast. The word and reduced, schwa n. You can really just think of that as being the N sound. This TH, voiced, can be simplified. A voiced TH at the beginning of a word like this, that's unstressed, is not going to be pronounced with the tongue tip through. That's a little bit too much of the sound. We need to make it faster, more simply. So it's the. It's not duh with a D, but the tongue just goes straight forward, not forward and up, just straight forward and back. The, with the jaw not really dropped very much at all.
And the kids really liked her.
And the kids really liked her. Okay, the S in kids is a Z. Kids really liked her.
The kids really liked her. The kids really liked her. The kids really liked her.
The word really can be pronounced as 3 syllables, but most native speakers will make it 2. So not really, but just really or really. The vowel in that first syllable, it can be E as in she. That's what you'll see in the dictionary. But a lot of Americans relax it a little bit more, make it I as in sit. I think that's what he's doing. Really liked her. These are both light L's because they start the syllable. Really liked her. The ED ending here is a T sound. That's because the sound before was unvoiced. Liked.
He liked her. He liked her. He liked her.
And here he does do the reduction where he drops the H. So up here she didn't. She left the H on, but she made the word unstressed. Down here it's dropped. Liked her. Der. So it's just a schwa R ending on the end of that word.
He liked her. He liked her. He liked her. We're going to continue using her on evenings and weekends as needed.
Okay, so this thought group said pretty quickly, what are our stressed words here?
We're going to continue using her on evenings and weekends as needed. We're going to continue using her on evenings and weekends as needed. We're going to continue using her on evenings and weekends as needed.
We're going to continue. We're going to continue. Definitely hearing some length there on tin. True T, because it starts a stressed syllable. Wow, really everything links together so smoothly as well, doesn't it? We're gonna continue. We're gonna. Oops, I left out the word to here. Going to becomes gonna. We're gonna. Don't make a syllable here. It's the schwa that gets absorbed by the N. Can. We're gonna. We are going to becomes we're gonna. Can you do that so simply? You have to really change your mind about how you're pronouncing things. Less movement, more simple. We're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. We're gonna continue. We're gonna continue.
We're going to continue using her on evenings and weekends as needed.
We're going to continue using. So these two words link together really smoothly. We have more stress on using. So the unstressed syllable here has the U diphthong. The stressed syllable here has the U diphthong. Continue using. And they link together. No break. Very smooth.
Continue using
her. Do you notice that? Another case where the H is dropped. Using her. Just a schwa R ending there on the end. Let's go ahead and write this out. We have U, the letter S is the Z sound. Using her, and then that NG links right into schwa R. Using her. Actually, in IPA, the Z would probably be written on the end of this syllable, but that won't change the pronunciation, of course, because we don't show the difference in syllables. Using. I actually think it helps with smoothness to think of it as beginning the second syllable rather than ending the first syllable. Using. But it doesn't matter.
Using her on evenings and weekends as needed.
A funny little detail there. Using her on the next word, on, also unstressed. And what about evenings and weekends?
Using her on evenings and weekends.
On evenings. Again, just like here when we were talking about the syllables ing being using, we can even sort of do that as a trick to link words together. Evenings. Think of the N as being over here. On evenings and reduced schwa N. Letter S here, a Z sound. The plural is a Z. Evenings and weekends.
Evenings and weekends is
needed. Nice stress pattern there. Da 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 da.
Evenings and weekends is needed.
The word evenings. Evenings, just like really. This is one of those words that can be 3 syllables, but most native speakers will most of the time make it 2. He's done that here. Evenings. You should also do that to simplify and to sound more natural. Evenings and weekends is needed.
Evenings and weekends is needed.
Do you notice in the word weekends, the D sound is dropped. It's just N right into Z. Weekends. It's not uncommon to drop D between consonants, especially when the consonant before is an N. Weekends. So we have a Z sound here. Weekends is z. The word as reduces. It's schwa, z. So we have z, schwa, z, 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 z. Weekends is needed. And the ed ending here is the I as in sit, D. So in the word liked, it was a T sound because the sound before was unvoiced. Here, we're actually adding an extra syllable, two sounds, a vowel and a consonant, id, id. That's because the sound before was D. If the sound before is a D or a T, then we add an extra syllable, needed, needed.
Needed. Needed. Needed.
An example of a word with a T, if you like Twitter, tweeted, tweeted. So it's a T, we turn it into a flap T because it's now between two vowels, the E as in she and the I as in sit for the extra syllable ending. Needed, tweeted, liked.
Needed. Needed. Needed.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Hi, Kim gave me your number as a reference. We're considering hiring her to babysit our newborn. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Not at all.
How was your experience with her?
She was great. She was always on time, and the kids really liked her. We're going to continue using her on evenings and weekends as needed.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hi, I have an appointment today at 11 and I'm waiting on the subway. They just announced that there are some problems with service, so I just wanted to check in on your late policy.
We do have a 15-minute grace period, but after that you would need to reschedule.
Okay. Hopefully I'll get there. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, hi. So the person has just answered the phone, probably saying hello, and then maybe this is the dentist's office or whatever, Dr. Johnson's office. And he responds, hi, 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 up, down, shape. That would be the most common way to respond. If you're calling someone and someone answers the phone, this is the first thing you probably say, hi. It's a little bit more polite than just going right into the next phrase. Start with hi. Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi. I have an appointment today at 11 and I'm waiting on the subway.
Sort of a long thought group all the way from I have to subway. What are our peaks of stress here?
I have an appointment today at 11 and I'm waiting on the subway. I have an appointment today at 11 and I'm waiting on the subway. I have an appointment today at 11 and I'm waiting on the subway.
I have an appointment today at 11 and I'm waiting on the subway. Also a little bit on I. I have an appointment. I have an Then 3 unstressed syllables in a row, have, linking together, ending V into schwa, ending N into schwa. Havena, 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 havena. I havena, I havena.
I have an I have an I have an appointment today.
An appointment today. An appointment today. Those are both stop T's. Appointment today. So the T here, a stop because the next sound is a consonant. Appointment. Appointment. Mint. And make sure you're making this with a schwa. It's not men. It's mint. Very minimal. Appointment.
An appointment today.
Now, do you hear how appointment today? These words are just sort of linking together with a single true T sound. So the true T is a stop and then a release. So you can think of the first one as being an unreleased T, a stop T, and the next one being a true T. Or you can just think of this T as being dropped and this being a true T and the N linking in. It's the idea is it's one stop and one release for the feeling of one full true T. Appointment today.
An appointment today.
Now notice the pronunciation of the word today is never today. It's always t. It's always a schwa. That's not a reduction. That's just the actual real pronunciation of it. T. Today at 11.
Today at 11. So
the word is not at. It's reduced to the schwa stop T. Wait, no, not a stop T. That's a flap T, isn't it?
Today at 11.
At 11. Because the next word begins with a vowel. At 11. Let's just write it out. At 11. And the stressed syllable is the middle syllable there of 11. 11. At 11. So not at, but at 11. At 11.
At 11, and I'm waiting on the subway.
11, and I'm. I guess now that I'm listening to it, there's almost a little lift here. 11, and I'm.
11, and I'm. 11, and I'm.
N, schwa N, not a full and pronunciation. And I'm. The N linking right into the I diphthong. And I'm waiting. M right into W, consonant to consonant link.
And I'm waiting.
What's happening with the T there? Flap T linking two vowels together, in this case a diphthong, A, and the I vowel, waiting on the ing on the unstressed syllable of waiting, linking right into on and the. They're all lower in pitch. Ring on the. Also, I should say I wrote that with I because that's what it is in the dictionary, but it's actually more like E. Do you know this? When I is followed by the NG sound, the vowel shifts to something more like E than I. Waiting, ing, not ing. Waiting on the subway.
I'm waiting on the subway.
Subway, boy. B links right into the W, so as you release that stop, boo, your lips are in position for the W, no break. Subway, boy. Subway.
They just announced that there are some problems with service.
Let's look at the intonation and stress of this next sentence.
They just announced that there are some problems with service. Just has some stress, and the stressed syllable announced has some stress. They just announced that there are some problems
that there are some. These are all lower in pitch, don't really have that up down shape. But then we get to problems, we have more of that. that there are some problems with service. Service.
That there are some problems with service. That there are some problems with service. That there are some problems with service.
With service. With service. With unstressed, said very quickly, service. So normally the stress would be service, up, down on sir, but here it's more of a down, up because he makes his pitch go up. He's not done. He's going to talk about what that means for him. And he signals that he's not done by going up in pitch. Service. This is especially helpful on the phone when there are no other signals to use. By making the intonation go up, you're signaling that you're not done talking. You still have more to say, so that person can just sit and listen.
With service. With service. With service.
They just announced. Now here we have an ST cluster. The next word begins with a vowel. So there is a light true T to link into the next word. Just announced. Justa. It's not dropped. They just announced.
Just announced. Just announced. Just announced.
Announced. So we have the letter S, the sound S. The letter C makes the S sound. So the ED ending, the rule would be it comes after an unvoiced sound, so it's a T. Announced. Announced. Announced.
Announced. Announced. Announced that there are some problems.
However, the next sound is also a consonant. It's the voiced TH sound. So when the T comes between two consonants, it's pretty common to drop that. And I do hear that that's what happens. So the ED ending, the past tense part, gets dropped. But we know that it's past tense because of how he's speaking about it. It's something that just happened. They just announced that, but we don't hear the T. We don't actually hear the part that makes it past tense. They just announced that.
They just announced that. They just announced that. They just announced that there are some problems. So it's not that, but it's the schwa, there. Stop T, because the next word begins with a consonant. Again, it's the voiced TH. There. So then we re-emphasize the R with a schwa R here. There. So that we feel R as another word, as another syllable. There. It's really subtle, this re-stressing of the R sound, because we have an ending R here already. There. It's like you just pull back from the sound a little bit and then re-emphasize that there are some. Some, I would write that with the schwa. It said very quickly some problems. Some problems with service.
Problems with, blooms with. We have two unstressed syllables here. Blooms with service.
Problems with service. Problems with service. Problems with service.
With. It ends in a TH. It can be either pronunciation, but unvoiced is more common. With service. And here's a trick. When it links into a word that begins with an S, you can actually drop that. With service. You can just make a really quick W-I sound linking into an S. With service. Now, I think he actually does do a very light, quick TH there before the S. With service. But you can absolutely get away without doing that. Native speakers drop the TH in with quite often, actually, when it links into an S. With service. With service. Now, it doesn't work if you make the word with any longer than that. With service. That doesn't work at all. It has to be with. Absolutely as fast as you can make it. With service. Almost like there's not even a vowel, just a W. With service. Some problems with service.
some problems with service. So,
So, its own little thought group, quick up, down shape. So,
I just wanted to check in on your late policy.
I just want a little stress there. I just wanted to check in, most there on that part of the phrasal verb. I just want to check in on your late policy. And then again, a little bit of stress there on the word late.
I just wanted to check in on your late policy. I just wanted to check in on your late policy. I just wanted to check in on your late policy.
But we do have some reductions here. I just. Now here we have the word just, an ST cluster, followed by a consonant. We drop that T. I just wanted to. Now, wanted to. We have some reductions here. They're all involving the T's. Well, not all of them, but we've dropped the T in just. We also dropped the T in wanted. Wanted very often becomes wanted. It's like in the word internet, international, when we drop the T after N. This is a common example of that. So we drop the T after the N in wanted, so it becomes wanted. I just wanted to. Then the word to. It's not uncommon if the word before ends in a D sound to drop the T and just attach a schwa to the end of the word before. And that's what he's doing. Wanted to. To becomes wanted to. These words, I just wanted to, they're fairly common as a phrase. I just wanted to see what would happen. I just wanted to know more. I just wanted to hear your voice. So there are lots of different ways that we could use that. I just wanted to try that new restaurant. I just wanted to. Fairly unclear, but of course, as native speakers, we totally get it. Now that you've studied it, hopefully you will notice it and you will be able to understand it when you hear it.
I just wanted to check in.
Check in, phrasal verb, check in. We often use it at a hotel or for an appointment, for example, but here it means gather information on, or I wanted to understand your late policy. I wanted to check in on it. I wanted to know more about it. Ending K sound links right into the I vowel of in. Check in.
Check in on your late policy.
And then the ending N links right into the vowel for on. This can be ah as in father or ah as in law. Check in on your. And these two words are low in pitch. They're flatter. The word your is not your. It's reduced. On your
late policy.
On your late. We have a beginning L here. That's a light L. You do lift your tongue tip for it. On your late policy. Stop T in late because the next word begins with a consonant, the P consonant. Late policy.
Late policy.
So Paul has a little bit of length, but it's mostly just coming down in pitch from the peak that we had on late. Late policy. Now this is a dark L. But you do lift your tongue tip here because the next sound is a vowel. Paul. Oh, if you can, try to put that dark sound in there. Policy. Before you lift your tongue tip. Late policy.
Late policy.
We do have a 15-minute grace period.
Okay, so what happens if he shows up to his dental appointment late? We actually don't know by the conversation that it's a dental appointment, but I actually wrote this based on a conversation I had, and it was my dentist appointment. I was late. I didn't know when the train was going to come, and I was just wondering, are they going to cancel my appointment? So I needed to know their late policy. I called them from the subway platform. So this is what she said.
We do have a 15-minute grace period.
We do have a. Great. She's stressing that they have a policy. There's a little bit of leniency. We do have a 15-minute grace period. So what are the other syllables that are stressed there?
We do have a 15-minute grace period. We do have a 15-minute grace period. We do have a 15-minute grace period.
We do have a 15-minute grace period. 15. Stress in these words often on the second syllable, but not always. For example, if I was counting, I would say 13, 14, 15, and I'd be stressing the first part. But here, we do have a 15-minute, 15, a little bit more stress on teen. We do have a 15-minute and some stress on minute.
We do have a 15-minute. We do have a 15-minute. We do have a 15-minute grace period.
Grace period. Grace period. And then more stress on grace, and period just sort of comes in on the way down, although the first syllable is stressed. Grace period.
Grace period. Grace period. Grace period.
We do have a. So we have a, all less stressed, flatter in pitch. We do have a.
We do have a. We do have a. We do have a 15-minute grace period.
15-minute grace period. And everything links together really smoothly, doesn't it? We have a stop T here in minute because the next word begins with a consonant. The T in teen is a true T because it starts a stressed syllable. 15-minute grace period.
15-minute grace period. 15-minute grace period. 15-minute grace period. But after that, you would need to reschedule.
So, what is the stress here?
But after that, you would need to reschedule. But after that, you would need to reschedule. But after that, you would need to reschedule.
But after that, I'm feeling some stress there. But after that, you would need to reschedule. So if you show up 16 minutes late, there's a good chance that they're going to cancel your appointment. Luckily, for the record, I did get there in time.
But after that, you would need to reschedule. But after that, you would need to reschedule. But after that, you would need to reschedule.
Let's just look at our first three words here. But after that, but flap T linking those two words together. And both of our peaks of stress here have an A vowel. But after that.
But after that. But after that. But after that.
She does a really light true T here. That's because it's part of a cluster. After. I've definitely noticed some native speakers do that more like after, a little bit more of a D sound. Here it sounds like a very light true T. At any rate, it's very quick. There's not a lot of air in it. It's not after. But after that.
But after that. But after that. But after that.
Linking together really smoothly. The sound is in this valley here and links right up into that next TH. But after that.
But after that, but after that, but after that.
And she ends that with a stop T. The next sound is the Y sound. But after that.
But after that, but after that, but after that, you would need.
You and would, both a little lower in pitch, flatter. You would need. The L is always silent in this word. The D, the ending D, just a very quick sound before the N. You would. It's not released. It's not you would need. So see if you can transition right from that quick D sound into the N. You would need to
reschedule.
Need. So we have the word to. The sound before is the D sound, and she does what is fairly common. You just take that ending D and you put a schwa at the end. So the whole word to is just the schwa sound. Need to reschedule. Quick little E vowel here. Jewel. This can either feel like one syllable, jewel, or two, jewel. I think for her it feels a little bit more like two, but at any rate, they're fast, they're unstressed. There's not much to them. Jewel.
Reschedule.
Dark L, don't lift your tongue tip. That's going to waste time and it's going to make that L take too long. It's going to make too much of it. Reschedule. Just a dark sound with a tongue tip down.
Reschedule. Reschedule. Reschedule.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. First syllable is stressed. Okay. And the K comes in on the way down. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Hopefully I'll get there.
Hopefully I'll get there. All of the stress here, hopefully I'll get, leads to that peak of stress on get. Hopefully I'll get there. And then there comes on the way down. Everything links together really smoothly.
Hopefully I'll get there. Hopefully I'll get there. Hopefully I'll get there.
So you're on the subway platform. You're not in control of the situation. You don't really want your appointment to be canceled. So all you got to do is hope. And his intonation being a little bit higher, his voice a little bit louder. Hopefully I'll get there. Just showing that he is feeling upbeat about it. He's trying to be positive about it. And he just hopes his train will get there.
Hopefully I'll get there. Hopefully I'll get there. Hopefully I'll get there.
Hopefully all. The word I'll sounds a lot more like all when it's not stressed. Hopefully I'll get, stop T, there, because the next word begins with a consonant. Hopefully I'll get there. Can you make it that smooth? Hopefully I'll get there. So we have two double L's here. You can lift your tongue tip because the next word begins, well, it's a light L. It begins the syllable. The syllable is the ly ending, and it's L consonant E vowel. Here it's a dark L. Don't lift your tongue tip for this one. Hopefully I'll get, tongue tip can stay down. I'll get there, just that dark sound with the back of the tongue. Hopefully I'll get there.
Hopefully I'll get there. Hopefully I'll get there. Hopefully I'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Up, down shape of stress on thank. The word you just falls into that downward part of the line. Thank you. Really smoothly connected. It's an unvoiced TH, as in bat, followed by the NG sound and a K. Now with these two sounds, when as in bat is followed by NG, it changes. It's really not like at all. It's a lot more like the A diphthong. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Hi, I have an appointment today at 11 and I'm waiting on the subway. They just announced that there are some problems with service, so I just wanted to check in on your late policy.
We do have a 15-minute grace period, but after that you would need to reschedule.
Okay. Hopefully I'll get there. Thank you.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Do you see the news? Unemployment for the week is way up again.
Wow, this is insane. I saw a bar graph comparing unemployment filings by week over the past 15 years or so, and the 2008 recession is just a blip compared to this.
I know, it's terrible. The impact is huge. Do you feel your job is at risk?
It doesn't seem like it for now, but you never know.
Do you see the news?
Did you becomes what? It's a reduction there.
Do you see the news? Do you see the news? Do you see the news?
It becomes a single syllable Jew, Jew, Jew. The J sound and the U vowel. So the final D of did is combining with the Y of you. You might hear this did you, but he's actually dropped the first two sounds there and it's just Jew, Jew, do you see? Do you see? Do you see that? You'll definitely hear this in conversational English. Jew, Jew. Do you see the news?
Do you see the news? Do you see the news? Do you see the news?
Do you see stressed? The news, also stressed, but intonation is going up. Do you see the flatter and unstressed? Do you see the news?
Do you see the news? Do you see the news? Do you see the news? Unemployment for the week is way up again.
What's our stress in this next sentence?
Unemployment for the week is way up again. Unemployment for the week is way up again. Unemployment for the week is way up again.
Unemployment, stressed syllable there. Unemployment for the week is way up again.
Unemployment for the week is way up again. Unemployment for the week is way up again. Unemployment for the week is way up again.
Unemployment, 4-syllable word with third syllable stress, so the first two syllables, flatter in pitch, a little bit lower, unemploy, unemployment.
Unemployment, unemployment, unemployment.
Unemployment for. So we have a little stop T here for the ending. Unemployment for the. So we have 3 unstressed syllables in a row. Notice I'm not really making a vowel there. It's a schwa. Unemployment for the fur. Not for, fur, with the schwa reduction. For the. This is an unstressed word beginning with a voiced th. You don't need to bring your tongue tip through there. For the. You can just bring it forward behind the teeth. For the week.
Unemployment for the week. Unemployment for the week. Unemployment for the week is way up again.
For the week is. K is a stop consonant. When it's followed by a consonant, you may drop the release. When it's followed by a vowel or diphthong, like here, it releases into that sound. Kiz, week is.
Week is way up.
Week is way up.
The week is way up. The week is way up. The week is way up.
Way up. Way up. We have the A diphthong in way. We have the as in butter vowel in up. It might help you to think of this being the word yup. Link through a glide consonant Y. Way up. Way up again. P, also a stop consonant just like K, followed by a vowel. So you're going to link that into the schwa. Up again. Up again.
Up again. Up again. Up again.
Wow.
Wow. Really stressed. Wow. Up, down shape. So you'll want your lips to round for the W consonant. Then we have the ow diphthong. Wow. And they'll round here for the second half of the diphthong as well. But the first W, the first sound, will be a tighter circle. Wow. Wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow. This is insane.
What's our stress of this next 3-word sentence?
This is insane. This is insane. This is insane.
This is insane. So it's 4 syllables and it's the last syllable that's stressed. This is in, this is in, this is in. All unstressed, flatter. This is insane. This is insane. And then that up down shape on our stressed syllable. This is in, this is in, this is in. Can you say that really simply? The TH in this is, again, voiced, unstressed syllable. Tongue tip doesn't have to come through the teeth. This is in, this is in, this is in. Link it all together really smoothly. This is insane. 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 I saw a bar graph comparing unemployment filings. I saw a bar graph. Both of those words have some stress and length. I saw a bar graph comparing unemploy. Again, a stress syllable there on our third syllable. I saw a bar graph comparing unemployment filings. Unemployment filings. So we have some more stress, some up-down shape there. I saw a bar graph comparing unemployment filings. I saw a bar graph comparing unemployment filings. I saw a bar graph comparing unemployment filings. I saw a. So even though we have a verb there, those 3 words, flatter in pitch, unstressed feeling. I saw a bar graph. Short, 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 long, long. I saw a bar graph. 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 I saw. So try to simplify that as much as you can. Take a little bit of the air, the energy out. I saw a bar. I saw a bar. And then make sure you're bringing out bar a little bit more. It helps, I think, to break it up into unstressed and stressed. So you can practice just, I saw, and then link it into the next stressed syllable. I saw a bar. I saw a bar. I saw a bar graph. Now, bar graph, these 2 words both have an R. That can be tricky. You might want to slow it down when you're practicing. Do the slow motion audio. Bar graph, bar graph. And really let yourself focus on that R position. You might even want to practice a few times. Bar graph, holding out just the R. I saw a bar graph. I saw a bar graph. I saw a bar graph. I saw a bar graph comparing unemployment filings. Bar graph comparing unemployment. Comparing. So these 4 syllables, a little bit flatter in pitch, comparing unemployment filings. It's all pretty fast though, isn't it? Even our stressed syllables. You know, everything links together so smoothly. We have some complicated words here. I have a feeling even students who are pretty advanced are going to want to work with the slow motion here. But keeping everything lower, smoother, and if there are words that are more tricky for you, like maybe comparing is harder for you, then just break that out. Comparing. If you can't do it accurately that slowly, then you're not going to be able to do it faster. So just really do it as slowly as you have to feel like you're getting the sounds right. Comparing. Notice I'm not saying comparing. I'm saying come. That's a schwa. Comparing. Oops. Wrong symbol. Comparing. Bar graph comparing. Bar graph comparing unemployment. Stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. Unemployment filings. Bar graph comparing unemployment filings. Bar graph comparing unemployment filings. Bar graph comparing unemployment filings. The L in filings is actually considered a dark L because the syllable break happens here after the L, but I think you can think of it as a light L. Filings, filings. You can definitely get away with that without trying to go filings. You can just say filings. Unemployment filings by week. Unemployment filings by week. Unemployment filings by week. Unemployment filings by week. So think of this as a light L where you do lift your tongue tip quickly. Filings.
Filings by week.
Unemployment filings by week. Some stress there. By week.
By week. By week. By week.
Over the past. Over the past. We have some length on past. Over the, both said pretty quickly, even though we do have a stressed syllable in over. I would say you can think of those, all of those syllables as being flatter. Over the, over the, over the, over the, over the, over the, over the past. Over the past.
Over the past. Over the past. Over the past.
Over the past. Now, I do a very light release of this T into a true T over the past before I make my F sound for 15. It would be very common to leave it out because it's part of an ending cluster and the next word begins with a consonant. I could have said past 15. That would have also been very clear and normal in American English. But I do a light, subtle true T, past 15.
Past 15. Past 15. Past 15.
So stress of the word 15 is on the second syllable when the word is just by itself, 15. But in context, sometimes we switch it to the first syllable, like 15 years, 15 years. I'm doing the stress more on the first syllable, 15, 15 years. I've noticed that when it's followed by a unit like years or minutes, 13 minutes, that we then tend to stress the first part of that word. Or if I was counting, 13, 14, 15, then also I would be stressing that first syllable. 15 years.
15 years. 15 years. 15 years or so.
So we have some stress on fifth, some stress on years, 15 years or so. And then or so are going to be flatter in pitch, just coming in on the way down here, 15 years or so, linking together really smoothly.
15 years or so. 15 years or so. 15 years or so.
So it's not or so, it's or so, or so, or so. Linking together smoothly, the ending Z of years links right into the years or so, years or so, years or so.
Years or so, years or so, years or so. And the 2008 recession is just a blip.
Okay, so I do a full release of the P here, a blip. So we'll break up our thought groups there because there's just a little pause, is just a blip to bring more stress to the word blip. So what are our stress syllables starting here with and?
And the 2008 recession is just a blip. And the 2008 recession is just a blip. And the 2008 recession is just a blip.
In the 2008 recession is just a blip. Most stress there. And the, how are they pronounced?
And the
said very quickly, schwa and the linking into the voiced th beginning an unstressed word. You don't need to bring your tongue tip through there. In the 2008.
And the 2008.
So we have some stress on 2 and some on 8. 2008. 2008. Is that tough for you? We do have a TH sound, an unvoiced TH sound in the word thousand. 2008. Let's write it out. 2008. So we have stress on 2 and 8. 2008. And I want to point out that I'm dropping the D in thousand, and it's just the N linking into the A diphthong. 2008. Nate.
2008. 2008. 2008.
When you're counting or doing a date with thousand, it's going to be pretty common to drop that D. Sometimes we drop D after N. And that happens a lot in dates like this. 2017, 2001, 2001, 2008, no D. 2008, stop T there because the next word begins with a consonant. 2008 recession. Da 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 da. 2008 recession.
2008 recession. 2008 recession. 2008 recession.
Make sure you're making a schwa here. It's not re, it's r. More neutral, said very quickly, recession. The letter C here makes an S sound. Recession. The letter double S here makes the SH sound. Recession. And again, we have a schwa in this unstressed syllable. So don't try to make more of that. Re-shin. Those are our unstressed syllables. Re-shin. Just made as quickly as we can. And then the stressed syllable in the middle. Recession. Recession is just a blip. Is just. I do a little release here of a true T. Separating it from the schwa is just a blip. Because I'm slowing down a little bit. When you slow down and you put little pauses before words, it brings more stress to the situation. And it's really unbelievable. We all thought the 2008 recession was a big deal, but then compared to what's happening because of the coronavirus, it's very different. The unemployment numbers are way worse than they were in 2008. So I'm bringing a lot of stress to this part of the phrase, is just a blip. Compared to this. Compared, stress there, compared to this. So we have stress on our stress syllable pair and this, compared to. Now, C-O-M, just like in comparing, compared, it's K-schwa-M. Don't try to put more of a vowel in there. It should be very fast without really the feel of a vowel. Compared. I'm voicing the D quickly. The ED ending here is just a single D sound. Compared to. Then I do a true T, schwa, for the word to. And then the word this. Compared to this.
I know.
What's the stress of his response?
I know.
Smooth up-down shape. I leading up to the stress of no. I know. And then coming back down. I know. O diphthong. Make sure you're rounding your lips some, bringing them in a little bit at the end. I know.
It's terrible.
It's terrible. So again, the first word unstressed, second word stressed. It's terrible. And then we have two unstressed syllables that come in on the way down. The vowel in its is dropped. It's really more just it's terrible. It's terrible rather than it's just it's terrible. It's terrible. TST, and this is a true T because it starts a stressed syllable. Tear. It's terrible. It's terrible.
It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Dark L here, you don't need to lift your tongue tip. It's at the end of the thought group. There's no next sound. Just let that dark sound be the end of the word, tongue tip down, back of the tongue, doing the work. It's terrible.
It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. The impact is huge.
What's the stress of his next sentence?
The impact is huge. The impact is huge. The impact is huge.
The impact is huge. Im and huge have our stress. Everything links together smoothly. The word the, he pronounces that with the E as in she vowel. The rule is you do that when the next word begins with a vowel. It does here. The impact. Americans don't always do this, but he is doing it here. The impact.
The impact is huge.
The impact is ending T, releasing really lightly into the I vowel. Impact is. The impact is huge.
The impact is huge. The impact is huge. The impact is huge. Do you feel your job is at risk?
What is the stress of this next sentence, which is a question going up at the end?
Do you feel your job is at risk? Do you feel your job is at risk? Do you feel your job is at risk?
Do you feel your, feel is a little peak of stress there. Do you feel your job? And then job is also stress, but it kind of scoops up rather than falling down because the intonation is on the way up. Do you feel your job is at risk? Job and risk both have some stress, some more length. Do you, flatter in pitch, unstressed?
Do you, do you, do you,
Do you, said quickly. Do you feel? Do you feel?
do you feel, do you feel, do you feel your job is at risk?
Failure. Now the word your reduces. It's not your, it's your. Do you feel your?
Do you feel your, do you feel your, do you feel your,
Don't lift your tongue tip here. It's another dark L. If you lift it, it will make it take too much time. Do you feel? I'm making that dark sound with the tongue tip staying in position behind the bottom front teeth. Do you feel your job is at risk? Job. The letter O there makes the ah as in father vowel. Job is at risk?
job is at risk? Job is at risk? Job is at risk?
Job is it? Job is it? B links right into the I vowel. The Z links right into the schwa. It's a stop T there. Job is at risk? Job is at risk? And he does release that K sound. I hear a little k, k.
Job is at risk? Job is at risk? Job is at risk?
It doesn't seem like it for now, but you never know. So I say this phrase broken up with an upward intonation at now. It doesn't seem like it for now. And then the second half of the phrase, I make it go down in pitch. But you never know. Now, no. It doesn't seem like it for now, but you never know. It doesn't seem like it for now, but you never know. It doesn't seem like it for now, but you never know. Our other stressed words, it doesn't seem like it, but you never know. So nev also has some stress. It said quickly with a stop T. It doesn't, it. How fast can you make that word? It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem. Also a stop T feeling here. It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem. It doesn't seem like it for now. It doesn't seem like it. Seem like. Then all of these words link together really smoothly. M to L, K to I. Seem like it. Stop T for reduction. Seem like it for. Seem like it for. Seem like it for now. Seem like it for now. Seem like it for now. Seem like it for now, but you never know. But you never know. But you becomes bitcha. So before we had did you, and the D and the Y combined to make a J sound, Jew. Here, the T and the Y combined. This is pretty common to become a CH sound. Bitcha. So I have B. I would write the next sound as a schwa because it's very fast. B. Then I have the CH sound and another schwa for you. Bitcha. But you never know. 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 Never know. 2 up, down peaks of stress there. You never know. You never know. You never know. Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Do you see the news? Unemployment for the week is way up again.
Wow, this is insane. I saw a bar graph comparing unemployment filings by week over the past 15 years or so, and the 2008 recession is just a blip compared to this.
I know, it's terrible. The impact is huge. Do you feel your job is at risk?
It doesn't seem like it for now, but you never know.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Excuse me, can you tell me where I can find toilet paper?
It's in aisle 10. There's a limit, one per customer.
I already checked aisle 10 and it was empty. Does that mean you're out?
Yes, if it's not there, then we're out.
Okay, do you know when you'll get more back in stock?
The next delivery is tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. Excuse me.
Excuse me. This is a way you can get someone's attention. Excuse me. So second syllable stress on excuse. Excuse me. And then my pitch scoops down and up a lot to show a question. I'm asking for something. I'm asking for someone's attention. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
X, we would pronounce that with the I vowel. Then we have KS, the letter X makes KS there. And then we have another K. Excuse, the letter U is the U diphthong and the S is a Z sound. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can you tell me where I can find toilet paper?
What are the most stressed words here then in my question?
Can you tell me where I can find toilet paper? Can you tell me where I can find toilet paper? Can you tell me where I can find toilet paper?
Can you tell me? Tell has stress. Can you tell me where I can find toilet paper? Toy and pay both stress, but I'm on my way up. It's a yes/no question. I've asked, is this something that this person can do? Yes or no.
Can you tell me where I can find toilet paper? Can you tell me where I can find toilet paper? Can you tell me where I can find toilet paper?
So the intonation is going to go up. Now, let's look at our reductions here. Can you? I already know that tell is stressed. It's my main verb there. So I'm pretty sure can is going to be reduced because we never pronounce that fully when it's not the only verb in the sentence. Here, it's a helping verb. So how's it pronounced?
Can you? Can you? Can you?
Can you? Can. K, schwa, N. And the N absorbs the schwa. So you don't even really need to make a vowel there. Can you? Can. K sound, N sound, and then the word you. Can you tell me? Tell is a true T because it begins a stressed syllable. Tell.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Can you tell me?
Now the L here is a dark L. It ends the word. The next word begins with a consonant. Don't lift your tongue tip for that dark L. Tell. I'm making that dark sound with my tongue tip down, and it's the back part of my tongue that's making that dark sound. That's what you want to do. Don't lift your tongue tip. Brings the sound too far forward. Makes the sound take too long to make. We want it more simple. Just the dark sound. Tell me. And then lips come together for the M with no tongue tip lift. Tell me.
Tell me where I can.
Me where I can. Oh, we have another can reduction. It's not can, it's can. Where I can. Me where I can. All said quickly, really simply. Me where I can. Me where I can.
Tell me where I can. Tell me where I can. Tell me where I can find toilet paper.
Find toilet paper. Fine. Do you notice I'm dropping the D there? Very common to drop D when it comes after an N and before a T. Sometimes we drop it between two consonants in general, but when the first one is N, almost always going to drop that D. Find toilet. So that's our stressed syllable. So that's another true T. Toilet paper. This T is a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. Toilet paper. Toilet paper.
Find toilet paper. Find toilet paper. Find toilet paper.
It's in aisle 10.
And he responds. He doesn't say yes, I can tell you. He just gives me the answer. What are his most stressed words in that first sentence?
It's in aisle 10. It's in aisle 10. It's in aisle 10.
Da-da-da-da. The first two syllables said very quickly, flat, low in pitch. And then I'll 10, two stressed syllables. It's in, said very quickly, very simply.
It's an aisle 10.
Aisle 10. Two really clear up down shapes of stress. 10. That's a true T because it begins a stressed syllable. 10. Aisle. This word's a little bit confusing because it has a silent S. Aisle 10. Now this is another dark L followed by a consonant. Don't lift your tongue tip. Aisle 10. Aisle 10.
Aisle 10. Aisle 10. Aisle 10. There's a limit.
There's a limit. And then he puts a little break. So we have two thought groups here. There's a limit. All going up to that peak of stress on the I vowel of our stressed syllable in the word limit. There's a limit. The ending Z sound of there's linking into the schwa. Everything links very smoothly, doesn't it? There's a limit. Now this L is a light L. It starts the word. You will lift your tongue tip for that. There's no dark sound. There's a limit. Stop T, end of the thought group.
There's a limit. There's a limit. There's a limit. One per customer.
What are our stress words in the rest of this sentence?
One per customer. One per customer. One per customer.
One per customer. One is stressed, per is unstressed. One per, and then customer is stressed, but only the stressed syllable. That's the first one. Customer. Customer. The other two syllables said very quickly. They both have schwas. Customer. Dummer. Say that really flat, simply, low in pitch. One per customer. So the word per isn't per, it's per. Unstressed, said quickly. One per customer. Smooth change in pitch, linking together. One per customer.
One per customer. One per customer. One per customer.
I already checked aisle 10 and it was empty.
What are our most stressed syllables in this phrase?
I already checked aisle 10 and it was empty. I already checked aisle 10 and it was empty. I already checked aisle 10 and it was empty.
I already checked. I feel like I already are all leading up to that most stressed syllable. I already checked aisle 10 and it was empty. The ed ending in checked is pronounced as a T because the sound before is unvoiced, the K. Checked. Checked.
Checked.
I already checked. I went to point out, I usually drop the L in this word and I just make sort of like an aw vowel. I already. And that's what I do here. You can do that too. It makes it a little bit more simple to pronounce. I already checked.
I already checked.
The ending T of checked links right into the I diphthong of aisle. Check dial. Again, that S is silent in this word. Don't let it confuse you. Check dial 10. And just like before, this is a dark L that you don't lift your tongue tip for because the next word begins with a consonant, the true T for 10. Check dial 10. Check dial 10.
Checked aisle 10. Checked aisle 10. Checked aisle 10 and it was empty.
Then we have three unstressed words before our next stressed word. And it was. So let's listen to how simply and quickly I make those words.
And it was.
And reduces, schwa N. N links right into the I vowel. Then we have a stop T. The word was also reduces, not was, but was. And it was. I'm barely moving my mouth for that at all. My lips move just a little bit, and it was for the W sound. But really, other than that, my cheeks are relaxed, my jaw isn't moving, and it was. and it was, and it was, and it was, and it was, and it was. It's really more about the tongue. And it was, and it was, and it was, and it was empty. Ending Z of was, linking right into my stressed vowel, the as in bed vowel, and it was empty.
And it was empty. And it was empty. And it was empty.
The word empty, we have an vowel, and then a bunch of consonants, M, P, T, and our unstressed I syllable, empty, M-T, M-T. I'm not saying that P, am I? Sometimes we drop consonants between other consonants, and here we do. I don't say empty, empty, empty. I just say empty, 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 empty.
Empty. Empty. Empty.
P is a stop consonant, but so is T. So by making the T consonant, we're already getting the stop quality. Empty, empty, empty.
Empty. Empty. Empty. Does that mean you're out?
Does that mean some stress there on that? Does that mean you're out? And stress on out, but it's going up because, again, it's a yes-no question. Does that mean you're out?
Does that mean you're out? Does that mean you're out? Does that mean you're out?
The word does, I wouldn't say that it has that full vowel. I would say that's the schwa because it said so quickly, does that mean? Do you notice that ends in a stop T because the next sound begins with a consonant? So don't release it. T. It's just that, does that. That abrupt stop that signifies the T.
Does that mean you're out?
Does that mean you're the word you're reduced? It's just you're. Mean doesn't reduce, but it is unstressed. Mean you're out. And the word out ends in a stop T because it's at the end of our thought.
Mean you're out.
Yes.
Yes. Clear up, down shape of stress, length of a stressed syllable. Yes.
Yes. If it's not there, then we're out.
If it's not there, not and there both have some stress. If it's flatter, said more quickly. If it's not there.
If it's not there,
not stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. If it's not there,
then we're out.
Again, stress on the word out, although here his pitch goes up and down because it's no longer a question. He's giving me the information. Then we're out. But he does do a stop T at the end. Then and were said very quickly. Then were. I would write both of those with a schwa. Then were. Then were. Simple. Then were. Don't put a lot of effort into that. You have to take out the effort to make it more simple and more quickly. Then we're out. Okay. Stress on O. This word can actually go either way. It can be okay or okay. It can have either stress. Here I've said okay, first syllable stress, up, down shape. Okay.
Do you know when you'll get more back in stock?
Another yes, no question. Do you know, up, down shape, do you know when you'll get more back in stock? And then this stress word scoops up rather than having an up, down shape because of it being a yes, no question.
Do you know when you'll get more back in stock? Do you know?
Do you? Not reduced. They both have the oo vowel, but they're both said so quickly. Do you know? Do you know?
Do you know when you'll get more back in stock?
When you'll get. Then after our longer word no, we have three more words said very quickly. When you'll get. I would write that with the schwa. When you'll. I would write that with the schwa too, actually. When you'll get. This is a dark L. I'm not lifting my tongue tip. Don't do it. That'll slow you down. This word has to be said very quickly. When you'll. Just a Y sound and a quick dark sound. When you'll get. Stop T, because the next word begins with a consonant, the M consonant. When you'll get more. When you'll get more. When you'll get more. When you'll get more. When you'll get more back in stock. More, back in. Unstressed words linking together. K links right into the I vowel. Back in stock. The letter O here is the ah as in father vowel. Stock.
The next delivery is tomorrow.
What are our most stressed words here?
The next delivery is tomorrow. The next delivery is tomorrow. The next delivery is tomorrow.
The next delivery, so we have stress on next and live. The next delivery is tomorrow. So the unstressed is unstressed. Said quickly, flatter in pitch. And then we have unstressed syllables in our stressed words.
The next delivery is tomorrow. The next delivery is tomorrow. The next delivery is tomorrow.
Unstressed, that's the schwa. Don't say delivery, say delivery. Delivery is, so we have 4 unstressed syllables here. Is to. Remember with today, with tomorrow, it's not tomorrow, today, together. They're all with the schwa. Tomorrow. The next delivery, next. So the letter X here make the KS sounds. Then we have a T and a D. We often drop the T between consonants. Next, and you can do that here. It's not next, but next delivery. The next delivery is tomorrow.
The next delivery is tomorrow. The next delivery is tomorrow. The next delivery is tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. Oh, I sound disappointed, don't I? This is me. I did the voiceover for this. Okay, thanks. Again, I've stressed the first syllable of O, of okay. Okay, thanks. That up-down shape, very smooth. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Thanks. Tricky word, unvoiced TH, A vowel, NG consonant, and KS cluster. So N is going to be an NG sound rather than an N sound when it's followed by a K in the same syllable, like it is here. So it's not thin at the front of the mouth, it's thing, back of the tongue for the back sound, the NG sound. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Now, when A is followed by NG, it changes. It's not A anymore. It's more like A, like say, thanks, 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 thanks. Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Excuse me, can you tell me where I can find toilet paper?
It's in aisle 10. There's a limit, 1 per customer.
I already checked aisle 10 and it was empty. Does that mean you're out?
Yes. If it's not there, then we're out.
Okay. Do you know when you'll get more back in stock?
The next delivery is tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hey there, how are you?
Hey, I'm fine. Pandemic fine.
Totally. I know, I'm so tired of Zoom sessions and having to stay 6 feet away from everyone.
Yeah, whenever this thing ends, I'm planning on hugging everyone, even strangers.
I actually think people will appreciate that.
I need human contact.
Me too. But hey, for now we've got the virtual hug.
Not the same.
Not even close. Hey there, how are you?
In this scenario, two people who know each other run into each other unexpectedly, and they offer each other greetings. To begin, what's our stress in this first two-word thought group?
Hey there. Hey there. Hey there.
Hey there. Hey there. A little bit more stress on hey. Hey there. And then a really quick break before another greeting. How are you? Stress on the verb are and lots of smoothness here. How are you? You can feel like you go through the glide consonant W, even though there's not a W sound. The letters OW here make the ow diphthong. How. But you may feel like you go through the W when you link in. How are you?
How are you? How are you? How are you?
Hey!
And he responds, hey, lots of up-down shape, showing excitement. It was unexpected to run into this person. Hey.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
And in case you're not familiar with the phrase to run into somebody, it doesn't mean that you're running, and it doesn't mean that you've bumped into somebody, because run into can mean that. But it just means you see someone you know unexpectedly. You run into them. Like if you're walking down the street and you see a friend.
Hey! 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 I'm fine.
I'm fine. I'm fine. The word I'm said really quickly. I'm fine. And fine has the shape of stress, but this time it scoops up rather than coming down. And that signals that he's going to say more about this. He's going to talk a little bit more about how fine or what kind of fine he is.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
You know. A little bit of up down there, and the word you does reduce. It's not you, it's
Pandemic fine.
The word pandemic actually has stress on the second syllable, pandemic. But he actually stresses the first syllable here. Why does he do that? Well, pandemic, this is actually a noun, and he's turned it into an adjective to describe the kind of fine he is. So not regular life fine, but pandemic fine, which might not actually be that good. It probably would mean like I'm healthy, my work is steady, but the pandemic and being in lockdown is hard on everybody. So how fine can you really be? And sometimes when we change the way we use a word, like with the part of speech, we might change the stress. And that's what he's doing here. Instead of saying pandemic fine, he says pandemic fine, and he puts stress on the first syllable there, pandemic fine, and then also on the word fine. And he links those two words together smoothly.
Pandemic fine. Pandemic fine. Pandemic fine.
I do want to say the word pan and the syllable pan have the P consonant, A vowel, N. And when A is followed by N, it's not pure. We go through another sound in the middle. You can think of it as the as in butter vowel or the schwa. Pan, pandemic, or in this case, pandemic fine.
Pandemic fine. Pandemic fine. Pandemic fine.
Totally.
First syllable stress, true T. Totally. And this is just a way to show that you agree with somebody, you feel the same thing they feel. So when he says pandemic fine and she says totally, it's like saying, I understand what you mean.
We're in a pandemic, so fine doesn't mean what it would during regular times when it would mean good. Pandemic fine means kind of only okay.
Totally. Totally. Totally.
Totally. This is a tricky word. We have a true T, the O diphthong, and then a flap T. Total. And it goes right into a dark L. So that can be tricky to go from a flap T right into a dark L. Total, totally, totally. When I do it, I don't even bring my tongue back down from the flap. Total. Once it goes up, it stays there. There's a quick D kind of sound and then a dark sound. Totally. And then I bring it down for the E vowel. Totally.
Totally. Totally. Totally. I know. I'm so tired of Zoom sessions and having to stay 6 feet away from everyone.
Then we have a pretty long thought group. She links all of this together. What are our peaks of stress?
I know. I'm so tired of Zoom sessions and having to stay 6 feet away from everyone. I know. I'm so tired of Zoom sessions and having to stay 6 feet away from everyone. I know. I'm so tired of Zoom sessions and having to stay 6 feet away from everyone.
I know. I'm so tired. I know. I'm so tired. Stress on no, so tired of Zoom sessions. Some stress on Zoom.
I know. I'm so tired of Zoom sessions. I know. I'm so tired of Zoom sessions. I know. I'm so tired of Zoom sessions and having to stay 6 feet away from everyone.
Zoom sessions and having to, a little bit of stress there, and having to stay 6 feet, some stress there.
And having to stay 6 feet, and having to stay 6 feet, and having to stay 6 feet away from everyone.
6 feet away from everyone. A little bit of stress there on our stress syllable of everyone. But we're getting close to the end of the sentence, so it doesn't have this same stressed feeling that it does earlier on in the sentence, like with so or Zoom, which really has more air, more energy, and more up-down shape, more height to that peak of stress.
6 feet away from everyone. 6 feet away from everyone. 6 feet away from everyone.
But let's look now at our links and our unstressed syllables.
I know. I'm so tired of. I know. I'm so tired of. I know. I'm so tired of.
I know. Then there is actually maybe a little lift here before I'm so, right from that M into that S with no break. I'm so. And remember, it's not I'm, but it's I'm so. It's leading up to that peak of stress, so it doesn't have its own up-down shape. I'm so, but rather, I'm so.
I'm so tired of Zoom sessions.
I'm so tired of Zoom, so tired of flatter, lower in pitch. The word tired does have a true T because it's at the beginning of that word.
I'm so tired of.
See if you can simplify that. Keep it lower in pitch. The D links right into the schwa. And she doesn't drop the V sound. I do hear it. Tired of Zoom sessions. And then we've got more stress, shape of stress, more energy in the voice there. Zoom sessions.
Zoom sessions, and having to stay.
Sessions and having to. So we have the word sessions. It's unstressed compared to the other words. We have the word and. It's not just unstressed. It reduces. No D. Sessions and. The ending S of sessions is a Z, and it links right into that schwa. Sessions and. That's a little tricky, isn't it? S consonant, E vowel, SH consonant, schwa, N, Z. Sessions and. See if you can do it like that, holding it out, slowing it down if you have to, but really focusing on minimal mouth movement. Sessions and. I don't really have to move that much to make those sounds when they're unstressed and they're flatter in pitch. Zoom sessions and
Zoom sessions and Zoom sessions and Zoom sessions and having to stay.
having to stay, having to stay. So we have a little stress on ha, and then we have unstressed syllables. Ving to stay. 3 in a row. The word to becomes r, r, flap T schwa. We sometimes make this T a flap T when the sound before was a voiced consonant, and here it is voiced, the NG consonant. Having, having to stay, having to stay. So stay a verb, but you know, there are enough other words here that not every content word will be stressed. Like here, sessions, a noun, was not stressed. Now here, stay, a verb, is not stressed. Because what she feels is more important is 6 feet away. That's the part that's really hard about it.
And having to stay. And having to stay. And having to stay 6 feet away.
And having to stay. And having to stay. So these words said pretty quickly, and then we have 6 feet away. 6 feet away. 3 words that are longer, more clear, and stressed. 6 feet away. She does link these 2 words with a flap T, even though they're stressed. Flap T is still usually what we do between 2 vowels.
6 feet away. 6 feet away. 6 feet away.
6 feet away. 6. The X in 6 makes the KS cluster. So we have KSF, 6 feet, 6 feet. And we do say all of those sounds. We don't drop any of them. 6 feet away.
6 feet away. 6 feet away. 6 feet away from everyone.
The word from, not pronounced from, because that's stressed, but it's from. Said quickly, it's flat. Reduce the vowel to the schwa, from everyone, from everyone.
From everyone. From everyone. From everyone.
Everyone. It's not everyone. So it kind of looks like we have a syllable here that we don't. Every. Right from the V into the R sound. Everyone. Everyone.
Everyone. Everyone. Everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Up, down shape of stress.
Yeah. 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 Whenever this thing ends, I'm planning on hugging everyone.
Whenever this thing ends, and a quick lift here. This is said pretty quickly, isn't it? What are our stressed syllables in this phrase?
Whenever this thing ends. Whenever this thing ends. Whenever this thing ends.
Whenever this thing ends. Whenever. More stress on and ends. Whenever this thing ends. And the other syllables are said more quickly.
Whenever this thing ends. Whenever this thing ends. Whenever this thing ends.
So this is a compound word, whenever, but it really feels like whenever. The N feels like it belongs at the beginning of the next syllable, or you can think of it as whenever, whenever. But that N really links into the E vowel, whenever. So we have unstressed syllable, stressed middle syllable, and then unstressed ending syllable. Whenever.
Whenever this thing.
Whenever this thing. 3 unstressed syllables in a row. This thing. The first TH is voiced and the second is unvoiced. Whenever this thing. Whenever this thing. And we do say our S sound before the TH. I know some of my students think S to TH is just the hardest link. This thing. So when I make the S, my tongue tip points down just behind the teeth. And then for the TH, it has to come just out of the teeth. But it's not a very big movement. Slow it down and really concentrate on holding the 2 sounds out and making that transition. This thing. And by holding them out, it can help you focus on the transition between the 2 sounds.
Whenever this thing ends.
The word ends. You can think of there as not being a D there. Ends. So it's just a vowel, N, and Z sound. Don't try to make a D in there. Ends. That's too much. We drop the D after an N before other consonants very often. like in the phrase grand piano, where I would drop that D. That can happen here too. Ends, ends.
Ends, ends, ends. I'm planning on hugging everyone.
I'm planning on hugging everyone. Hug and ev have a lot of stress there. Everyone.
I'm planning on hugging everyone. I'm planning on hugging everyone. I'm planning on hugging everyone.
I'm planning on said more quickly.
I'm planning on. I'm planning on. I'm planning on.
I'm planning on. I'm planning on. I'm planning on. And it's a little bit more flat. I'm planning on ha. And then we have that length and that shape of stress. I'm planning on hugging.
I'm planning on hugging. I'm planning on hugging. I'm planning on hugging.
So see if you can simplify those three words. I'm planning on plan. Just like pandemic, plan, it's a plus n, a little bit of an as in butter or schwa sound in between. Planning. I'm planning on. I'm planning on. I'm planning on hugging. Flat and simple.
I'm planning on hugging. I'm planning on hugging. I'm planning on hugging everyone.
Hugging everyone. Hugging. Quick ing ending, unstressed, low in pitch before we go back up. Hugging everyone. And we have an ending ng consonant here. It can link right into the e vowel for everyone. Hugging everyone.
Hugging everyone. Hugging everyone. Hugging everyone, even strangers.
Even strangers. A little bit of stress on E, even, but then the most stress on strangers. Even strangers. Even strangers. Ending letter S there, it makes a weak Z sound. Even strangers.
Even strangers. Even strangers. Even strangers.
Strangers. So we have the STR cluster, stir, stir. It can come out sounding like SCHR, stir, stir, stir. Let's see what we hear from Tom in this exercise.
Strangers. Strangers. Strangers.
Strangers, strangers. I definitely feel like I hear that as a CH instead of a T. Strangers.
Strangers. Strangers. Strangers.
Our stressed syllable there is the A diphthong. Then we have NG. So here, the NG ending in ING made the NG consonant, but it doesn't always. In this case, it's two sounds. It's the N sound, strange, and then it's the J sound, strangers, strangers.
Strangers. Strangers. Strangers.
And there is a syllable break between those two sounds. Strangers, strangers. So that's part of what helps separate them out into two different sounds. If they were in the same syllable, they would be the NG sound together. Here, different syllables, two different sounds. First syllable stress. Strangers. Even strangers.
Even strangers. Even strangers. Even strangers.
I actually think people will appreciate that.
What's our stress in this phrase?
I actually think people will appreciate that. I actually think people will appreciate that. I actually think people will appreciate that.
Her pitch is pretty high. So stress on our stressed syllable, the first syllable of that word, actually. I actually think people will appreciate that. And then a peak of stress on our stressed syllable of appreciate, the second syllable.
I actually think people will appreciate that. I actually think people will appreciate that. I actually think people will appreciate that.
I and I diphthong, vowel, link together really smoothly. So you may feel like you go through the glide consonant Y to connect those. Actually. This word actually can be pronounced a couple of different ways. It can be actually or actually. And it's more common to do three syllables. That's what she does. Actually. So I would write that in IPA with the A vowel and K. Actual. Then I would write sh, schwa, l, e as in she. Actually. Actually. I actually think.
I actually think people will appreciate that.
Think people will, a little bit less stressed than ack and pre. Think people will. I would write will with a schwa, will. It's a dark L. Will appreciate that. But because it does link into a vowel, I think I would lift my tongue tip, but just make that a dark sound, will. Not will, but will, that dark L sound. Will appreciate. And then a light, quick lift of the tongue tip to link into the vowel. Will appreciate. Will appreciate.
Will appreciate. Will appreciate. Will appreciate.
Think people will appreciate that. The letter C in appreciate makes the SH sound. Appreciate. Appreciate.
Appreciate. Appreciate. Appreciate that.
Stop T, the next word begins with a consonant. Appreciate that. Stop T, end of a thought group. Appreciate that.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
I need human contact.
What are our stressed syllables in this next phrase?
I need human contact. I need human contact. I need human contact.
I need human contact. All of them, really. Not so much I, but definitely I need human contact. I would say those three words all have stress.
I need human contact. I need human contact. I need human contact.
I need human contact. Do you feel that up-down shape? They link together smoothly, I as in by, right into the N consonant. The D sound not released, need, just that vibration in the vocal cords before the H. Need human contact. And then the N sound linking right into the K sound of contact. Now we have the letters M-A-N, but it's not man, it's m. M, schwa, N, human. Human contact. Stress on the first syllable, U diphthong. Human contact.
Human contact. Human contact. Human contact.
The ending T is a light true T release because it's part of a cluster and it doesn't link into a word that begins with a consonant. Contact. Contact. Actually, they're both true T's. Contact. Contact.
Contact. Contact. Contact.
Me too.
Me too. Me too. A little bit more stress on me. Two comes down. Me too. And she sounds kind of tired, doesn't she? Probably tired of the pandemic. The word T-O-O never reduces. It's always true T, U as in boo vowel, whereas the word T-O often reduces. Me too.
Me too. Me too. Me too. But hey.
But hey, same stress, first word stressed, second coming down in pitch. But hey, and that's a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. So we have me too, but hey. The words are different, but the melody, the music is exactly the same.
Me too. But hey. Me too. But hey. Me too. But hey, for now we've got the virtual hug.
For now, we've got the virtual hug. For now, some stress there. We've got the virtual hug. So those are our peaks of stress. We do have some reductions. For becomes fur, as it so often does. For now. For now.
For now, we've got the.
We've got the. Then we have three words, flatter in pitch, said more simply. For now, we've got the. None of those sounds are dropped. We have a stop T and got, so it's not t, but got the. We've got the.
We've got the. Try practicing those words just by themselves and try simplifying your mouth movements as much as you can. We've got the. Maybe think that like you've gotten a shot at the doctor. Your mouth is numb. That might help trick your mind into moving your mouth less. We've got the
virtual hug.
virtual hug. Virtual ch. The T here making a CH sound. Virtual hug. Dark L there. Ol. Don't need to lift your tongue tip.
Virtual hug. Virtual hug. Virtual hug.
Virtual hug. This is when you don't actually hug somebody, but maybe you make a hugging motion several feet away from them. Definitely, I've done this with family because it's just so strange to see somebody that you haven't seen in a while and not give them a hug. It's just so natural in America to give a hug to close friends and family members. So rather than skipping it altogether, we sometimes just do the gesture of hugging.
Virtual hug. Virtual hug. Virtual hug.
Not the same.
Not the same. Very clear stress on the word not. Not the same. And then the and same just fall down in that downward slope of pitch. Stop T and not. Not the same.
Not the same. Not the same. Not the same.
Not even close.
Not even close. Then she stresses not even close. Not and close. Now this time the T is not a stop T. It's a flap T because here the next word began with a consonant. But here the next word begins with a vowel, the E as in she vowel. So that will be a flap T to link them. Not the, but not even. Ra. Two different T pronunciations in the same word depending on the next sound. Not the same. Not even close.
Not even close. Not even close. Not even close.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Hey there, how are you?
Hey, I'm fine. You know, pandemic fine.
Totally. I know, I'm so tired of Zoom sessions and having to stay 6 feet away from everyone.
Yeah, whenever this thing ends, I'm planning on hugging everyone, even strangers.
I actually think people will appreciate that.
I need human contact.
Me too. But hey, for now we've got the virtual hug.
Not the same.
Not even close.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hi, can I ask what your mask policy is?
Sure. If you're dining at one of our patio tables, we ask that you wear your mask when speaking to the server and when waiting to be seated.
Does your kitchen staff wear masks?
Yes, all of our employees are masked at all times.
Great, I really appreciate the information.
Not a problem. Take care.
Hi, can I ask what your mask policy is?
So by starting a question with can I ask instead of just asking the question, so the difference is can I ask, hi, can I ask what your mask policy is instead of hi, what's your mask policy? When we throw in a can I ask, it does a couple of things. First of all, it becomes a yes/no question. Now, often people won't reply with yes or no, they'll just answer the question. But because it becomes a yes/no question, the pitch will probably go up at the end. Can I ask what your mask policy is? Do you hear the intonation going up? If it was just, hi, what's your mask policy? Then it wouldn't be a yes/no question and the pitch would probably go down. So by adding in can I ask, it's a little bit more friendly and it makes the pitch go up. Now, your tone can be very friendly even if you don't say, can I ask? Hi, what's your mask policy? That's also fine, but by saying, hi, can I ask what your mask policy is? It's just maybe a little bit more polite.
Hi, can I ask what your mask policy is? Hi, can I ask what your mask policy is? Hi, can I ask what your mask policy is?
Hi, so we start with a friendly greeting, up, down, shape of stress. Then, can I ask? And that does have the can reduction because the main verb there is ask. Can I ask? Can I? Can I? Can I? Can. And that N links right into the I diphthong.
Hi, can I ask? Hi, can I ask? Hi, can I ask what your mask policy is?
Can I ask what your... So we have a little peak of stress on ask. Mask policy is, and then we have more stress on mask, but since our intonation is heading up for the end of the question, it's more of a scoop down and up than a peak up and down. This K is extremely weak. It comes between two consonants. Can I ask what your... And if I practice it with no K at all, I think it still works. So it's certainly not ask what, but it's ask what? An extremely light K sound.
Can I ask what your... Can I ask what your... Can I ask what your...
Ask what your... Stop T in what, and the word your reduces to your, and these two words are flatter in pitch, said a little bit more quickly. What your mask policy is, and then policy and is are all heading up after the peak of stress. Here it's a valley of stress in a yes/no question.
Ask what your mask policy is. Ask what your mask policy is. Ask what your mask policy is.
Mask with the a as in bat vowel. Mask policy is. Again, we have an SK cluster linking into a word that begins with a consonant.
Mask policy is. Mask policy is. Mask policy is.
And again, it's a very weak K. Mask policy. Certainly not what you would think of as a K sound, but much lighter, much weaker. Mask policy is. And again, I think you could get away with dropping that K altogether if you do a good job of linking the S into the P. Mask policy is.
Mask policy is. Mask policy is. Mask policy is.
The C in policy does make the S sound. Policy. Policy. Policy is.
Policy is. Policy is. Policy is.
Sure.
Sure. So this word has a couple of different pronunciations. Sure. They all work. I think sure is a little bit more common, but here we have sure. A little bit of an oo vowel before that R, and it has that up-down shape of stress. It's its own single syllable thought group.
Sure. If you're dining at one of our patio tables,
And in this next portion of this thought group, ending here with tables, what do you think is the peak of stress, the most stressed syllable there?
If you're dining at one of our patio tables, if you're dining at one of our patio tables, if you're dining at one of our patio tables,
If you're dining, I hear that as the peak. The verb, if you're dining at one of our patio. And then we do have a little bit patio tables, two littler peaks of stress, but I would say the peak for the sentence is on dining. If and your become if you're said very quickly, and we do have a reduction there, your becoming your. If you're
if you're if you're if you're dining
dining at one of her. So we have a bunch of unstressed syllables now. The ing ending of dining, dining it. And that ng ending consonant links right into the schwa, dining it. Then we have a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. Wait, what? The letter O is a vowel, but we go by sounds, not letters. And the IPA for this word begins with a consonant, the W consonant. It won.
You're dining at one of our you're dining at one of our you're dining at one of our
So we have dining at one, and the N links right into the schwa of. Now, I'm trying to decide if I think I hear a V here. This sound can be dropped and often is at one of our. Hard to tell. There probably is a super light V there before the reduction of our, which is said really quickly. So these words are strung together low in pitch, less energy, flatter, quieter, and quite a few reductions.
You're dining at one of our you're dining at one of our you're dining at one of our patio tables.
Patio tables, da 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 da. Do you hear that rhythm? Patio, 3 syllables, first syllable stress, flap T, patio tables. And then we have a true T here because it starts a stressed syllable. Patio tables. So both of those words have first syllable stress and they link together really smoothly. Patio tables.
Patio tables. Patio tables. Patio tables. We ask that you wear your mask when speaking to the server and when waiting to be seated.
We ask that you wear your mask. So we have peak of stress on ask, a little bit on wear. Now, I love this with the word ask and the word mask. We're really getting to study that K. I actually think it is totally dropped here between the two consonants S and the voiced TH. We ask that. I don't hear any K, even a super light K, I don't hear it. Dropped. We ask the two vowels here linked together very smoothly. The E vowel and the A vowel. Yeah. We ask that you. That you. Two words said very quickly. We don't have the A vowel there. That reduces. It's the with a stop T. The word you, it doesn't reduce, but it's said very quickly. That you. That you
wear your mask.
Wear your mask. Okay, I should have put a little bit of length on there too. Wear your mask. So two longer words, a little bit of stress with a reduction in between. Your becomes your. Wear your mask.
Wear your mask.
So again, we have an SK cluster followed by a consonant. The K is extremely weak, maybe even dropped. Kind of hard to tell. It's that weak.
Masculine.
You can get away with dropping it. The word when, not really when, more like when. More reduced with the schwa.
Masculine. Speaking to the server.
Unstressed syllables.
Speaking to the.
I guess it's a true T. I was trying to decide if it was a true T or a flap T. into the. I think it's a weak true T so fast. The vowel is reduced to the schwa. The word the said so fast, isn't it? When we listen to these three syllables together, we really get how fast these unstressed syllables are.
Into the, into the, into the.
Speaking to the server, a lot more length on that stressed syllable. This is sort of a tricky word. We have S consonant, vowel, R combination, and then V schwa R. So these two sets of sounds, R, and schwa R, basically sound the same, only this version is unstressed. So server. All you have to do is lift your bottom lip to the top teeth, for the V sound. Your tongue can stay in the same position for that R. Server.
Server, and when waiting to be seated.
And when waiting to be seated, are two peaks of stress there. The word and, the D is dropped, the N links right into the W.
And when waiting to be seated. And when waiting to be seated. And when waiting to be seated.
And when. I would say that is a full A vowel. And when. And again, when is not when, it's when. I would write that with the schwa reduced, said very quickly.
And when waiting to be seated.
Waiting to be flap T. Again, we have the NG ending, and it links into a weak true T with the schwa. Waiting to be seated. So we have three unstressed syllables here, flatter, said more quickly, before another little peak of stress for seated, which also has a flap T. So the ED ending rules. When the sound before is T or D, the ED ending adds an extra syllable. It's I as in sit and D. So when we do that, now we have the T between two vowels. That becomes a flap T. Seated. Da 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 da. Seated. The final D, we do vibrate the vocal cords, but we wouldn't release that D. That makes it a little bit too strong for the end of a thought group here. We skip the release when it's at the end of a thought group or the next sound is a consonant. So it's just seated, that final D sound in the vocal cords.
Seated.
Does your kitchen staff wear masks?
What's our peak of stress here?
Does your kitchen staff wear masks? Does your kitchen staff wear masks? Does your kitchen staff wear masks?
Does your kitchen staff wear masks? Again, the intonation is going up, but we can still sense our peaks. Kitchen, I'm feeling some stress there. And again, rather than being up, down, it's down, up because we're on our way up. Kitchen staff wear masks. And another little dip there to show the stress of masks. Does and your, the beginning of the question, said very quickly. Does your I would write that D schwa Z and then Y schwa R. Very fast.
Does your kitchen staff wear masks?
Kitchen staff wear. Then we have three unstressed syllables that don't really have a dip in stress, but they're just part of the line going up. Kitchen staff wear masks. And then we have a little dip there. Now we have SKS. Let's listen to that.
Masks.
We do pronounce all of those sounds SKS. So you're holding out the S, and In the middle of it, you bring the back of your tongue up to the soft palate for the K, while the front of your tongue stays in the S position. Masks?
Masks? Masks? Masks?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Up, down shape. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. All of our employees are masked at all times.
What are our most stressed words here?
All of our employees are masked at all times. All of our employees are masked at all times. All of our employees are masked at all times.
We have a lot of stress there. All of our employees are masked at all times. So our first stressed word has the most stress, and then as the volume and energy of the voice decreases over time in the sentence, we have two more peaks of stress, but they're not as dramatic as the first one. All of our employees.
All of our employees. All of our employees. All of our employees are masked at all times.
I would write both of those with a schwa. Of our. All of our. When we have all of, it can sound like the word olive. All of our employees.
All of our employees. All of our employees. All of our employees are masked.
All of our employees are masked. Employees, this word can be pronounced with two different stresses, either ploy, employees, or at the end, employees. You'll hear both of those. Now here, the word itself isn't very stressed, so the stress is not that clear.
Employees.
All of our employees are masked. R also reduces to schwa R. So we have two different words, same sounds. Our and R both becoming er.
All of our employees are masked. All of our employees are masked. All of our employees are masked.
Now we have an SK cluster with an ED ending. Okay, so we have S, K, and the ED in this case would be a T, because when the sound before is unvoiced, like K, this will also be unvoiced. T, masked. But it's not pronounced that clearly, is it?
Masked. Masked. Masked.
And again, you can get away with dropping this K. I'm trying to decide if I hear a super quick, weak K sound in the back, and I think I probably do, but you could get away with dropping it. Masked at all times.
Masked at all times. Masked at all times. Masked at all times.
It all. The word at becomes a schwa and then a flap T linking the two words together. At all times. At all times. The L in all is a dark L. Don't lift your tongue tip there. It'll take too much time. It'll make too much of that. And it's just all. At all times. At all times. And a true T in times because it starts a stressed syllable. At all times. Two very quick syllables before our stressed syllable times. At all times.
At all times. At all times. At all times.
Great.
Up, down, shape of stress. Great. Pitch is kind of high. That shows a bit of a friendly tone.
Great. I really appreciate the information.
I really appreciate. So we have some stress on real, more on I really appreciate the information, and then a little bit of stress there. Appreciate has most of our stress. And everything links together really smoothly, doesn't it? The I diphthong right into the R.
I really appreciate the information. I really appreciate the information. I really appreciate the information.
And actually, I should have pointed out the T here is a stop T. It's its own little thought group. So a T like this at the end of a thought group will likely be a stop T not released. Great. I really, and And our ending E links right into our schwa, no break-in sound. Really appreciate.
Great. I really appreciate. Great. I really appreciate. Great. I really appreciate.
The letter C, the SH sound, appreciate. Then we have a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. I really appreciate the. Actually, this is not the, is it? Let's listen.
I really appreciate the. I really appreciate the. I really appreciate the.
It's the. So the rule is when the next word begins with a vowel or diphthong, like this word, the I vowel for information, that this will be E instead of the schwa. And Americans definitely don't always follow this rule, but that's what she did here. It's the information. Appreciate the information.
Appreciate the information. Appreciate the information. Appreciate the information.
We have another CH here, don't we? TION in this case is SH, schwa N, shin. And I also want to point out it's not for information, but it's fur. Just like when we have the word for on its own, it so often reduces to fur. It does in this syllable as well. So it's infer, information.
The information. The information. The information.
Linking together smoothly. I really appreciate the information. That continuous sound.
I really appreciate the information. I really appreciate the information. I really appreciate the information.
Not a problem.
Not a problem. Two stressed and then unstressed syllables. Not a problem. Linking together really smoothly, we have a flap T there linking the vowels together. Nada, nada, da 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 da, nada, not a problem. And it's not blem, it's blum, 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 schwa. Said very quickly, not a problem, not a problem.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Not a problem. Take care.
Take care. Now, this is something that you can say when you're ending a phone conversation. Take care. Take care.
Take care. Take care. Take care.
Do you notice that the two words link together with a single K sound? It's not take care, but it's take care, take care, take care. So we have a true T, the A diphthong, take care, and then the K sound, as in bed, schwa, R. Now, this as in bed, when it's followed by schwa, R in the same syllable, is not a pure the jaw doesn't drop quite as much. So it's not ke, care, but it's ke, care, care, take care.
Take care. Take care. Take care.
Take care. And a little bit more stress on care. Take care. Take care. Take care.
Take care. Take care. Take care.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Hi, can I ask what your mask policy is?
Sure. If you're dining at one of our patio tables, we ask that you wear your mask when speaking to the server and when waiting to be seated.
Does your kitchen staff wear masks?
Yes, all of our employees are masked at all times.
Great. I really appreciate the information.
Not a problem. Take care.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I went to the ER and everything.
Oh my God, what was wrong?
They weren't sure. I tested negative for COVID-19, but it sure felt like I had some of the symptoms.
Are you back to 100%?
Not really. I still feel pretty nauseous.
Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago.
We have a longer thought group here. Everything links together really smoothly. What are our peaks of stress?
Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago. Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago. Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago.
Hey, quite a bit of up-down shape on that word. Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago. So I would say those are our peaks of stress. Sick probably has the most along with hey.
Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago. Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago. Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago.
And our other words are a little bit more in that flat valley shape of stress. Hey, I heard. Try doing just those three words with the stressed, unstressed, stress pattern. Da da da. Hey, I heard. Hey, I heard.
Hey, I heard. Hey, I heard. Hey, I heard you were really sick.
I heard you were really sick. Heard you were flatter in pitch, really, a little peak, sick, a bigger peak. I heard you were really sick.
I heard you were really sick. I heard you were really sick. I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago.
Sick a couple. So a K release into the schwa, sick, sicka, sicka, sick a couple.
Sick a couple weeks ago.
And then just a little bit more of that up-down shape on weeks. Couple weeks ago. Now, this unstressed syllable has a dark L. The next sound begins with a consonant, which is W. So don't lift your tongue tip for that. Couple. If you lift your tongue tip, it will probably make the sound not feel quite right, and it will make it too long. You can skip the lift of the tongue tip. That will help it have that fast, unstressed feel. Couple, that dark sound I'm making with the back of my tongue. The tongue tip is down. Couple weeks. Couple weeks ago.
A couple weeks ago.
And the S of weeks links right into the schwa of ago.
A weeks ago.
Let's take this phrase and study how the volume and the energy of the voice goes down over time in a phrase. So we'll listen to the first half of the phrase, up till sick, 3 times. Then we'll hear the second half of the phrase 3 times. So the first looped 3 times, the second part looped 3 times. See if you can feel the difference in the volume and the energy of the voice there.
Hey, I heard you were really sick. Hey, I heard you were really sick. Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago.
And now let's hear his response. What are our most stressed syllables here?
Yeah, I went to the ER and everything. Yeah, I went to the ER and everything. Yeah, I went to the ER and everything.
Yeah, up-down shape of stress there. Little bit of stress on his verb. I went to the ER and everything. I would say the word ER has our most stress. That stands for emergency room. And whenever we shorten something by just the initials, it's always the last one that has the most stress. So that's why that has the higher peak there. ER.
Yeah, I went to the ER and everything. Yeah, I went to the ER and everything. Yeah, I went to the ER and everything.
I went to the. So the I diphthong links right into the W sound. I went
to the. Now, word ends in T, begins with a T. You can think of that as just being a single true T here. Went to the. Schwa for to. Schwa for the. To the. Went to the.
I went to the.
Simple and fast for those unstressed words. To the. I can do that without moving my jaw, my lips, or my cheeks at all. To the. It's just my tongue that does the work.
I went to the ER and
E is just the E vowel. E-R. Then we have ah as in father, R, E-R. And you can feel like you link through the glide consonant Y, E-R, to help link those two words quickly, those two letter sounds quickly.
ER and everything.
ER, and then we have the word and reduced, said very quickly, and it links these two stressed syllables. R and everything. So the N links into the E vowel of everything. Neverything. Neverything.
And everything. And everything. And everything.
Let's listen to just the word everything, and you can really feel how that stressed syllable is different.
Everything. Everything. Everything.
Everything. Da-da-da. It really has that punch, that feel of stress. Everything. And the unstressed syllables just fall away from that. Everything.
Everything. Everything. Everything.
Now, I want to point out it looks like there's another syllable, everything, but we wouldn't say it that way. Every. So right from the V into the R sound, everything. And then for this unvoiced TH sound, the tongue tip does have to lightly and quickly come through the teeth. Everything.
Everything. Everything. Everything.
Oh my God, what was wrong?
Oh my God. So this is an exclamation. You can't believe it. Something's incredible. Oh my God. Now, some people wouldn't say God. They might say gosh or goodness instead. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
O diphthong. And then ah as in father vowel. The D is not released. It's not God, but it's oh my God. Tongue in position for the D, vocal cords vibrating, and we get that D sound without releasing. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, what was wrong?
What was wrong? A little bit of shape of stress on the question word. What was wrong? And then more up down shape on the word wrong. The T is a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. And note that that's not was. Doesn't have that length or that up down shape of stress. It's was. Flat, said quickly. I would write that with the schwa. Was.
What was wrong? What was wrong? What was wrong?
The word wrong, the W is silent. It's just the R consonant, aw as in law, NG. Wrong.
Wrong. Wrong. Wrong.
They weren't sure.
They weren't sure. They weren't. So that's sort of weird. Weren't is more like wern. W, as in bird. RN. They weren't sure. Stress on wern. They weren't sure. So for the N apostrophe T contraction, the T is totally dropped. That is one of our three possible pronunciations, and that's what he does here. They weren't sure.
They weren't sure. They weren't sure. They weren't sure.
Sure. Now he does a little bit of an oo vowel in there. Sure. Actually, that would probably be written like this. They weren't sure. I say it more like sure with the as in bird vowel. Sure. But he says sure. They weren't sure.
They weren't sure. They weren't sure. They weren't sure. I tested negative for COVID-19.
What are our peaks of stress in this next thought group?
I tested negative for COVID-19. I tested negative for COVID-19. I tested negative for COVID-19.
I tested, a little bit of shape of stress there. I tested negative for COVID-19. Let's write that out. 19, shape of stress on teen. Teen. And then a little bit of upward intonation at the end to show he's going to keep going.
I tested negative for COVID-19. I tested negative for COVID-19. I tested negative for COVID-19.
I tested negative. So 2 peaks of stress there. The I diphthong links right into the true T of tested. I tested. And this is a really light true T. The ED ending, when it comes after a word that ends in a T or D, adds an extra syllable. Tested. You can think of it as I-D or schwa-D. Either one is okay. Tested. I tested negative. Then this D is unreleased right into the N sound of negative. Tested negative. Da, 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 da. Then we have a flap T here because it doesn't start a stress syllable and it comes between 2 vowel or diphthong sounds. Negative. Negative for. We have 3 unstressed syllables in a row, which includes the reduction of the word for to fur. Negative for. Negative for COVID-19. Then stress on co and teen. So because of that, it's a true T. 19.
I tested negative for COVID-19. I tested negative for COVID-19. I tested negative for COVID-19, but it sure felt like I had some of the symptoms.
But it sure felt like I had some of the symptoms. I'm feeling those as our stressed syllables there. But it sure felt like I had some of the symptoms. But it. They link together with a flap T, and we have a stop T in it because the next word begins with a consonant. And these 2 words are flat, unstressed. But it sure. Now here, interestingly, instead of sure, he says sure with the as in bird vowel. But it sure. But it sure.
But it sure felt like I had some of the symptoms.
But it sure felt like. So we have LTL, and there's just a little lift to show the stop of air for the stop T. Felt like. The T isn't released. It's not felt like. And it's not dropped. That would be fell like. But it's felt like. That little lift. Felt like. But it's stressed, flatter in pitch, ending K right into the I diphthong. Like I had. The D sound, like I had. You'll hear it quickly in the vocal cords before the S, but it's not released. Had. It's just had some of the. Then the M links right into the schwa of, and the whole word of is reduced to just that sound. Some of the symptoms. Some of the symptoms. So this is a little tricky. We have a stop sound, simp, where we stop the air, the lips come together for the P. Symptoms. And then the release of the D is really light, of the T is really light, symptoms. It can almost sound like a super light and weak D sound, but definitely don't make that a heavy D sound. Symptoms. We see the letter O, but there's no lip rounding, there's no real vowel there, it's just schwa M. Symptoms. If it helps to break it up and practice it in 2 syllables, try that. Symptoms. Symptoms. The letter Y here is for the I as in sit vowel in our stressed syllable. Symptoms.
Symptoms. Symptoms. Symptoms.
Are you back to 100%?
Let's write this out. And what are our stressed syllables here?
Are you back to 100%? Are you back to 100%? Are you back to 100%?
Are you back? Lots of stress there. Are you back to 100? Little bit of stress on that. Percent. And then I would say more stress here on percent. And it goes up. It's not up, down. It's down, up. Because this is a yes-no question. So her intonation is going up.
Are you back to 100%? Are you back to 100%? Are you back to 100%?
Are you, we start the syllable with two quicker unstressed words.
Are you Are you Are you
Are you, are you, are you, are you, are you, are you, are you? Really quick. Are you, are you, are you, are you? Do it that quickly, that flat, that simply. Are you, are you, are you, are you, are you back? Are you back? Are you back?
Are you back? Are you back? Are you back to 100%?
Back to, back to. I don't really hear a K release. The next sound is a consonant, so it makes sense that it wouldn't be released. Back to, but then a quick true T schwa for the word to. Back to.
Back to back to back to 100%?
Back to 100%. The letter C in percent makes the S sound, percent. And that's a stop T at the end. Percent.
Percent? Percent? Percent?
Not really.
Not really. Not really. Peak of stress on our stressed syllable of really. Not stop T there, because the next word begins with a consonant.
Not really. Not really. Not really.
Really, really. So this word can be pronounced really or really with an E-ish kind of vowel or an I-ish kind of vowel. I think he's doing more of the E. Not really. Not really.
Not really. Not really. Not really. I still feel pretty nauseous.
What are our most stressed syllables here?
I still feel pretty nauseous. I still feel pretty nauseous. I still feel pretty nauseous.
I still feel, stress on still. I still feel pretty nauseous. So still and gnaw have our stress syllables there. Everything else a little flatter in pitch, either going up towards the peak or down from the peak. I still feel pretty. Feel pretty. This is a dark L. You don't need to lift your tongue tip for that because the next sound is a consonant.
I still feel pretty nauseous. I still feel pretty nauseous. I still feel pretty nauseous.
Still feel. Actually, this is also a dark L, isn't it? You don't need to lift your tongue tip for this either. Still feel. For both of those words, I'm making that dark sound with the back part of the tongue. The tongue tip stays down. Still feel pretty. Pretty. Flap T there because it comes between two vowels. Pretty nauseous.
Pretty nauseous. Pretty nauseous. Pretty nauseous.
Nauseous with the aw as in law vowel in our stressed syllable, and then sh schwa s shis in our unstressed syllable. Nauseous. I still feel pretty nauseous. All linked together very smoothly.
I still feel pretty nauseous. I still feel pretty nauseous. I still feel pretty nauseous.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Hey, I heard you were really sick a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I went to the ER and everything.
Oh my God, what was wrong?
They weren't sure. I tested negative for COVID-19, but it sure felt like I had some of the symptoms.
Are you back to 100%?
Not really. I still feel pretty nauseous.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hi, I need an oil change.
Sure thing. What kind of oil do you want? Regular or synthetic?
Synthetic.
You got it. It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter. You want us to take care of that too?
No thanks. Not this time.
Okay. Leave the keys in the car and it'll be about 45 minutes. You can hang out in the lobby if you want.
Great. Thanks. Hi, I need an oil change.
In her greeting, hi. Hi, lots of up-down shape stress. I need an oil change.
Hi, I need an oil change. Hi, I need an oil change. Hi, I need an oil change.
And then we have one stress word in that next phrase. I need an oil change. And the rest of the phrase either leads up towards that or falls away from it.
Hi, I need an oil change. Hi, I need an oil change. Hi, I need an oil change.
I need an oil change. A little bit of a up down on need. I need an oil change. And we have lots of linking here. I right into N, the ending D right into the schwa. I need an. I need an.
I need an oil change.
Need an oil change. You know, schwa N, when they go together, the N sort of takes over the schwa. So when I say need an, I don't even take my tongue tip down for the D. I go from the D right into the N. Need an. I need an oil change. And then the N links right into the oi diphthong. Oil change. This is a dark L. You don't need to lift your tongue tip for that. Just make the dark sound with the back of your tongue. Oil change. And then right into the CH sound.
I need an oil change. I need an oil change. I need an oil change.
Sure thing.
Sure thing. Both of those words have some stress. Sure thing. The unvoiced TH there, tongue tip, has to come through the teeth. Sure thing.
Sure thing. Sure thing. Sure thing.
The word sure, there are a couple different pronunciations for that. He does the as in bird pronunciation. Sure, sure. Sure thing.
Sure thing. Sure thing. Sure thing.
The word thing, the vowel is the I as in sit, followed by the NG consonant. Now, when I is followed by NG, it's not really I anymore. It turns into something more like E. So it's not thing, even though you'll see that symbol in the dictionary, but it's thing. Sure thing.
Sure thing. Sure thing. Sure thing. What kind of oil do you want?
What kind of oil do you want? Kind and oil have some of our up-down shape there. What kind of oil do you want? And then the rest sort of goes down in pitch in this thought group.
What kind of oil do you want? What kind of oil do you want? What kind of oil do you want?
What kind? What? Stop T, because the next word begins with a consonant. What kind? And notice he does not do the WH pronunciation, what, but just a clean W sound, no extra escape of air. What kind?
What kind of oil do you want?
What kind of? Then the D links into the schwa. What kind of? And I do think he does a light V sound there.
What kind of oil? What kind of oil? What kind of oil?
It's subtle, but I don't think it's just the schwa. What kind of oil do you want? Of oil. Then right into the oi diphthong, dark L. Don't lift your tongue tip again. Of oil, right from the tongue tip down for the L into the D. Oil do you want?
Oil do you want? Oil do you want? Oil do you want?
I guess he isn't reducing that. I guess it is do, you, both with the full vowel, not dia, which sometimes we do reduce that to the schwa, but do you. Said quickly, unstressed. Do you want? With a stop here for the T. Do you want?
Do you want? Do you want? Do you want? Regular or synthetic?
Regular. He's listing two options. Usually when we do a list, the intonation goes up until the final one, regular or synthetic. And that's what he does here too. Regular, and he does a little break, regular or synthetic. And then he attaches the reduced word or right into the next word, or synthetic.
Regular or synthetic? Regular or synthetic? Regular or synthetic?
Regular. Now the L here in regular is a light L because it's the beginning of the syllable, so you will lift your tongue tip. Don't need to do anything with the back of your tongue. Regular, first syllable stress, a vowel. Then in our unstressed syllable, we have the Y sound glide consonant, also called a semivowel, and the schwa. Regular, schwa R ending, don't need to try to put a vowel in there. Lur, right from L to R. Regular.
Regular or synthetic?
Or synthetic. Here we have another unvoiced TH, and the tongue tip must come through the teeth for that. Synthetic. Do you hear that tongue flap? T between vowels. Synthetic.
Synthetic.
And now she repeats the same intonation he has on the word synthetic as a statement. Synthetic. Again, flap T, and the tongue tip comes through the teeth for that unvoiced TH. Synthetic.
You got it.
Just like sure thing, it's a way of saying, I'll do that for you, or that's possible. You got it. You said very quickly on the way up for our stress word got. You got it. And a flap T connecting those two words, linking them. You got it. Stop T at the end because it's at the end of our thought group.
You got it. It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter.
Then we've got a pretty long thought group here. What do you feel are the most stressed syllables?
It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter. It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter. It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter.
It looks like, it looks like, I feel stress there, and it's sort of on its way up. It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter. Look, year, and changed filter are stressed words there.
It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter. It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter. It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter.
The word it said very quickly and with a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. It looks, it looks, it looks, it looks like it's. Do you hear how the K releases lightly into the next sound of the vowel?
It looks like it's. It looks like it's. It looks like it's.
Like it's, gets. It looks like it's. Linking an ending consonant into beginning vowel sound, it can feel like the K belongs to the next word. Kits, like it's, like it's, like it's, like it's.
It's like it's. It's like it's. It's like it's.
Now these are both light L's. They begin the word or the syllable, and that is a light L where you do lift your tongue tip and you let the back of your tongue go.
It's like it's. It's like it's. It's like it's been a year.
Been a year. Been a year. Been a year. Actually, now that I'm saying that, I do feel a little bit of that length on the word been. Been a year. Been. So here we have double E, but it makes the I as in sit vowel. That N links right into the schwa, very smooth. Links right into the Y consonant. Been a year. The word year. You look it up in the dictionary, you see I, schwa, R. So I gets changed by schwa R, and it turns into a sound more like E. That's just like the word thing, where the NG consonant after I changed it to E. The R consonant after I changes it to something more like E. Year. Been a year. Been a year.
Been a year. Been a year. Been a year since we changed out your filter.
Years since we, these two words lower in pitch, a little bit flatter. Since we, the letters C-E here make the S sound, links right into the W sound with no break. Since we
changed out your filter.
Changed out your filter. So we have the ED ending here, makes just a single D sound, and it's pretty weak here. Changed out, very light, linking into the ow diphthong. Changed out your stop T there. Next word begins with a consonant, and we have the reduction of the word your, out your. Changed out your, out your.
Changed out your filter.
Filter. Fill. In our stressed syllable, we have the F consonant, I vowel, L, and then T, schwa, R. This L is a dark L, so again, you don't need to lift your tongue tip for that. Focus on the back part of your tongue to make the dark sound. Fill, fill, filter, and then a light true T here, releasing into the schwa R ending. Filter.
Filter. You want us to take care of that too?
This is a yes-no question, so his pitch does go up at the end. Two. What are our other stressed words in this sentence?
You want us to take care of that too? You want us to take care of that too? You want us to take care of that too?
You want us, some stress on want. You want us to take care of that too. And then on two, of course, it's the stress is going up. So we have three words that are a little bit more stressed here. The other words are flatter in pitch, said more quickly, like this word you. You want us. You want us. You want us. Unstressed, stressed, unstressed. Now, you're probably noticing I'm dropping the T. That's what he did. We do that sometimes when a word that ends in NT, like an NT apostrophe contraction, links into a vowel. Want us, want us, want us, want us. You want us. You want us.
You want us to take care of that too?
Really quick true T here. Want us to take true T schwa. One is to take, one is to take, one is to take. Another true T in the word take. So 2 quick true T's there in their unstressed words.
You want us to take. You want us to take. You want us to take.
One is to take, one is to take. Now here we have a word that ends in K, the word take, and a word that begins with K, the word care. And those will link together with the single K sound. Take care, take care.
Take care. Take care. Take care of that too.
Care of that too. Care of that too. Now I'm sure that I'm not hearing a V sound there, just the schwa. Care of that, care of that. Pretty common reduction.
Take care of that too. Take care of that too. Take care of that too.
And a stop T at the end of that. Care of that, care of that. Actually, you could think of it as connecting with a single true T. Care of that too. At any rate, the word TOO never reduces, unlike this word TO, which reduces almost all the time. Here we have a true T and the U vowel. Two, two, two.
Two. Two. Two.
No thanks.
No thanks. No thanks. Stressing the answer. No, no, no thanks.
No thanks. No thanks. No thanks.
Tongue tip has to come through for that unvoiced TH. So when we have a voiced TH, like in the word that, these, this, the, in an unstressed word, you can sometimes get away with not bringing the tongue tip through, but putting them to the backs of the teeth. But with an unvoiced TH like thanks and thing, synthetic, for all of those unvoiced THs, you do have to bring the tongue tip through.
No thanks. No thanks. No thanks.
No thanks. So if I wrote this whole word out in IPA, it would be TH, A as in bat, NG consonant, KS. Now we've already talked about how the NG consonant can change the I vowel, like in the word thing. It also changes the A vowel. So A is not pure, that would be tha, thanks, thanks. That's not how we say it, we say thanks. When the A vowel is followed by NG, the sound that we make ends up sounding like the A diphthong. Thanks, thanks, thanks. So not thanks, thanks. No thanks.
No thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Not this time.
So some stress on that. Not this time. Also on this.
Not this time. Not this time. Not this time.
Not stop T. This time, this time, this time. And the word time with the true T just comes in on the downfall of the pitch there. This time, really smoothly connected.
This time. This time. This time.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. First syllable stress. This word can be stressed either way. Okay or okay. But here it's okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We would stress it that way if it was just a simple agreement. Okay. If we were agreeing but we were annoyed, we might say okay and stress the second syllable. But here it's okay, first syllable stress.
Okay. 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 Leave the keys in the car and it'll be about 45 minutes.
A longer thought group here. Let's write out our numbers and let's listen for the shape of stress.
Leave the keys in the car and it'll be about 45 minutes. Leave the keys in the car and it'll be about 45 minutes. Leave the keys in the car and it'll be about 45 minutes.
Leave the keys in the car. Definite shape of stress there. Leave the keys in the car. And this word is a little bit longer. Car. While he thinks about what to tell her for the timing. Leave the keys in the car.
Leave the keys in the car. Leave the keys in the car. Leave the keys in the car.
Leave the keys in the car. So these 4 words are said more quickly. The keys in the keys in the keys in the. The ending S of keys is a Z sound. It links into the vowel of in. The keys in the keys in the keys in the. Flatter, a little bit less clear than stressed words. Leave the keys in the car.
Leave the keys in the car. Leave the keys in the car. Leave the keys in the car.
The word car has a sound combination that can be tricky. It's ah as in father plus r. Make sure you give yourself some time to make the ah with a little bit of jaw drop before your tongue does its thing for the r. We don't want car. We want car, 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 car,
Car, car, car, and it'll be about.
car, and it'll be about, and it'll be about. Then we have some more unstressed words here. And it will be about.
And it'll be about. And it'll be about. And it'll be about.
The word and reduces. Schwa en, D is gone. Sounds sort of like the word in. And it'll be about. In. The N links right into the vowel of it. So we have an I vowel, a T sound. The L apostrophe, I would write schwa L. So the T comes between two vowels. That'll be a flap. It'll. It's just like the word little, but with no L. It'll, and it'll be about.
And it'll be about. And it'll be about. And it'll be about.
It's tricky to pronounce little and it'll as well. The way I do it, and it'll, I would put my tongue up for the D and then leave it there for the L. So put my tongue up for the D, but then make an L, a dark L sound with the back of the tongue. And it'll be before going on to the next consonant. Slow that down. And it'll be, to help yourself find that sound and that position. And it'll be about.
And it'll be about. And it'll be about. And it'll be about.
Here we have a linking of two vowels. It's the E as in she and the schwa. Make sure that links smoothly. You can think of going through the glide vowel Y to help you connect. Be about. We have a stop T at the end of about. The next word begins with a consonant.
It'll be about. It'll be about. It'll be about 30, 45 minutes.
30, 45 minutes. So then we have some stress on thir, our stress syllable there. 45 on the first syllable of 45, and a little bit of stress on minutes too. Min. 30, 45 minutes.
30, 45 minutes. 30, 45 minutes. 30, 45 minutes.
30. Are you noticing that that word has a flap T? 30. And it can be tricky. We have the unvoiced TH where the tongue tip comes through. Then the vowel R combination, thir. Then our flap T and the E vowel, 30, 45, 40. Oh, look, another flap T. So this time it's following the rule where a T is a flap T after an R before a vowel. 40, 45 minutes.
45 minutes. 45 minutes. 45 minutes.
Minutes. So both of the vowel sounds there, both in the stressed syllable and the unstressed syllable, are the I as in sit vowel. Me. It's. Minutes.
You can hang out in the lobby if you want.
What are our stressed words here?
You can hang out in the lobby if you want.
You can hang out in the lobby. Definitely some up-down shape. Hang out in the lobby on our two stressed words there. Hang out in the lobby.
You can hang out in the lobby. You can hang out in the lobby. You can hang out in the lobby if you want.
If you want. Some stress on want, but he makes his pitch go up. Want. He's making it that intonation just to make it more friendly. He's offering it to her. It's a little bit more friendly than if you want. Although honestly, both intonations would work totally fine in this situation. What about our first two words of the sentence? Unstressed, we know. Are there any reductions?
You can hang out in the lobby. You can hang out in the lobby. You can hang out in the lobby.
You can. Definitely. I don't think the vowel is reduced in you. I would still write that with the oo vowel, but the vowel is definitely reduced in the word can. It becomes can. You can. Say that just as quickly and as simply as you can. You can.
You can hang out in the lobby.
You can hang out. Some length on out, that other part of our phrasal verb. You can hang out in the, and he actually does a stop T here, hang out in the. So he doesn't link it in. Hang out in the. by not connecting it into the next word, that does give it a little bit more of a stressed feeling. Hang out in the, than to really fast, low in energy words. In the. Those two words are said so quickly. Isolating just those two words can be tricky.
On the lobby if you want.
Lobby if you want. Lobby. So the letter O, but it's the ah as in father vowel. Lobby if you. The ending E of lobby links right into the I vowel of if. Lobby if you want.
A lobby if you want. A lobby if you want. A lobby if you want.
Want. Stop T, not released. Want.
Want.
Great. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. So 2 separate thought groups, a single syllable up-down shape of stress. Great. Stop T. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. Great. Thanks. Great. Thanks.
Again, we have that unvoiced TH, the A as in bat vowel that turns into the A diphthong because it's followed by the NG consonant KS. Thanks. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Hi, I need an oil change.
Sure thing. What kind of oil do you want? Regular or synthetic?
Synthetic.
You got it. It looks like it's been a year since we changed out your filter. You want us to take care of that too?
No thanks. Not this time.
Okay. Leave the keys in the car and it'll be about 30-45 minutes. You can hang out in the lobby if you want.
Great. Thanks.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
This cake is to die for.
Thanks so much. It's really easy to make.
It's so good. Could I have a copy of the recipe?
Of course. It's an old recipe my mom used to make. She loved making all kinds of things, but her cakes were out of this world.
Like mother, like daughter.
Thanks.
This cake is to die for.
What are our most stressed words here?
This cake is to die for. This cake is to die for. This cake is to die for.
This cake is to die for. This and die have most stress. This cake is to die for. If something is to die for when it comes to food, we're talking about just absolutely top of the line, so delicious.
This cake is to die for. This cake is to die for. This cake is to die for.
So cake is to, all said a little bit lower in pitch, more quickly.
This cake is to. This cake is to. This cake is to.
You know, there really is another little up down on cake, isn't there? This cake is to die for. So is to becomes is to. Said very quickly, I as in sit, z, true t, schwa. This cake is to. This cake is to.
This cake is to. This cake is to. This cake is to die for.
Die for. Now the word for is not reduced. Usually we don't reduce a word at the end of a sentence. So it's F consonant, aw as in law, R. And this sound combination is a little bit more closed. So it's not a pure aw. It's not aw, fa, far, but it's full, o. Lips round more, tongue pulls back a little bit, for.
For.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Stress on thanks. Thanks so much. And her pitch really goes up at the end. I'm putting my stress going up instead of a curve up down. Thanks so much. Because she's really heading towards a peak of stress on much. Her pitch is high. It shows a little bit of extra energy. She's pleased. She's really happy. It was such a nice compliment.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Thanks and so, these two words link together with a single S sound. Thanks with the A as in bat vowel when it's followed by an NG consonant like it is here becomes more of an A diphthong. Thanks, thanks, thanks so much. And the tongue tip does have to come through for that unvoiced TH.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
For the word this, since it's stressed, our tongue tip will also come through. That's a voiced TH. But sometimes for a voiced TH on unstressed words, the tongue tip won't come all the way through, like in the word the. Then it just touches the back of the teeth. But here I would say stress word does come through. This, this cake is to die for. Thanks so much. So a couple different THs here to practice.
This cake is to die for.
Thanks so much.
This cake is to die for.
Thanks so much.
This cake is to die for.
Thanks so much. It's really easy to make.
What are our most stressed words in the rest of this sentence?
It's really easy to make. It's really easy to make. It's really easy to make.
It's really easy to make. Really and make are two peaks of stress. Make is a little bit lower because it's at the end of the sentence. Some of the energy has gone out of the voice. It's said quickly, unstressed. It's just going up, linking right into that R. It's really. Smooth connection, no break there.
It's really.
The word really has a couple different pronunciations. I would say she's doing the R consonant and the I vowel in our stressed syllable. And then we have L, E as in she in the unstressed syllable. Really. This is a light L, so you just lift your tongue tip. Don't worry about the back of your tongue. Let that be relaxed. Really.
Really easy to make.
Really easy to make. We have an ending E in really, a beginning E in easy. Easy. The letter S makes the Z sound there. Easy. Really easy to make. Make sure these glide together smoothly. Really easy. Gliding together smoothly. E to E, it's really easy to. You don't need to try to stop and re-emphasize that vowel. It's really easy to make.
Really easy to make. Really easy to make. Really easy to make.
The word to, really easy to, that's made with the flap T and the schwa. Easy to, easy to, easy to, easy to, easy to. It's really easy to make.
It's really easy to make. It's really easy to make. It's really easy to make.
And she does a light release of that K. We would probably make that a stop without the release if the next word began with a consonant.
Easy to make. Easy to make. Easy to make.
It's so good.
Another compliment. What is our stress here?
It's so good. It's so good. It's so good.
It's so good. Two stressed words. So good. It's so good. The two S's here linked together, just a single S to connect. It's so good.
It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Could I have a copy of the recipe?
Now, the ultimate compliment, right, is asking for the recipe so that you can make it. What's our stress here?
Could I have a copy of the recipe? Could I have a copy of the recipe? Could I have a copy of the recipe?
Could I have... Actually, it's not have. He drops that H. Could I have a copy of the recipe? And this word is also stressed, but it's on the way up, so it's a scoop down and up because it's a yes-no question.
Could I have a copy of the recipe? Could I have a copy of the recipe? Could I have a copy of the recipe?
Could I? The L is silent here, but the D links right into the I diphthong. Could I? Could I? Could I?
Could I? Could I have a copy of the recipe?
Could I have a copy? No H, but we do still have the A vowel. A as in bat. Could I have a... Then the V links right into the schwa. Could I have a... Could I have a...
Could I have a... Could I have a... Could I have a copy of the recipe?
Copy of the recipe. Copy. The letter O is the A as in father vowel here. Copy of the recipe. And the ending syllable is just the unstressed E. Copy. Copy. Copy of the recipe.
Copy of the recipe? Copy of the recipe? Copy of the recipe?
So we have three unstressed syllables. The... And the word of is reduced to just the schwa. So it said very quickly, schwa, and then the voiced th, schwa. Now this is a case where you can make this th, and you probably should make this th without the tongue coming through the teeth, but just touching right behind the backs of the teeth. Other. That's going to help you say that more quickly, and we want that because it's unstressed. We need the contrast. It should be said very quickly. Other. Copy of the. Copy of the.
Copy of the. Copy of the. Copy of the recipe?
Recipe. This is a three-syllable word with first syllable stress. R consonant, e as in bed vowel. Re. The letter C here does make an S. Recipe. Reci. I as in sit. P and then E as in she. Copy of the recipe. So we have two words here that end in P, E. P consonant, E as in she. Copy. Recipe. Copy of the recipe.
Copy of the recipe? Copy of the recipe? Copy of the recipe?
Of course.
Two words here. Which word is stressed?
Of course. Of course. Of course.
Of course. Of course. They're really different, aren't they? Of, said quickly, low in pitch. Course has a very clear up-down shape, more energy, more volume, more length. The word of, I would write that reduced. She does make the V sound, whereas up here it was dropped. So this reduction can be either just the schwa or schwa V. Of course.
Of course. Of course. Of course.
Course with the aw as in law plus R. So again, it's not a pure aw sound, but it's course. Course, course. Of course.
Of course. Of course. Of course. It's an old recipe my mom used to make.
What are her most stressed syllables here?
It's an old recipe my mom used to make. It's an old recipe my mom used to make. It's an old recipe my mom used to make.
It's an old recipe. It's an old recipe. You know, when I'm determining stress and I want to be really clear and really certain about it, I listen on a loop and I ask myself, where does my head want to move? It's an old recipe my mom used to make. Those are the words, the syllables where my head wants to sort of punch forward if I'm really just trying to put the rhythm into my body. It's an old recipe. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
It's an old recipe my mom used to make. It's an old recipe my mom used to make. It's an old recipe my mom used to make.
The other syllables, unstressed, said pretty quickly. It's so we have it as in sit, TS cluster linking right into the schwa, and then the N links right into the O as in no diphthong. So ending consonant linking into beginning vowel, that's a really smooth link. It's an old. Now I said O as a no diphthong, that's true, but it's followed by a dark L. And that does affect the O diphthong. It's not old, but it's old. The lips start more rounded, and the tongue pulled back a little bit. It's sort of like how the R affects the all as in law vowel. The L affects the O diphthong. Old. So not old, but old. The tongue is already doing some of the dark work. The back of the tongue pushing down and back a little bit. Old recipe.
It's an old recipe. It's an old recipe. It's an old recipe.
It's an old res. So I quickly make the D in the vocal cords without releasing it. Old, just a very quick D sound there. Old recipe.
An old recipe. An old recipe. An old recipe my mom used to make.
Recipe my. So these syllables, si, pi, my, just fall down in pitch away from the peak of stress. Recipe my.
Recipe my. Recipe my. Recipe my mom used to make.
Mom used to make. Mom used to make. So used to, lower in pitch in the valley. Make does have stress, but it's not quite as pronounced because it's the last word. So some of the energy has gone out of the voice.
Mom used to make. Mom used to make. Mom used to make.
Used to. So this is the U as in few diphthong, the Z sound, and the D. And then we have a true T and the schwa. Now, this true T does affect these sounds. The phrase used to, supposed to. In both of those cases, it makes it an ST instead of a ZD. So it becomes used to. Used to, used to, used to. Mom used to. Mom used to make.
Mom used to make. Mom used to make. Mom used to make. She loved making all kinds of things, but her cakes were out of this world.
First, I always like to find my anchors, my peaks of stress. What do you feel are the most stress syllables here?
She loved making all kinds of things, but her cakes were out of this world. She loved making all kinds of things, but her cakes were out of this world. She loved making all kinds of things, but her cakes were out of this world.
She loved making all kinds of things. I'm feeling one there. She loved making all kinds of things, but her cakes were out of this world. Those to me are the peaks of stress. So let's look at our other words. Let's look for any reductions and just see if there's anything we need to simplify to make these words quickly.
She loved making all kinds of things. She loved making all kinds of things. She loved making all kinds of things.
She loved. She. Said quickly, shorten that up as much as you can, making both sounds, but as fast as you can. She loved. Now again, here we have a D followed by a consonant. I'm not going to release the D. It's not loved, but I'm going to say loved. I'm going to make that D sound before the M. She loved making.
She loved making. She loved making all kinds.
Making all kinds, all going up towards the peak of stress on kinds. This is a dark L here. Don't lift your tongue tip. The next sound is a consonant, so you definitely do not need to lift your tongue tip for that. All. I would say the all, as in law, isn't totally pure when followed by dark L. I would say the tongue starts back just a little bit, and then it goes back even more down and back for the back of the tongue goes down and back for that dark L. All. Do you hear how the sound changes just a little bit at the end? That's with the back of my tongue pressing down and back. The tip of the tongue isn't moving, it's staying forward. All. Definitely don't take it to the roof of your mouth. All. That gives it sort of a light L feel, and we don't want that. We want dark L. All kinds, smoothly linked together.
all kinds of things.
Then we have of and things, lower in pitch, less stressed. I definitely hear a V here, but it's subtle. Of things, of things. It's not a things, but of things. And again, this unvoiced TH tongue tip has to come through.
The things.
Now here we have TH, I as in sit, NG sound, Z. When I is followed by NG, it's not a pure I. It also changes. It becomes more like an E. Things.
But her cakes were out of this world.
But her cakes. I think I'm hearing this as a quick little stop T before the H. But her. She totally could have said butter and dropped the H. That's a pretty common reduction too. But her cakes. Then it would sound just like this word butter. But she didn't do that. She did make the T and the H. But her. But they're both low in pitch and unstressed before cakes. Cakes are stressed syllable there.
But her cakes were out of this world.
We're out of this. 3 unstressed words, flat, low in pitch. We're out of this. Out of, that becomes outa, flap T linking into the schwa. The V sound is totally dropped. Outa, out of this. We're out of this. Out of this world. D, not released. Light vibration of the vocal cords. I'm honestly not even totally sure I hear it. World. This is such a tricky word, isn't it? W consonant, as in bird, vowel, R consonant combination, then the dark L and the D. So definitely don't lift your tongue tip. We don't want that. It's a dark L. That's not going to be the right sound. Lips are tight, round. They relax a little bit for this sound. The tongue pulls back and up. The tip pulls back and up a bit. Whirl. Then for the dark L, the tongue tip goes down. The back part of the tongue does the work, pressing down and back a little bit. Whirl. And then tongue tip up for the D. Vocal cords vibrate. See if you can do that with a change of pitch. I think it can help. World.
Like mother, like daughter.
Like mother, like daughter. So mother stressed, but we're going up. So the pitch isn't really ma, but ma, like mother, like daughter. And then the pitch has the up-down shape of stress on our stressed syllable da. So these are our 2 stressed syllables. For both of these words, like, the K is unreleased. Like. So the back part of the tongue goes up for the K, stops the air, but then rather than releasing it, just go into the M in this case, or the D over here. Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter.
Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter.
Mother, M consonant, as in butter vowel, voiced TH, schwa R ending, there. Really, the only thing that needs to move for these sounds is your tongue. There. Your lips and mouth can be really relaxed. Jaw doesn't need to move. Like mother, like daughter. Now here we have the D consonant, as in law vowel. All of these letters together make a single sound, as in law. Then we have a flap T. Schwa R. Again, this unstressed syllable said quickly. Daughter.
Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter.
So this is another compliment. You know, she just said how good of a baker her mother was. And saying like mother, like daughter is just a saying that means in this particular way, in this characteristic, baking, the daughter is like the mother, very talented.
Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter.
Thanks.
Thanks, thanks, thanks. Lower in pitch, but an up-down shape of stress. Again, we have unvoiced TH, tongue tip comes through. We have the A as in bat vowel, which changes to the A diphthong more or less because it's followed by the NG consonant and a KS cluster. Thanks, thanks, thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
This cake is to die for.
Thanks so much. It's really easy to make.
It's so good. Could I have a copy of the recipe?
Of course. It's an old recipe my mom used to make. She loved making all kinds of things, but her cakes were out of this world.
Like mother, like daughter.
Thanks.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Suprema Pizza, how can I help you?
Hi, I submitted a pickup order online a few minutes ago under the last name Parker. Has it come through yet?
Parker? Let me check. Yes, it has.
If it's possible, I'd like to change the order for the large pizza to gluten-free crust.
Sure, we can do that. The large pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free.
Yes, please.
You're all set. Anything else?
That's it. Thanks so much.
Suprema Pizza, how can I help you?
Let's just look at her first little bit here. Suprema. We have stress on the second syllable there. Suprema Pizza. And she makes her pitch go up at the end. That's to show she's not done talking. Suprema Pizza, how? And then she keeps on going.
Suprema Pizza, how can I help you? Suprema Pizza, how can I help you? Suprema Pizza, how can I help you?
And she really connects the schwa of pizza into the H consonant. There's not really a break there. Suprema Pizza, how can I help you?
Suprema Pizza, how can I help you? Suprema Pizza, how can I help you? Suprema Pizza, how can I help you?
How can I help? So we have stress on our question word, how. this time, instead of being up, down, it's down, up. How can I help? And then we have the up, down shape on stress, and then everything else just links in together smoothly on the way up or the way down. How can I help you? Duh. Make sure you feel that song in your voice as you're working on this phrase.
How can I help you? How can I help you? How can I help you?
How can I? Can I? Do you hear that reduction of can? It's not can, but kun with a schwa. And the N consonant links right into the I as in by diphthong. Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I? How can I? How can I help you? And the ending P releases right into the U diphthong. Help you, help you, help you.
How can I help you? How can I help you? How can I help you?
So it's almost like the P is beginning the next word, pew, pew. Help you. Help you. Now, this is a dark L, and you don't lift your tongue tip for that. Basically, if the dark L is followed by a consonant, don't lift your tongue tip. Hell. The E vowel first, then it changes a little bit. The jaw doesn't have to be open as much for the dark sound, and the back part of the tongue does the work. Hell, hell, hell. Help you, help you.
Help you. Help you. Help you.
Hi.
Hi, hi. Okay, big up down shape, lots of length there. Hi. And that gives it a good positive energy. It's a lot better than hi, hi. Something that's flat. Hi, hi. That shape of stress.
Hi. 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 I submitted a pickup order online a few minutes ago under the last name Parker.
Okay, then we have a really long thought group, don't we? Let's listen for our stressed syllables. Listen to this phrase on a loop and find where your body wants to sort of move a little bit. Maybe you let your head shake a little bit, move a little bit on the stressed syllables. Where does your head want to move?
Hi. I submitted a pickup order online a few minutes ago under the last name Parker. Hi. I submitted a pickup order online a few minutes ago under the last name Parker. Hi, I submitted a pickup order online a few minutes ago under the last name Parker.
Hi, I submitted, submit. So our stress syllable there, submitted a pickup order online. At the beginning, I'm hearing those three stressed syllables.
I submitted a pickup order online. I submitted a pickup order online. I submitted a pickup order online
And now let's listen to the second part of the phrase.
a few minutes ago under the last name Parker. A few minutes ago under the last name Parker. A few minutes ago under the last name Parker.
A few minutes ago, definitely stress on our stress syllable there. Minutes ago under the last name Parker. So 6 syllables that have more of that stressed feel.
I submitted a pickup order online a few minutes ago under the last name Parker. I submitted a pickup order online a few minutes ago under the last name Parker. I submitted a pickup order online a few minutes ago under the last name Parker.
Now let's look a little bit more at the details of the pronunciation. First of all, we know everything glides together smoothly because we've already said this whole thing is a single thought group. Submitted. Now I see 2 T's here and I see an ED ending. So the ED ending after a T sound is going to be an extra syllable. I as in sit, D. Submitted. Submitted. And the T, I'm sure you can hear it, comes between 2 vowel sounds. That's a flap T. Submitted. 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 And then the D links right into the schwa. Submitted. Submitted. Submitted.
I submitted a pickup order.
Submitted a pickup order. Pickup order. So pick has the stress and up and order come away from it. Pickup order. The K sound links right into the as in butter vowel. Pickup, pickup, pickup. Now the P sound. Pickup order. Very light release into the vowel. Pickup order. Pickup order. Pickup order. Order, we have the aw as in law vowel, but when that's followed by R, that is not a pure aw vowel. The lips round more and the tongue shifts back a little bit more. So it's not aw, but order. And this tongue is a flap. This D is a flap. The tongue just bounces against the roof of the mouth as it's holding out between the R and then the schwa R. So you can practice that by just holding out your R. Try that right now and flap your tongue once in the middle of holding that out. You can do that over and over again. That's the feel that you want for that word.
Pickup order online a few.
Online. Second syllable stress there. Online a few. Then we have an ending consonant linking into the schwa. Lina, onlina, onlina, online a few. Online a few. Make sure it's got that melody of that stress, that up-down shape on line. Online a few.
Online a few minutes ago.
Online a few minutes ago. Minutes ago. So these syllables, all unstressed, including the unstressed syllables of a stressed word, minutes, minutes ago.
Minutes ago.
The first syllable of a go is the schwa, minutes ago. And the TS cluster just links into that, minutes. I should also say the stressed syllable in minutes is the I as in sit vowel. That's also the vowel in the second syllable. Minutes. Both the I as in sit vowel. Minutes ago.
Minutes ago under the last name Parker.
Minutes ago under the. So even the word under, and of course the word the as well, unstressed, flatter feel. Here we have the O diphthong of ago, and it links really smoothly into the as in butter vowel of under. That can feel like you're going through the glide consonant W to help connect those. Ago under, ago under. I'll go under the. That can help you link that more smoothly if you think of a W there.
Minutes ago under the.
To help make the word the said very quickly, you can definitely, and you probably should not bring your tongue tip through. You should cheat that position a little bit. So with an unstressed word that begins with this voiced TH, like the word the, this, these, those, you don't have to bring the tongue tip all the way through the teeth. Just let it touch the backs of the teeth. The teeth may be a little bit parted. The. That gives us enough of the idea of the feel of the TH to hear it as that and not as a D or some other substitution.
Go under the last name Parker.
Last name Parker. Last name. Do you notice how the T is dropped there? T between two consonants, very common to drop that so we can connect it more smoothly. And that's what he does. Last name Parker. We have aw as in father plus R. Make sure you have some jaw drop and clarity of that vowel before moving into the R consonant. We don't want purr, but Parker.
The last name Parker. Has it come through yet?
Now let's listen to his question. What do you think are the most stressed syllables here and the shape of stress?
Has it come through yet? Has it come through yet?
I would say the most stressed word there is through. And all of the energy is going up. This is a yes/no question, and usually that goes up at the end. Has it come through yet? So we have a dip down and then up on through. Has it come through? Ooh. So you want that little dip down and then up. That's what gives us the feel of a stressed syllable when the intonation is going up. Has it come? Said really quickly.
Has it come?
Definitely that a vowel in has gets reduced. It gets turned into the schwa. His. And the ending Z sound links into the I as in sit vowel to help that smooth connection. Has it. We have a stop T in it because the next word begins with a consonant. Has it come? Is it come? And I think you can even think of the vowel in come as being a schwa, just to help you say it more quickly. Come, come, has it come? Has it come? Has it come through yet?
Has it come through yet? Has it come through yet? Has it come through yet?
Now, the word through has an unvoiced TH, and for that sound, the tongue tip does always have to come through the teeth. Through, through, through. So for the THR cluster, your tip goes from being just outside the teeth to being inside, pulled back and up a little bit so it's not touching anything. Thur, 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 through. And even though we have all those letters, there are just three sounds. Unvoiced TH, R consonant, and U vowel. Through. Through yet? Through yet? And to stop T at the end of yet, it's at the end of a thought group, and it's very common to not release those ending T's.
Through yet? Through yet? Through yet?
Parker? Let me check.
Parker? So she makes her intonation go up because she's asking that as a question. She's confirming she has the name right. Parker? Let me check. And then a statement where the intonation goes down.
Parker? Let me check. Parker? Let me check. Parker? Let me check.
Let me check. Let and me said quickly, and they reduce, they combine into the word lemmy, which you wouldn't want to write this, but this is a way you could see it in casual writing. Lemmy, lemmy, lemmy. So the T is dropped in this phrase. Lemmy, lemmy, lemmy. It's not just a stop T, but it's actually a reduction like gonna, lemmy. Let me check. Let me check. So as in bed vowel for let, and the E as in she vowel for me. Lemmy, lemmy. Let me check.
Let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Yes, it has.
Okay, so listen to this next phrase and figure out what you think the melody is. What are the up-down shapes of stress?
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Yes, it has.
Yes, it has. I hear that clearly on the confirmation word yes and the verb it has. Yes, it has.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Yes, it has.
The word it said quickly, lower in pitch, linking the stress words together, and it does have a stop T there. It, because the next word begins with a consonant. Here, the word has was reduced. Here, it is not reduced. We have H consonant, A as in bad vowel, and a Z sound. Has. Unstressed, his. Stressed, has.
It has. It has. It has.
If it's possible, I'd like to change the order for the large pizza to gluten-free crust.
Another pretty long thought group. There's a very small lift here. If it's possible, and again, like earlier in this conversation, his pitch goes up. Possible, and the dip is on the stress syllable, which is the first syllable. If it's possible, and that signals that he's going to keep it going. He has a request. So if it's said very quickly, if it's the F links into the beginning vowel I, if it's possible, and then a little bit more length on our stressed syllable, which has the ah as in father vowel. Possible. This ends in a dark L, and you do not need to lift your tongue tip for that. Possible, if it's possible.
If it's possible, I'd like to change the order.
I'd like to change the order. Change. Definitely we have stress there on that stressed syllable, the word, the verb, change. I'd like to. How are those words pronounced?
I'd like to.
Said quickly, flat. I as in by diphthong. The D goes right into the L with no release. So it's not d-l, but d-l. I'd like to. The K not released, stop consonant before the true T. Now, the T in to will probably be a true T if the sound before is unvoiced. K is unvoiced, so that's why that's a true T. I'd like to. And of course, that oo vowel changing to the schwa. I'd like to. So even though I'm calling this a true T, it is light. It's not T because it's said so quickly. There's not that much air in it. I'd like to.
I'd like to change the order for the large pizza.
Change the order for the large pizza. Large. Some stress there, some length. Pizza. Same there. Stress syllable is the first syllable. Second syllable is the schwa.
Change the order for the large pizza. Change the order for the large pizza. Change the order for the large pizza.
So we have the order for the, all unstressed, said more flat. Now you probably noticed, or maybe you didn't, the pronunciation of the was different. Here it was the E as in she vowel, and over here with the word large, it was the schwa vowel. Why is that? The rule is if the next word begins with a vowel or diphthong, this begins with the ahs and law, even though it's not pure, the or. If it's followed by a word that begins with a vowel or diphthong, we pronounce this E. If it's followed by a word that begins with a consonant, like the word large, then we pronounce this as the schwa. Now, this is a rule that Americans don't actually follow that much in practice, but you will hear it. It is the actual rule, and this is what he did. Change the order for...
Change the order for... Change the order for... Change the order for...
The order for all a little bit flatter. The word for reduces. It's not for, but rather for, with the schwa R ending. For. The order for the large, light L there, beginning a stress word, and pizza. Large pizza. A little bit more length.
The order for the large pizza. The order for the large pizza. The order for the large pizza to gluten-free crust.
And what about in the last part of our thought group here? What are our stressed syllables?
To gluten-free crust. To gluten-free crust. To gluten-free crust.
To gluten-free crust. To gluten-free. Definitely we have stress there. The word to, reduced, as always. Here again, it's the true T and the schwa. To gluten-free. We have an unstressed syllable in gluten. It sort of creates a valley here, connecting these two up-down shapes. Gluten-free. What do you notice about the T pronunciation there?
Gluten. Gluten.
That's a stop T. It's not released. That's because of the sequence T, schwa, N. Mountain, sentence, kitten, mitten, gluten. When we have the sequence T, schwa, N, it's the most common pronunciation is to make that a stop T. Gluten, gluten-free. See if you can follow and imitate that smooth stress pattern. Gluten-free.
Gluten-free crust.
Crust, I would say, also has some length. Gluten-free crust. And the ST cluster, released, fully pronounced. Crust.
Crust.
Sure, we can do that.
Sure. Up, down shape, lots of pitch change. That always portrays a positive energy. Sure. There are a couple different ways to pronounce this word. She has gone with the as in bird vowel R combination. I do that too. I think it's the most common pronunciation. Sure,
we can do that.
We can do that. Do, I would say, the most stressed word there. We can do, and it has a dip down and up. We can do that. And she makes her pitch go up at the end.
We can do that. That
signals that she's going to keep going. She has a little bit more to say about that. We can, said quickly. We have another can reduction here where it's the K sound, schwa, and sound can. We can. Very quick W consonant, E as in she vowel, linking together. We can. We can do that.
We can do that.
That, ending in a stop T, not released, end of the thought group.
Do that.
Let's hear what else she has to say.
The large pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free. The large pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free. The large pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free.
The large. I would say that word has stress. It feels longer. It has that pitch change. The large pepperoni and onion, then the two toppings, pepperoni and onion, both have a pitch change as well. This time it's the up-down shape of stress. The word the said very quickly, and that is the schwa, because the next word begins with a consonant. The large.
The large.
You know, I actually want to fix where I drew that stress mark. It's not the first syllable of pepperoni that's stressed. The large pepperoni, it's that second to last syllable. The large pepper. So we go a scoop up and down on large, and it comes back down a little bit before going up. Peppero for the stress syllable, which has the O as a no diphthong.
The large pepperoni and The large pepperoni
and what about the word and? It's not pronounced and, is it?
Pepperoni and onion.
Pepperonian. So we have a quick E vowel linking right into the schwa, and it can kind of sound like the word in. Pepperonian. Pepperoni and onion.
Pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free.
The large pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free. And do you hear that? Free. It's a yes/no question. She wants confirmation. Her pitch goes up at the end.
The large pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free. The large pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free. The large pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free.
Should be both said really quickly. They're not stressed. Gluten and free are stress. Should be gluten-free. And because it's on its way up, those stress syllables have a down-up shape. And again, we have a stop T. Gluten-free. So should be. Did you know the word should can reduce? When it's unstressed, we drop the D sound. The L sound is always silent. But when we reduce the word, we just make it the SH consonant and the schwa, sh, and we link that into the next word, in this case, the word be. Should be. That's going to help you say that word more quickly, help you get the rhythm right. Should be gluten-free.
Should be gluten-free.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Two up-down shapes of stress, two statements. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
You're all set.
You're all set. More length on all. You're all set. Up, down, shape on set, down, up, shape on all, and the word your said very quickly just links right in there, and that is reduced. It's not your, it's your. You're all. That R links into the vowel. You're all set. Here we have a dark L. That tongue tip does not need to lift. The next word begins with a consonant. You're all. Just make that dark sound and then the S. You're all set. Stop T at the end of the word set at the end of that thought group.
You're all set. Anything else?
N, dip down and up for the stressed syllable there, as in bed, plus N. Anything else? And then another dip down and up on the word else. This is a yes/no question, so our intonation is heading up.
Anything else?
Another dark L. Else. Do not lift your tongue tip for that. It's followed by a consonant. L. Just hold out that dark sound as you practice. Else. And go right into the S. Tongue tip never lifts.
Else?
That's it.
That's it. Little bit of length there. That's it. And then a stop T. That's it. The TS cluster links into the I vowel. That's it.
That's it. That's it. That's it. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. What's our stress there? What's the feeling of the song?
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. Da da da. Stress, unstressed, stress. Thanks so much. We have two S's here. Those words just link together with a single S sound. Thanks so, thanks so, thanks so much. And this is an unvoiced TH here.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Thanks, 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 thanks. Tongue tip really quickly coming through the teeth there. Then we have A as in bat vowel. Are you hearing an A as in bat vowel? I'm not. That's because it's followed by the NG consonant sound, and that turns this vowel into something that's much closer to the A as in, say, diphthong. They, thanks so. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Suprema Pizza, how can I help you?
Hi, I submitted a pickup order online a few minutes ago under the last name Parker. Has it come through yet?
Parker? Let me check. Yes, it has.
If it's possible, I'd like to change the order for the large pizza to gluten-free crust.
Sure, we can do that. The large pepperoni and onion should be gluten-free.
Yes, please.
You're all set. Anything else?
That's it. Thanks so much.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Excuse me, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Where can I find toothpaste and bar soap?
The toothpaste is going to be in aisle 6 in the oral care section, and you can find bar soap towards the front of the store in aisle 2.
Perfect. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, can I ask you a question?
In this scene, somebody is approaching somebody in a store, someone who works there. And one way to start a conversation in this kind of situation is to start with asking, "Can I ask you a question?" Which of course itself is a question. But let's look at the melody of this sentence, the sound of it, the stress.
Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Excuse me, can I ask you a question?
Excuse me. So the second syllable of excuse is what has the stress. Excuse me. And then she brings her pitch down and up on me. And that just shows she's going to keep going. Excuse me. It's sort of a polite way to get somebody's attention. It's a lot more polite than excuse me. When the pitch just goes down, it has more of a rude feel. When your pitch goes up at the end, it's a question, it's more inviting. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, can I ask you a question?
Can I ask you a question? So the answer to this question is either yes or no. Can I ask you a question? And ask and que are our two most stressed syllables.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Can I ask? So we have up, down shape on ask. Can I ask you a question? And then a down, up shape on que as our pitch is going up.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Can I ask you a question? Everything linked together really smoothly. Ask and que have our length, and the rest of the words said very quickly and smoothly. Can becomes can, and that links right into the I as in by diphthong. So the N just keeps going right into that next sound. Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I ask? The I diphthong goes right into the A as in bat vowel. Can I? Yeah. And when we link an I diphthong into another vowel or diphthong, you can sort of feel like you go through the glide consonant Y. Can I? Yeah. Can I? Yeah. Can I? Yeah. That can help smooth it out.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Ask you a, ask you a, ask you a. Light release of the K right into the U diphthong. Ask you a, ask you a. U and both flatter in pitch. The letter A pronounced as a quick schwa. You a, you a, you a. You a question. Question begins with the KW cluster, so you will need lip rounding there. Que. Question.
Question? Question? Question?
And the TION cluster in question, que, with the e as in bed vowel, question. Then we have the S consonant, and in this TION ending, the T actually makes the CH sound. Ch, ch, question, schwa n. Question?
Question? Question? Question?
Sure.
Sure, sure. Up, down shape. The pronunciation is SH and then the as in bird, R combination. That's the most common pronunciation of that word, I would say. There are a few other pronunciations you might hear, like shore or sure. But in this case, sure.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
Where can I find toothpaste and bar soap?
Where can I find? Where can I find? So we have some stress on the question word, and that's pretty normal. Where can I find?
Where can I find? Where can I find? Where can I find toothpaste and bar soap?
And then our next stressed syllable isn't until the word tooth. Toothpaste, toothpaste, and bar soap. And then on the word bar, bar soap.
Toothpaste and bar soap. Toothpaste and bar soap. Toothpaste and bar soap.
Can I find linked together? Very smooth and connected, and we have some reductions. The word can, just like above, gets reduced to the K, schwa n, and links right into the I as in by diphthong. Can I, can I, can I. So not can I, but can I, can I, can I, can I. Where can I? Where can I? The R links smoothly into the K, no breaks in sound. Where can I?
Where can I? Where can I? Where can I find toothpaste?
Where can I find? Where can I find toothpaste? So we have ND, and then the next word begins with a consonant T. I've noticed that we drop the D pretty frequently after N, especially when the next word begins with a consonant. So I don't hear find, but I hear find right from the N into the T with no D sound. Where can I find tooth?
Where can I find tooth? Where can I find tooth? Where can I find toothpaste and bar soap?
Toothpaste and bar soap. The word and. How is that pronounced?
Toothpaste and bar soap. Toothpaste and bar soap. Toothpaste and bar soap.
In bar soap. In bar soap. I would just write that as schwa. N. The N links right into the next sound, which in this case is the B. In bar soap. In bar. And it's just part of that energy leading up to that stressed syllable. In bar soap. I actually feel a very quick lift here. So I feel like I hear a very light true T release there. Toothpaste and bar soap. Just a slight disconnect.
Toothpaste and bar soap. Toothpaste and bar soap. Toothpaste and bar soap.
And bar soap. And bar soap. So we have unstressed, the word and, stressed in the word bar, and then unstressed again. So it's just that one swell, that one up-down shape. And bar soap. With the word bar, we have that as the Oz and father vowel, followed by R. Make sure you have some good jaw drop and definition of that vowel before you make the R sound. Bar. Bar soap. And the R goes right into the S with no break. Bar soap.
Bar soap. Bar soap. Bar soap.
Soap. Very light release of the P there. Soap.
Soap. Soap. Soap.
The toothpaste is going to be in aisle 6.
So as he's thinking here, he holds out the vowel in the and actually makes it the. The. Holds it out while he's thinking.
The toothpaste is going to be in aisle 6.
The toothpaste is going to be in aisle 6.
The toothpaste is going to be in aisle 6. The toothpaste is going to be in aisle 6. The toothpaste is going to be in aisle 6.
He also does a light release of a true T here. Toothpaste. Toothpaste is going to be. So we have a pretty clear true T here at the beginning of toothpaste as well. The toothpaste. This is a compound word, and it's following the rule that in a compound word, it's the first word that's stressed. So in this case, tooth. Toothpaste.
Toothpaste. Toothpaste. Toothpaste is going to be in.
Now we have a bunch of unstressed words here in a row, and they're all lower in pitch, a little bit less clear, and said pretty quickly. Is going to be in, 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 is going to be in. Can you link that together that smoothly? The S in the letter, in the word is actually a Z sound, and that links right into the word gonna. No break. Is gonna, is gonna, is gonna, is gonna, is gonna be, is gonna be in, is gonna be in, is gonna be in. And we have the word be, that's with the E as in she vowel, which links really smoothly into the I as in sit vowel for in. Be in, be in, be in, be in, be in. You can feel like you go through the glide consonant Y as you connect those two words. Be in, be in, be in. Is going to be in, is going to be in.
Is going to be in, is going to be in, is going to be in aisle 6.
Is going to be an aisle, is going to be an aisle. There we have that clear up-down shape. The word aisle, you're probably noticing there's no S sound there. It's I as in by, dark L. Aisle 6. The next word begins with a consonant, the S consonant, so you don't need to lift your tongue tip for that L. Just leave it down. Aisle, aisle, aisle 6.
Aisle 6, aisle 6, aisle 6 in the oral care section.
Okay, and in the last part of this sentence, what do you hear as the most stressed syllables?
In the oral care section, in the oral care section, in the oral care section.
In the oral care section, I definitely hear oral care. Really clear up-down shape stress on those two syllables, and a little bit on the stress syllable of section. Oral care section.
In the oral care section, in the oral care section, in the oral care section.
And he makes his intonation go up a little bit at the end because he needs to answer the other part of her question. In and the said really quickly. In the. Can you do that fast? We have it as in sit, N, and the N links right into the TH sound. Now this one is voiced, and it starts an unstressed syllable in the. So your tongue tip can actually be forward, touching the backs of the bottom teeth, while the top part of your tongue makes the N sound. In the. That way you don't need to move it to go into the TH sound. In the. That helps you say that really quickly. Actually, I'm doing a schwa, but it should be E. He does it as an E because the next word begins with a vowel or diphthong sound. In the.
In the oral care section.
Oral. So this is the aw as in law vowel, but when that vowel is followed by R, it's not clear. It's not aw, but o. More lip rounding, and the tongue shifts back a bit more. Oral. Then we have a dark L. Again, don't lift your tongue tip. The next word begins with a consonant sound. Oral. Just make that dark sound before going into the next word. Oral care.
Oral care. Oral care. Oral care.
Care has the e as in bed vowel followed by R. So just like here, aw as in law affected by R when it's followed by R in the same syllable. Same for the e as in bed vowel. It's also affected. It's not a pure e. It's not care. Care. I can't even hardly do it. It's not it's ke. So the jaw doesn't drop as much for this modified followed by R. Care. Oral care section.
Oral care section. Oral care section. Oral care section.
So before we had the word question, where the tion ending had a ch sound, chin. Here it's sec, shin. Here instead of a ch sound, it's an sh sound, shin. Schwa n, section. Section.
And you can find bar soap towards the front of the store in aisle 2.
And in this next thought group, what are the most stressed syllables?
And you can find bar soap towards the front of the store in aisle 2. And you can find bar soap towards the front of the store in aisle 2. And you can find bar soap towards the front of the store in aisle 2.
And you can find bar soap, bar. And you can find. All of those words leading up to that are said so quickly.
And you can find.
The D again is dropped because it's after an N. The next word begins with a consonant. The word and reduces and I would write that just schwa N. And you can find. The word can reduced. Can say that as quickly as you can. And they all four of these words link together smoothly, and they're all pretty flat. And you can find. Try that. You have to really simplify your mouth movements to do it. And you can find. And you can find
bar soap.
And you can find bar soap. And you can find bar soap. Bar soap with a stop P, it's not released. But the lips come together for the P, and then he goes on to the next word. Bar soap towards.
And you can find bar soap towards. And you can find bar soap towards the front of the store in aisle 2.
Towards the front of the store. Stress syllable there, longer. Towards the front of the store in aisle 2. And then no more stress syllables until the word aisle and 2.
Towards the front of the store in aisle 2. Towards the front of the store in aisle 2. Towards the front of the store in aisle 2.
Towards the flatter, lower in pitch, said more simply. Then we have our length, front of the store, and of the store in, all unstressed, said quickly. You might be noticing I'm dropping the T sound there. That's because it comes after the N. And that's fairly common, especially when the next word begins with a vowel.
Towards the front of the store. Towards the front of the store. Towards the front of the store.
So here I said ND cluster followed by a consonant, common to drop that D. NT cluster followed by a vowel or diphthong, common to drop the T. Front of the, front of the, front of the. See if you can do that with that rhythm, simplifying your mouth movements. Front of the storin. Front of the storin.
Front of the store. Front of the store. Front of the store in aisle 2.
Lower in pitch, lower energy, said more quickly until we get to aisle, which again has a dark L. And the next word is followed by a consonant, so you don't need to lift your tongue tip for that. You can use that dark sound to sort of help you with the shape. Aisle. That dark sound on your way down. Aisle 2. Then the word to with a true T, because that is a T starting a stressed syllable. Aisle 2.
Aisle 2. Aisle 2. Aisle 2.
Perfect. Thanks.
Perfect. First syllable stress there. The second syllable just comes in on the way down. Perfect. Now, ending CT cluster, you would normally pronounce that T perfect. But her next word begins with a consonant. I think her mind is already there. Even though they're not perfectly linked, I think that's why the T was dropped. Perfect. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks. Perfect. Thanks. Perfect. Thanks.
And thanks also, up, down, stressed word. A as in bat vowel followed by the NG consonant. And when it's followed by that consonant, it's not pure anymore. So we're studying in this dialogue several cases where a consonant will affect a vowel and make it not pure. In this case, a followed by ng, it ends up making a sound that's closer towards the a diphthong. Thanks. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Now, without listening to this next phrase, what do you think the stress is? We have 3 syllables. You're, well, come. What are your guesses?
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
The word your reduces. It's your. Said quickly. It's not stressed. You're welcome. Our stress is on the stressed syllable well. The second syllable of that stressed word, not stressed. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
So we have a schwa in the first syllable and in the second syllable. Come. You're welcome. You're welcome. Here we have a dark L. It's followed by a consonant, and you don't need to lift your tongue tip. Welcome. 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 I'm going to just, to challenge myself, see what it's like to make it lifting my tongue tip. Welcome. Welcome. Yep, I definitely never do that. Tongue tip is always down. Welcome. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Let's listen to the whole dialogue one more time.
Excuse me, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Where can I find toothpaste and bar soap?
The toothpaste is going to be in aisle 6 in the oral care section, and you can find bar soap towards the front of the store in aisle 2.
Perfect. Thanks.
You're welcome.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Well, it's been great to talk to you.
You too.
I should get going. I have a few more things to do before I head home.
Of course. Hopefully I'll run into you again sometime soon.
That'd be great. I'll see you later.
Take care.
Well, it's been great to talk to you.
If you're talking to somebody, like maybe at work or you run into somebody somewhere and you need to leave, how do you let them know that politely? One way is just to emphasize, it's been great to see you, or it's been great to talk to you, or I'm so glad I ran into you. This kind of thing is a signal that the conversation needs to end. Let's look at the pronunciation of this phrase.
Well, it's been great to talk to you. Well, it's been great to talk to you. Well, it's been great to talk to you.
Well, it's been a little bit of up-down shape on it's. Well, it's been great to talk to you. I would say we have 3 peaks of stress and each one gets a little bit more stressed. It's great. Talk.
Well, it's been great to talk to you. Well, it's been great to talk to you. Well, it's been great to talk to you.
The word well, we would write this in IPA W, E as in bed, L, but definitely this word gets reduced and I would write that with the schwa, wool, 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 wool. It's just like a W and a dark L sound, wool, 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 wool. Flatten pitch said quickly, going up towards the energy on the peak of stress, a little peak of stress for it's, willits, willits.
Well, it's been great to talk to you.
Great to. We have 2 T's here. You can think of as being a stop and then full release. Great to, great to. So the T in 2 is a true T, or you can think of this one as being stopped or dropped, right? Since there's a stop component to a true T. Great to. And that is reduced, as it so often is, great to.
Great to.
We also have the unstressed word been here, B, I as in sit, N, and it's said so quickly, been. Well, it's been.
Well, it's been great to talk to you.
Great to talk to. So we have 3 true T's in a row. True T on to, talk, and to. Now we have an ending K here. Is it released? Do you hear K?
Great to talk to you. Great to talk to you. Great to talk to you.
I don't. Talk to. Little stop, little break. Talk to. Talk to.
To talk to you. To talk to you. To talk to you.
The L in talk and walk, silent, just the aw vowel. Talk to you.
To talk to you. To talk to you. To talk to you.
And the schwa in our second 2 reduction, talk to you, connects really smoothly with the word you, and those 2 words just fall in the pitch on the way down. Talk to you.
To talk to you. To talk to you. To talk to you.
You too.
You too. Can you tell what's the peak of stress there? You. Going up towards it there, you too. And then the peak of stress is where we have that pitch change. Now this word, T-O-O, never reduces. It's always a true T and the oo vowel. This word, T-O, reduces a lot. This one never reduces. So true T plus the oo vowel.
You too. You too. You too.
I should get going.
So then he transitions into why he has to leave. That's often a polite way also to end the conversation, is to say why, right? So the person knows, oh, they're not just leaving me because they're bored. What does he stress here?
I should get going. I should get going. I should get going.
I should get going. We have some stress on should. I should get going. And some stress on our O diphthong of go. The word should, the L is silent there. And the D, this can be dropped when we reduce the word, like I should get going. Should. But he stresses it. I should get, should. So tongue goes up into position for the D, and there's a little bit of voice in the vocal cords, but it's not released. It's just get, goes right into the D sound. Now here we have an ending T followed by a consonant. How is that T pronounced?
Get going. Get going. Get going.
Get going. It's a stop consonant, not released. Let's talk about some of our vowels here. We have the I diphthong, unstressed. I should. That is the vowel, like in push, sugar, cook. I should get. Now, the word get has the as in bed vowel. Let's see what we hear.
I should get going. I should get going. I should get going.
I definitely hear it as more of an I vowel. I think that's because it's unstressed. I should get. So it's like a reduction. We change the vowel to a different sound. I should get going.
I should get going. I should get going. I should get going.
Going. And the unstressed syllable just coming in as the pitch goes down. The unstressed syllable is the ing ending. Now remember, when I is followed by ng, it changes, and it's a lot more like the E as in she vowel followed by ng. Ing. Going. Going.
Going. Going. Going. I have a few more things to do before I head home.
We have a longer thought group here. Now, what are our most stressed syllables? What are all of those up-down shapes of stress?
I have a few more things to do before I head home. I have a few more things to do before I head home. I have a few more things to do before I head home.
I have a few more. Little bit of an up-down shape there. Few more things to do. So those two words have some of that up-down stress.
I have a few more things to do. I have a few more things to do. I have a few more things to do before I head home.
Before I head home. Before I head. Both of those last two words to me have a little bit of that up-down shape of stress. Before I head home. Da. So a little bit longer. The other words are a little bit faster. I have a. Let's just listen to those three words. How are they pronounced?
I have a.
Said pretty quickly, right? Low in pitch, flat. It's the I diphthong. I've. Then V sound. I don't really hear an H or really a schwa. I've. And then we have the schwa for the article A. I
have a few more things to do before I head home.
I have a few more things. Remember with more. It's aw as in law plus R. And that R makes this vowel more closed. So it's o, not ah. O. Lips around a little bit more and the tongue pulls back a little bit more. Few more things.
A few more things.
Things. Unvoiced TH, tongue tip always has to come through the teeth for that. I as in sit, NG sound, and the Z. Now, just like we set up here with going, when I is followed by NG, it changes. It's more like E. So it's not things, but things. So the tongue tip is a little closer to the roof of the mouth here than it is for a pure I. So here we had a case where an R changes the aw vowel, and now here we're saying the NG sound changes the I vowel.
Things to do.
Things to do. Ta. This is like a really weak true T, I would say. I don't really hear it as a flap, but very weak. There's not a lot of air in it. Things to, and of course that vowel reduces to the schwa. Things to do.
Things to do before I head home.
Things to do before I. All four of these words are a little bit lower in pitch, a little bit flatter. They don't have that shape of stress. And they all link together really smoothly.
Things to do before I. Things to do before I. Things to do before I.
Before. So the unstressed syllable there is a really fast I vowel. So make sure you're not saying B, before, but B, before.
Before I head home.
Now in our last two words, which both have that up-down shape of stress, head home. We have a D and it's not released, just like here with the word should. It's not should get. It's not head home, but it's head, that D sound in the vocal cords, unreleased, head home.
Of course.
Of course. Really clear that the word of is short there and the word course is longer. Of course. I would write of with the schwa of course. Now, course is another word where we have ahs and law followed by r, and it's not a pure aw, but it's o. Of course.
Hopefully I'll run into you again sometime soon.
Then we have some up-down shape of stress. Hopefully I'll run into, on the stressed syllable of into you again sometime soon. And then again, a little bit of that shape, sometime soon, on some and soon. So to run into somebody doesn't mean physically to bonk them, although it can. It's funny because it can mean both things. It can mean, oh, I wasn't looking and I accidentally touched somebody with my body when I went by them. I ran into him. But it's more common to use it to say I saw somebody when I was doing something, like, oh, I ran into John at the basketball game, or I ran into my cousin at the grocery store. In those cases, it just means encountered. If you do run into somebody in this way, it means you stopped and you chatted with them. If you just saw them there, but you didn't have an interaction, then you would not say run into. You would maybe just say I saw.
Hopefully I'll run into you again sometime soon. So on
a phrasal verb, usually not both parts are stressed, and in this case, it's run is not stressed. So fully I'll run. Those syllables are all lower in pitch, flatter, unstressed. Hopefully I'll run into you. The word I will, the contraction I will, pronounced a lot like the word all, unstressed. You don't need an I diphthong there. It reduces. Hopefully I'll. The word into, there are a couple different ways we can pronounce that. She is pronouncing it with a flap T. Inda, and then a schwa. It can be a true T. Now, this is a case where we don't drop it, which is funny because one of the rules with T is sometimes we drop it after N, but we don't in this word. We would never say inna you, but it's always going to be inta or inda. Into you, inda da 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 da. Here she does that flap. Into you.
Into you again.
Into you, linking together really smoothly the schwa into the U diphthong, which again goes into the schwa because that's the first syllable of again. Into you again.
Into you again sometime soon.
Sometime. The letter O there is the as in butter vowel. Sometime. And a quick light true T here. Sometime soon. M linking right into S, no break. And the double O here is the oo vowel, soon. Sometime soon. Sometime soon.
Sometime soon. Sometime soon. Sometime soon.
That'd be great.
That'd be great. Stress on our first and third words there. our first and last. That'd be great. Now, would, this is not really would, is it? It's being contracted. Now, what happens when we have a word that ends with a T and we're contracting a word with a D? Let's listen.
That'd be great. That'd be great. That'd be great.
That'd be. That'd be. So this whole word is just the D sound at the end of the word that, and the T is taken off of the word that. So we have the TH, the A vowel, and the D. That'd be. That'd be. And the D is unreleased. It links right into the B the B consonant. And usually when a consonant like D or T is followed by a consonant, when there's a vowel or diphthong that comes before, it's a stop, right? That'd be. That'd be. That'd be great.
That'd be great. That'd be great. That'd be great.
And he does do a light release of a true T at the end here. Great. That'd be great.
That'd be great. That'd be great. That'd be great. I'll see you later.
I love this. There's such a clear melody here. Listen to it 3 times, and then you tell me what you think the stressed words are.
I'll see you later. I'll see you later. I'll see you later.
I guess you can't really tell me, can you? Because I'm behind the microphone right now. I'll see you later. Really clear stress on see and the stress syllable of lay, which isn't as high, doesn't have as much stress to it as the verb to see. I will, again, becomes all. Said very quickly. I'll see you. We have the you reduction. It's not you. I'll see you. It could have been, but instead he said yeah. I'll see you later. I'll see you later.
I'll see you later. I'll see you later. I'll see you later.
And of course, flap T in later because it comes between 2 vowel or diphthong sounds. Later. Now the L here is a light L because it begins the word. So you do lift your tongue tip for that. Later.
I'll see you later. I'll see you later. I'll see you later.
Take care.
Take care. 2 words. I would say they both have some of that feel of stress. They both have some of that length. Take care. This one is a little bit more of an abrupt stop because it ends in a stop consonant. Let's just write it out in IPA. T. Let me put that somewhere where it's going to be clear to see it. So we have the T, the A diphthong, take, and then we have care, as in bed, schwa, r. So when one word ends in the consonant, one word begins in the consonant, you can think of that as just being one consonant, a full stop and a full release. Take care, take care, take care.
Take care. Take care. Take care.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Well, it's been great to talk to you.
You too.
I should get going. I have a few more things to do before I head home.
Of course. Hopefully I'll run into you again sometime soon.
That'd be great. I'll see you later.
Take care.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Has your dog shown any signs of discomfort?
Not really, but he has been a bit lethargic lately. Mostly just sleeping and eating. Doesn't really want to play.
Have there been any changes to his diet?
No. About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time.
All right, we'll probably run a couple of tests to rule some things out. But first, place him on the table here so I can do an examination.
Sure thing.
Has your dog shown any signs of discomfort?
So the vet is asking a question here. It's a yes/no question, so that will probably go up in pitch at the end. Let's just listen one more time.
Has your dog shown any signs of discomfort? Has your dog shown any signs of discomfort? Has your dog shown any signs of discomfort?
Discomfort. Yes, definitely. The stress syllable of comfort, goes down and up instead of up and down as the intonation heads up. Our other two stress words, has your dog shown any signs of discom? So we have 3 stressed syllables in that sentence. Has your said a little bit more quickly.
Has your
The ending S in the word has is a Z sound. You may be noticing that. Has your. And the word your, pronounced your. Kind of like there's no vowel in there. Has your.
Has your dog shown any signs of discomfort?
Has your dog shown any? Then 2 more syllables said pretty quickly. The ending N linking into the beginning vowel. That's the E as in bed vowel. Show, that's an O diphthong. Make sure you do get a little bit of lip rounding in there. Even though it's unstressed, we don't want show. We want show. Oh. Shown any.
Shown any signs of discomfort?
Signs of IG here, of course, you probably know there's no G sound. It's just the I as in by diphthong. Signs of, the word of, reduced. Schwa V. Now, we can reduce that by not even making a V sound. But she does say, of.
Signs of discomfort?
It's very subtle, and I had to turn the volume way up. But I do think it's of instead of.
Signs of discomfort?
Discomfort. The vowel here in our stressed syllable is the as in butter vowel. And unstressed, we have schwa RT. So make sure you're not saying comfort, but comfort. Comfort.
Discomfort.
And that's a stop T at the end. So the T is a stop T at the end of a sentence, although when it's part of a cluster, it's sometimes pronounced, but not with the RT cluster. With RT, it becomes a stop consonant. Comfort.
Not really.
Not really. Then a tiny little break. So we have 2 little thought groups here. We have our first thought group has just 2 words in it. What are our stressed syllables?
Not really.
I would say both not and real are stressed. Not really. And we have a little break here, just, I wouldn't even say break, a little lift for the stop T. Not really. The word really has a couple different pronunciations. I think he's doing more of an E vowel. Really. And then it relaxes ever so slightly before the L. Not really. This L, a light L, tongue tip does come up. Really. La. Really.
But he has been a bit lethargic lately.
And what are our most stressed syllables here?
But he has been a bit lethargic lately. But he hasn't been.
Stressing has. He hasn't shown signs of discomfort, but he has.
been a little bit lethargic lately. And then a little bit maybe on the stressed syllable there, but mostly on has and are, lethar.
But he has been a bit lethargic lately. But he has been a bit lethargic lately. But he has been a bit lethargic lately.
But he, how are those two words pronounced?
Buddy.
Buddy, buddy. It's actually just like this word, buddy. Hey, I'll be your buddy. Don't worry. I'll be your buddy. It's just like that. Flap T, H is dropped, and then we have an E vowel at the end. Buddy. But he has.
But he has been a bit lethargic lately.
Has been. Be careful, this is not an S. In has, it's a Z. We have two examples of that so far. Has.
He has.
The word been, this is pronounced with the I vowel. So it looks like, hey, two E's, maybe that should be E, been, but it's been. Has been.
He has been a bit lethargic lately.
Been a bit. The schwa here links the words been and bit together. Been a bit. And those two words are unstressed, so they're flatter, said more quickly. Been a bit. And we have a stop T there because the next word begins with a consonant.
Been a bit lethargic lately.
Lethargic. We have an unvoiced TH there. Tongue tip must come through the teeth. That's a schwa. Don't make more of it than that. Lethargic. So this is just like car, ah vowel plus R. Make sure you have some jaw drop in that vowel. Before your tongue moves into position for the R. Lethargic. Lethargic lately. Lately. Late. Real quick little lift for the stop T there. Lately.
Mostly just sleeping and eating.
Mostly just a little bit of stress on most, but then most on our verbs. Mostly just sleeping and eating are two stressed syllables there.
Mostly just sleeping and eating. Mostly just sleeping and eating. Mostly just sleeping and eating.
Mostly just. So in these two words, we have two examples of dropping the T between consonants. Mostly, no, we don't make that T. It becomes mostly. T between two consonants. Just sleeping, no, we drop that T. T between two consonants. Mostly just sleeping. Now what about the word and?
Mostly just sleeping and eating. Mostly just sleeping and eating. Mostly just sleeping and eating.
Sleeping and eating and schwa N, no D. Sleeping and eating. Do you notice the flap T in eating? T between two vowel sounds, flap T.
Sleeping and eating. Sleeping and eating. Sleeping and eating. Doesn't really want to play.
Aw, that's sad. What dog doesn't want to play? A little bit of stress on does. Doesn't really want to play. But then definitely the peak of stress on our verb here. Play.
Doesn't really want to play. Doesn't really want to play. Doesn't really want to play.
The word does and doesn't, again, just like in has, that S is a Z. Let's look at our N apostrophe T contraction. How is that pronounced?
Doesn't really.
Doesn't really. I would say that's just a real quick lift stop. Doesn't really wanna. You're probably noticing want to becomes wanna. Both syllables feeling pretty unstressed. Wanna. Doesn't really wanna play.
Doesn't really want to play. Doesn't really want to play. Doesn't really want to play.
Have there been any changes to his diet?
Have there been any? I would say just a little bit more length on that. And again, EE makes the I as in sit vowel.
Have there been any changes to his diet? Diet, our most stressed word there, but rather than going up, down, it goes down, up because it's a yes/no question.
Have there been any changes to his diet? Have there been any changes to his diet? Have there been any changes to his diet?
Have and there both said pretty quickly.
Have there been
any? Have there been any? See if you can do that. Simplify all of that. If you want to think of the I vowel being a little bit longer to be an anchor for you, go ahead. If you want to try it where all four of these words are said quickly and unstressed, try that too. Have there been any? Have there been any? Have there been any? That might help you simplify.
Have there been any changes to his diet?
Let's look at our two words. Well, first of all, changes. This ending is I as in sit, Z. All these cases where the S is the Z sound. But now let's look at these two words. These two words can reduce. How are they pronounced?
To his diet? To his diet? To his diet?
To is. So they are reduced. The H is dropped. Now, because we do that, we don't change the vowel. So this is true T, U vowel, said quickly, but not the schwa. And that links right into the I as in sit, Z, because the S in his is a Z. Now, the other way this could have been reduced would be to say to his, to reduce the vowel in to. If you do that, you wouldn't drop the H because the schwa and the I are too close. Then we would lose our clarity between the syllables. So it would make sense to do either reduction, either to or his, but probably not both, not linking a schwa into an I vowel. So to his, or what she did, to his.
To his diet?
Diet, abrupt stop, stop T.
To his diet? To his diet? To his diet?
No.
No. We have kind of a couple different pitch changes here. No. And when we do that, it's like, oh, thinking, not sure, sort of a statement, but then also kind of a question. He needs to think about it more. What does he want to say about this?
No. About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time.
Listen to this next sentence. What do you think the stressed syllables are?
About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time. About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time. About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time.
About 3 days ago. I hear two up-down shapes of stress there. About 3 days ago, he just started a little bit there. Just started laying down all the time. So quite a few up-down shapes in this long sentence.
About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time. About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time. About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time.
About 3. Ending T, next word begins with a consonant, stop. So it's not about 3, about 3. It's also not dropped. That would be about 3. But it's about 3.
About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time.
3 days ago-y. Agoey. Do you hear that? Dropped H, just like in his. The ending syllable of ago, which is the O diphthong, links smoothly into the E vowel. Agoey.
Agoey.
Now we have ST cluster. Next word begins with a consonant. Just like before, do you know what we're going to have? Dropped T. Just started.
He just started.
Started. Da-da-da. Do you notice this T is a flap T? It comes between two vowel or diphthong sounds or after an R before a vowel. So it follows the second part of that rule. After an R before a vowel, the vowel is for the ED ending, and that's a flap. Started.
Started laying down all the time.
laying down all the ending consonant linking into beginning vowel, everything so smooth, all and the said more quickly, all the. See if you can really relax and simplify your mouth for that. All the time. And then a little up down shape of stress and a true T for that stressed word time.
Laying down all the time. Laying down all the time. Laying down all the time.
All right, we'll probably run a couple of tests to rule some things out.
All right. Okay, so first of all, the spelling of this, it's the same word as the same meaning as if the one word spelled like this. I've read that this is considered more correct in formal writing. I didn't actually know that. I usually write it like this. Anyway, the pronunciation. Often the L sound is dropped, and that's what happens here. All right. The first syllable is just like the aw as in father vowel or the aw as in law vowel. And that's what I hear here. No L sound.
All right.
I would say she's making a sound just like the aw as in father vowel. All right. Pitch goes down and up. She's going to keep going. She makes a stop T because it's the end of her thought group.
All right. We'll probably run a couple of tests to rule some things out.
Now she puts a little tiny lift here, separation, which I love because we can really hear the reduction of wheel becoming wool. Listen to just that word.
Wool.
Wool. Fast and simple.
We'll probably run a couple of tests to rule some things out.
We'll probably run a couple stress syllables there. Probably run a couple of tests. So we have a little bit more of that up-down shape on tests as well. Couple, two unstressed syllables. And notice the of reduction here. It is going down just to the schwa, no V sound. Couple of. Probably run a couple of tests. That smooth connection, the voice moving up and down for those stressed syllables.
Probably run a couple of tests.
Let's talk about our ending cluster. We have S, T, S, and then a T here, linking into a T. So I'm just going to go ahead and write another T over here. Tests. I'll go ahead and write the IPA. Tests. That's a lot of S and T work, isn't it? Now, you know in American English that we may drop a T between consonants. That's pretty common. Here we have S, T, and she actually drops one of the S's and one of the T's. So we can just cross that out. Test. A couple of tests. Now, we don't really hear that it's plural, but we know that it's plural because she's just said a couple of tests.
A couple of tests to rule some things out.
Test to rule some things out. Then our phrasal verb rule out also has some up-down shape. When you rule something out, that means you can exclude it. So they're going to run a couple of tests to say, well, it's definitely not this or it's definitely not that, to rule them out.
Test to rule some things out.
Rule. This word can be a little bit tricky. It has an R and an L. That beginning R, you do need your lips to round some. Rule. Then you have a dark L. So don't lift your tongue tip for that. It's not necessary. It'll probably mess up your sound. We want ul with the back part of the tongue. The tip doesn't need to lift at all because it's going right into a consonant sound S. Rule some, and your tongue tip can be down for the S. So just leave it down. It's pulled back and up a bit for the R, then it comes down, it stays down. Rulesome.
Some, this is the as in butter vowel, but I would say it's reduced here. Definitely more of the schwa, said quickly. Rule some things out.
Rule some things out. Rule some things out. Rule some things out.
And that word out, end of the thought group, ends in a stop T, not released.
Out. 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 But first,
but leading up to first, but first, this T is a stop T, the next word begins with a consonant. Now here she does pronounce the full ST cluster, but first, tiny little lift, and then she keeps going.
But first, place him on the table here so I can do an examination.
What's our stress in this next part of the sentence? A bit longer, quite a few words.
Place him on the table here so I can do an examination. Place him on the table here so I can do an examination. Place him on the table here so I can do an examination.
Place him, our verb, that's stressed. Place him on the table, our noun here. Table here so I can do, another verb, an examination. So examination, a long word, only one syllable is stressed. Let's look at our other words. Some of them are said pretty quickly. Let's look at place him on the.
Place him on the. Place him on the. Place him on the.
Place him on the. Place him on the. Place him on the. So the CE in place makes an S consonant, and that links right into the I as in sit vowel in him because H is dropped. Place him. Place him. Place him on the. So him on the, all said quickly, low in pitch. You have to really simplify. Place him on the. Place him on the.
Place him on the. Place him on the. Place him on the table here so I can do an examination.
Table here, table. We have a true T here because it starts a stressed syllable. Table here so I can do. Here so I can. All said quickly, not that clearly.
Table here so I can do. Table here so I can do. Table here so I can do.
Table, and actually we need to include the unstressed syllable of table too, don't we? Because that's also that unstressed feel. Table here, so I. The O diphthong linking right into the I diphthong. You might feel like you pass through the glide consonant W to make that smooth. So I can. So I can. The can reduction, K schwa N. You know what? I don't hear the K. That's dropped. So I can. That's not usual, but it doesn't sound strange to me either. It's a further reduction of can.
So I can do an examination.
So I can. O diphthong right into I diphthong right into an N consonant. So I can do an. So here we have the U vowel linking into a schwa. And again, there you can feel like you pass through the glide consonant W to make it smooth. Do an exam, ending consonant right into beginning vowel, so smooth. Do an examination.
Do an examination. Do an examination. Do an examination.
Hear the music of that. Feel the stress of that. Da 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 da. Do an examination. Do an examination. Do an examination. TION here makes the SH schwa N ending. Shin. Do an examination.
Do an examination. Do an examination. Do an examination.
Sure thing.
Sure thing. That's just another way of saying, yes, I will do that. Sure thing. Stress on the word sure. Thing comes in on the way down. This word has a couple different pronunciations. He pronounces it with the as in bird vowel. Sure thing. Sure thing. Thing, unvoiced TH, tongue tip has to come through the teeth. I as in sit vowel, NG. And remember, I as in sit followed by NG is a little bit more like E followed by NG. Sure thing. Sure thing.
Sure thing. Sure thing. Sure thing.
Let's listen to this conversation one more time.
Has your dog shown any signs of discomfort?
Not really, but he has been a bit lethargic lately. Mostly just sleeping and eating. Doesn't really want to play.
Have there been any changes to his diet?
No. About 3 days ago, he just started laying down all the time.
All right, we'll probably run a couple of tests to rule some things out. But first, place him on the table here so I can do an examination.
Sure thing.
In this Ben Franklin exercise, you'll first hear a short conversation. Then there will be an in-depth analysis of the pronunciation. First, the conversation.
Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School.
Hi, this is Annie Myers, Casey and Vanessa's mom.
What can I do for you?
I'd like to arrange an early pickup for my kids tomorrow.
All right, what time will you be collecting them?
1:45.
1:45. Just have your children remind their teachers that they're meeting you out front in the lobby when 6th period begins.
Great, will do. Thanks so much.
You're welcome, and thanks for letting us know. Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School.
Hello. He does a couple things with his intonation. Hello. It's a statement intonation, but right at the end it goes up. Hello. This is Harriet Tubman Middle School. And that's just sort of, this kind of intonation can have a couple of different meanings. Here, it's just sort of like a friendly greeting. And this person is inviting the person who is called to speak with that upward intonation.
Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School. Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School. Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School.
It's just a little bit more friendly than making statements. Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School. By saying middle school, it's sort of like saying, how may I help you? Without saying that. It's like you mix that intonation in with this phrase, and we get that more friendly feeling.
Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School. Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School. Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School.
Hello, hello. Second syllable stress. That's going to be a light L. Hello, this is Harriet Tubman. These two words link together with a single true T. And all of the words link together really smoothly. This is. The ending S into the I vowel. The consonant in is a Z sound, not an S, so that weak Z linking right into the H with no break. This is Harriet Tubman. This is a stop consonant, a B. We put our lips together, but they're not released. B, Tubman. The lips just stay together, and then we go right into the M. Tubman, 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 middle, N and M linked together, no break.
Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School. Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School. Hello, this is Harriet Tubman Middle School.
And actually, I think I wouldn't be surprised, Tubman middle, if the N just gets lost, the M sort of takes over for it, we wouldn't miss that sound. Tubman Middle School.
Tubman Middle School. Tubman Middle School. Tubman Middle School.
So a little bit of that stress on our first syllable, middle. Middle school. Dark L here, definitely. Don't lift your tongue tip for that. It's at the end of the thought group, nothing to link into. School, ol.
Middle school. Middle school. Middle school.
Hi.
Hi. Starts with a big up-down shape of stress, statement, friendly greeting. Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi, this is Annie Myers.
This is Annie, first syllable stress. Myers, first syllable stress. So when we're calling and we're announcing ourselves on the phone, this is how we do it. We say, this is, we link these two words together just like here. He answered it. This is, but they're said really quickly. This is. Because they're not the important words. We all know that is part of introducing yourself on the phone. This is. So they're not given much time. This is Annie Myers.
This is Annie Myers. This is Annie Myers. This is Annie Myers, Casey and Vanessa's mom.
Casey and Vanessa's mom. So the two names have their stressed syllables, Casey and Vanessa. This is a 3-syllable word with middle syllable stress. And then she doesn't really stress mom. Casey and Vanessa's mom. It just falls down on the way back from the peak of stress on the stressed syllable. So names are almost always going to be stressed.
Casey and Vanessa's mom. Casey and Vanessa's mom. Casey and Vanessa's mom.
The word and, how is that pronounced?
Casey and
schwa n, and those sounds help us link the words Casey and Vanessa. Casey and v. So the E from Casey links right into the schwa n sound. The N continues with no break into the V. Casey and Vanessa's mom.
Casey and Vanessa's mom. Casey and Vanessa's mom. Casey and Vanessa's mom.